Entering the Unscientific. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101. This time it didn't fall from the sky. On a certain day of a certain month of a certain year, the city of Beijing was quiet and peaceful. The half-moon in the eastern sky illuminated the palace gates and the shabby ghost houses. Some people were mumbling in their gentle dreams. Some people stayed awake all night. The cold moonlight fell on the courtyard of Wute, and a hunched figure with his hands behind his back looked up at the starry sky. 80 years of life have passed, and at this moment, countless fragments of memories are slowly flashing through his mind. Creaky, the breakfast vendor pushed a wheelbarrow, grunting and creaking as he moved forward. He got up half an hour earlier than yesterday, and was convinced that he could get a good seat this time. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the Ministry of Rights, the vendor was surrounded by a huge crowd. Do you have pork buns with preserved juice? Do you have multi-grain pancakes, rice vermicelli, rice noodle rolls, hot and sour noodles, hand-pulled noodles, shaved noodles, hot dry noodles? Do you have shaks and mixed noodles? Zengqiu. Can't you see the sign for hula tang? The young vendor couldn't hear the accents from all over the world, but it didn't affect his ability to shake the spoon. Facing the diner's angry eyes, he smiled awkwardly. Nothing special, just my hands are skilled. After filling their stomachs, everyone squatted at the door again, and the joyful sounds of singing to the wind and moon rose and fell. The vendor lowered his head to clean up the tables, chairs, bowls and chopsticks, and sometimes looked at them thoughtfully, with a flash of dejection in his eyes. Many years ago, I was also so bookish. As the saying goes, every time the sun rises, there will always be someone happy and someone sad. The door of the Ministry of Rights slowly opened, and the clerk walked to the public notice board with a list. Everyone followed closely like a magnet, as if being pulled by an invisible force. They studied hard for decades, spent their best years practicing word choice and sentence formation, and stirred up their talents and thoughts between paper and pen, just to get their names on the list of successful candidates one day. Today is the day when the Imperial Court will announce the results of the joint examination. Among this group of scholars, a middle-aged man read the list, said nothing, and squeezed out of the crowd with all his strength. The middle-aged man sat on the hawker's stall to rest, quietly looking at the various beings in front of him, and the hawker beside him did not chase him away. The national examination is like thousands of troops crossing a single plank bridge. If you slack off a little, you will become a foil. Only by making it into the official admission list can you advance from a laborer to laborer. This person successfully advanced, and more candidates put down their books and became a new generation of hawkers. 4 years later, he was born. His father, the middle-aged man, relied on a brush to write horizontal strokes, left strokes, and right strokes, and he rose from a local official to a member of the Ministry of Ancestral Hall. As the length of service increases, not only the income but also the room full of books increases. However, he seemed to be only concerned with eating and growing, and did not show any gifted qualities. He spent the whole day immersed in a pile of books, but he never managed to write a perfect essay. He did not recite Tang poems at the age of 3, learn English at the age of 6, or sweep the Olympiad class at the age of 9. He obviously could not keep up with the pace of the child prodigies, and could only grind hard word by word. But perhaps diligence can make up for shortcomings. As long as the knowledge is engraved in the mind, it will surely improve rapidly after being applied to other areas. His father tutored him step by step, and he also insisted on reading 3 or 5 more pages of books every day. 18 years passed in a flash, and the city of Beijing was still flourishing. One day, he was blocked by a huge crowd before he could reach the entrance of the Ministry of Rights. He heard that the list had not been posted on the notice board yet, so he wanted to find a small stall to eat something first. In the distance, there was an old man selling spicy soup. He looked to be in his early 50s. The sign on his wheelbarrow said a century-old store, but before he even got to the front, he saw 2 scholars getting mad at the scene, and another person watching the show nearby. Scholar A, your hands are shaking, what's wrong? The old man, there's nothing wrong with me, my hands are just skilled. Scholar B, SHT, there's only soup in the bowl. The old man, you are a scholar, but your words are too unpleasant to the ear. Scholar B, you think it's unpleasant? Look at what you did. Give me back the money, Scholar A. Forget it, it's not easy for him at his age. Scholar B. Cap, if I pass the exam, I will definitely punish this kind of profiteer. The old man weighed the copper coins in his hand and poured the spicy soup back into the bucket when no one was paying attention. At this moment, a sound of the announcement of the results rang out. He was swept to the notice board by the crowd and found his name on the list. He saw these two words so many times that he almost didn't recognize them, and finally squeezed out of the crowd with all his strength. He sat at the hawker's stall to rest, quietly looking at the various people in front of him. The two scholars who were angry about eating spicy soup were standing next to him to say their final goodbyes. Congratulations, Brother Wang. I will recommend you to the teacher right now. Brother Zhang didn't pass the exam himself, but he still wants to speak for me. Hey, there is no need for us to say more. My teacher Ouyang Xi will definitely help you. Then I thank you here. I wonder what plans Brother Zhang has. I'll go back to the countryside to buy a few piglets to raise. If it weren't for you, you wouldn't know me enough. This year, he was 23 years old, and he didn't know that he would be almost killed by the scholar named Wang standing next to him in the future. 3 years later, he was assigned to be the magistrate of Jiangning County, and his political achievements were remarkable. At that time, Wang Ding criticized Fan Zhongai's new policy, but wrote in the evaluation column, "It's beyond my reach." 2 years later, he was promoted to Nanjing procurator. A few years later, his father, the middle-aged man at the time, died of illness. After the mourning period was over, he went to Beijing again and was assigned to the Shigwen Pavilion as a proofreader. He became a librarian in charge of mysterious power, and he could swim in the ocean of knowledge for free at any time. He swam like this for 9 years, and his family was almost unable to make ends meet. The records of the grand historian said, "In the 9 years in the library, I served my grandmother and mother, raised my aunts, sisters and dozens of foreigners, and married on time. My wife was often poorly fed and clothed, but she lived a leisurely life. But as the saying goes, enough ordinary things overlap to create something extraordinary." After his father passed away, he did not abandon his childhood habit and insisted on reading 3 or 5 more pages of books every day. With more than 3,000 days and nights overlapping, he almost became an encyclopedia on 2 legs. When Song Rinzong wanted to revise the new version of the Pharmacopoeia, he did not draft his speech at all. He only sorted out the materials in his mind a little, and was appointed as the project chief engineer on the spot. Later, he led the team to compile the 21-volume illustrated Materia Medica in 3 years. This masterpiece that goes beyond the scope of medicine gathers the natural wonders of the Oriental land. Later, he was sent as an envoy to the Liao Kingdom and transferred to various places. It was not until many years later that he was called back to Beijing to compile history. 25 years passed, and when he walked into the Royal Library again, the former literary youth had gray hair, but the thick books were still as red as ever. He summarized his experiences from the 2 business trips and compiled the Lu Wei Xin Lu. Song Shenzong read it while urging for updates, and always topped the list of local Terence rewards, and voted for monthly tickets every day. But 2 years later, something unexpected happened. The mother of Chen Sheru, a doctor of the Imperial College, died, and it was rumored that she was murdered by her son and daughter-in-law. However, due to the lack of solid evidence, he did not convict the old Chen couple. However, under the promotion of some people with ulterior motives, the matter became more and more bizarre, and even the emperor in the Deep Palace was alarmed. Under the fuss of the reform leaders such as Cake, he was imprisoned in the censorate. His roommate next door was called Sushi. When he saw him the day before, he asked him cheerfully, "Hey, gay friend, do you know what it means to have banned words blocked?" Later, Sushi was demoted to the deputy envoy of Huang's Haotuanlian after the cultural community made every effort to rescue him. Sushi was disheartened and wrote a poem about a braised pork. The pork ode he wrote was even more famous than his gay friend. He was sent to Kangzhou to serve as the governor. 3 years later, he was recalled to the capital to serve. This old man who had been bumpy for most of his life finally ushered in the blooming of the essence of life. He worked hard in different positions, creating achievements while steadily promoted. In the same year, Song Shenzong gave birth to his 11th son. Song Shenzong picked up the white and chubby baby and said sadly, "Jir, you only have 2 brothers alive." Zhao Ji was the future Song Huzong. Later, he summoned Han Guanglian to build a water-powered astronomical observatory. Hundreds of craftsmen took 7 years to perfectly integrate disciplines such as calendar arithmetic, mechanical astronomy, and fluid dynamics to create the world's first automated astronomical instrument. Looking at the 3-story high astronomical observatory, the movement of the pointer is synchronized with the movement of the stars and the moon. At every hour, different puppets come out to beat gongs and drums. He was worried that liberal arts students would not understand, so he specially wrote an instruction manual, New Instrument and Astronomy Essentials, which covers more than 150 parts, structures and full diagrams of mechanical transmission. Later, the R&D team built the Hundian Xiang, and the water flow drove 14 star maps to rotate alternately. 1,464 stars shined above the head, as if people were in the eternal sky. Now, several years have passed, from Scholar A to Scholar B. Almost all of his peers have died. I vaguely remember the old man who sold hula tang, and I wonder if there are any successors to the shaking spoon technique. Over the years, the inheritance of the struggle between the new and old parties has not been broken, and various forces still take the opportunity to bite each other. But he did not choose a campaign team, and gradually became a lonely high-ranking person. 3 years ago, he put everything aside and resigned. There are no temple calculations and heavy official duties, no need to guess the leader's thoughts and flatter. A person quietly gazes at the night sky and can hear the footsteps of time passing. The vast and deep sky can soothe the unsatisfactory things in this life that are difficult to express. Standing on the ground and looking up at the starry sky, he knows that his time is running out, and he doesn't know how people will judge him thousands of years later. Just as the old man was looking up at the starry sky, his old servant suddenly ran over from the back hall in a hurry. "Master, it's not good, there is a ghost in the well in the backyard." Chapter 102, A Bloody Plot. Time goes back a little bit to 15 minutes. Plop, there was a crisp sound of water splashing, and a figure suddenly fell from the void. A moment later, Puff Suyun raised his head from the water and spit out a mouthful of clear cold water. After taking a few breaths, he began to look around. Well, there was actually nothing to look at around him. He was at the bottom of a well that was more than 1 meter wide and 13 or 14 meters deep. Looking up, he could see the exit with a little light. The original depth of the well water was about 80 centimeters. After a person fell in, the height rose by about 5 centimeters, barely covering Suyun's waist. A wooden barrel was hung near his neck. Feeling the wetness coming from his lower body, Suyun simply touched his body and frowned slightly. The mobile phone still did not travel with him, so there was no need to worry about the problem of water in the mobile phone. But the compressed biscuits he brought with him were soaked in water and had begun to show signs of swelling. Most of them could not be stored for a long time. As for the most critical gold and silver currency, it was easy to say that they could be used even if they were in water, so the situation was not too bad. But the strange thing was that now that he had regained consciousness, the task prompt of the halo did not appear. Could it be that he still had to be hit by the power of knowledge, like the Mavericks did before the task could be activated? Just as Suyun was thinking, he suddenly felt a sliding touch at his ankle. Suyun's expression changed slightly, and he quickly put a few items into the wooden barrel that was not in contact with the water. Then he bent down and started to catch them in the water. A minute later, Suyun stood up again, with a fish in his hand. A fisherman never comes up empty-handed, JPG. Then he lifted the fish up and observed it carefully. With the moonlight shining into the bottom of the well, it can be seen that this is a golden carp with a body length of nearly 30 centimeters. It is a very common custom to raise fish in well water. First of all, most wells are open air, and when it rains or blows, there will be more impurities in the well. In this way, it is easy for some algae or small insects to breed in the well, which will pollute the water source. If a few small fish are put in, these algae and small insects will be eaten by the small fish, and the pollution problem will no longer exist. Secondly, it is to prevent poisoning. I won't say much about this matter. Rural children should have a better impression of it. It can be said that since ancient times, poisoning well water has been a very common operation. Therefore, what surprised Suyun was not the fish in the well water, but the species of this fish. As a doctor of biology, Suyun would not be so exaggerated as to be a humanoid self-propelled identifier, but it is not difficult to distinguish some more distinctive species. The body is flattened laterally, the abdomen is round, and the key is the 2 pairs of jaw whiskers. Suyun frowned while looking at it, and the surprise in his eyes became more and more intense. This is yellow river carp. Yellow river carp, a fish belonging to the genus carp of the family Cyprinidae of the class fish. It has a plump body, thick meat, tender and delicious, and rich nutrition. Ahem, wrong. Yellow river carp, as its name suggests, is a special carp species that lives in the native Yellow River. That's right. You can't see this kind of carp anywhere else except the Yellow River Basin. Even if Asian carp invaded Europe and the United States in later generations, Yellow River carp still remained in a relatively small territory in the native land. At most, it would cover some remote provinces through breeding. Therefore, it is obvious that the era in which this copy came is not abroad, but the native land. Thinking of this, Suyun's eyes lit up. According to the characteristics of the halo, is it Song Yinxing this time? Shenkuo? Sun Samyo? Or a modern scientist? Then he put the carp back into the water and took out a cloth bag from the bucket, which contained 2 sets of wigs. One set is a Western-style black curly hair, and the other set is an ancient hair-binding headgear bought on Taobao for 54 yuan. After all, no matter which dynasty in ancient and modern times, the costumes can be barely explained by strange costumes, but the hairstyle is a bit unique. At present, due to falling into the water, the hair hood has been soaked for the most part, and it is not very beautiful. However, Suyun did not care too much, and simply twisted it a few times and put it on his head. After doing this, he tried to pull the rope of the wooden barrel. It is a bit loose. Students who have fallen into a well should know. If a person wants to climb out of a well, under the premise that the rope cannot be used, it depends first on your injury and secondly on the diameter of the well. If the diameter of the bottom of the well is about 1 meter, then it is very simple. Wells within this range can use the back to support the wall of the well, and move upwards by pushing forward with the legs and supporting with the elbows alternately, which is relatively labor-saving. But unfortunately, the diameter of the well where Suyun fell is nearly 1.5 meters. He is not a Qingangying with 2-meter-long legs and Daoyan, so it is obviously difficult to climb out of the well by himself. In desperation, Suyun could only choose another way. He cleared his throat and shouted at the well, "Is anyone there? Help!" This well is located in the south of the backyard of the mansion, which is commonly known as the south wing. Generally speaking, the main house of the mansion is mostly the north wing, where the owner lives. The east and west wings depend on the situation. Some are guest rooms, and some are arranged for young masters and young ladies to live in. The south wing is mostly occupied by servants in the mansion. Basically, there are servants of different positions on duty or working 24 hours a day. For example, at this moment, the old steward of the mansion is arranging tomorrow's expenses near the south wing. Zio Saner, you take 120 coins and go to Hungayuji to buy some cakes at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Remember not to order sweet tofu. Yongzhu, you take 300 coins tomorrow and go to Wang the butcher's shop to cut some lean meat. Don't add any fat. Chop it into fine pieces. Ping. Just as the old steward was discussing the arrangements for the next day with everyone, he heard a faint shout in his ears. Is anyone there? The old steward originally thought that he was hallucinating because of his age, so he didn't care. But gradually, the voice became clearer and clearer in the dark night, and even echoed. The old steward frowned and asked the people in front of him. Did you hear any noise? Several servants nodded quickly. I heard it. The middle-aged man named Yongzhu looked around. His eyes suddenly locked on a certain direction, and pointed there and said, Old steward, the sound seems to come from the well behind the wall. Then he suddenly thought of something. His face turned blue, howling in the middle of the night. Maybe it's a ghost. As soon as Yongzhu said this, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became a little depressed. Ghost worship was popular in the Song dynasty. Even in the bureaucracy, many officials believed in the supernatural. Among them, the most representative one was Bao Qingshan, who judged the living during the day and the dead at night. The image of many female ghosts in later generations also originated from the Song dynasty. Therefore, among the common people, many things would be unconsciously linked to ghosts and gods. Calm down, the old steward had been a steward in the army. After his master retired, the servants in the mansion still respected him as the steward. Upon hearing this, they shouted, We have sufficient yang energy, the master is righteous, and Zio San and Oping are virgins. Even if there are demons, there is no need to be afraid. Why make a fuss? Old Qi, go to the front yard to find the master. If he is not undressed, ask him to come over. The rest of you, take your guns and sticks, and follow me to check. Maybe it's just some hooligans playing late at night." As he said this, he took the lead to pick up a machete and lit a torch. He led people to the well behind the wall. The well was only 30 or 50 steps away from where everyone was before, so with every step, the sound in their ears would become louder. "Help, is there anyone?" After a while, the old steward and others walked to the well. Then the old steward, holding a machete in one hand and a torch in the other, stood at the mouth of the well and shouted downward, "Is there anyone down there?" Seeing the torch appear, Soo-yoon in the well was immediately certain. Although the halo once again translated the language of the person from above into the meaning he could understand, Soo-yoon was sure that this language was not the English that Zionia had spoken before, but the authentic ancient Mandarin. As for which dynasty this Mandarin was from, he didn't know, but he could vaguely hear the shadow of a Zhongzhou accent. This was good news. After all, the capital of the Qing dynasty was not in Zhongzhou, which avoided some bad situations. Then he cupped his hands into a trumpet and shouted upward, "Old man up there, I am a traveler who fell into the well pit by mistake. I am really sorry for disturbing you late at night. I hope you can help me." The old steward at the mouth of the well heard this and couldn't help but look at the surrounding courtyard wall that was more than 10 feet high, with a strange expression. Which traveler could walk over this courtyard wall that was more than 10 feet high and run to someone else's house? Did this person think that he had stumbled into a village in the wilderness? Of course. Demons and ghosts have always been eloquent, and this person's one-sided words cannot be trusted. Then he thought about it, called 2 servants and gave them a few instructions, and the 2 servants left in response. A moment later, one of the servants returned with a thick rope. The old steward asked Yongzhu and others to fix one end, and shouted into the well, "Hey, men. We will talk about the rest later, and I will drag you out of the well first. What do you think?" Soon, Soo-yoon's reply came from the well, "Thank you, old man." Seeing this, the old steward stepped back a few steps and asked to throw the rope into the well. After a few breaths, the outside of the rope suddenly tightened, and it was obvious that someone was pulling the rope from below and exerting force. With the help of the fixed rope, Soo-yoon climbed up to the well mouth along the wall of the well without much effort, just like climbing a rock. As soon as he emerged from the well, everyone around him, including the old steward, took a big step back. As a modern man, Soo-yoon's skin color would obviously be considered fair to the ancients, not to mention that he had been underwater for a while. At this moment, under the light of the torch at night, his face was as white as a ghost's face, without any blood. This scene, coupled with a black down jacket on his body, was still somewhat shocking to the old steward and others. Seeing this, Soo-yoon couldn't help but raise a bitter smile on his face. Then he arched his hands and was about to speak. This old man, Zioke, however, before he finished speaking, he felt a liquid splashed on his back. This liquid was extremely sticky and had a slight smell of blood. Soo-yoon subconsciously touched it and found that the place where he touched was actually bright red. At the same time, a surprised voice came from behind him. "Huh? The black dog blood hidden in the ice cellar for 10 years is useless? Is he really a human?" Soo-yoon turned his head in confusion and found a little boy in his teens standing behind him, holding a red wooden basin in his hand. Real dog blood plot at the same time. Seeing that the black dog blood didn't work, the old steward got courage. He shouted directly, and the machete stood up, "Come here, take down this thief for me." Swish. A few seconds later, looking at the stick on his neck, Soo-yoon sighed slightly. Why is it the start of the hell difficulty again? Chapter 103 This Pitfall Halo. After confirming that Soo-yoon was a human and not a ghost, the old steward and others became much bolder. However, the master they followed was a scholar after all, and at that time the country valued literature over martial arts, so although the old steward and the servants did not like Soo-yoon disturbing the peace of the mansion, they only used sticks to hold his neck. There was no rope tied, no pushing or shouting. Just like that, the group walked to the courtyard busily, and happened to meet the old man who followed the servants to the backyard. The old steward hurriedly stopped and saluted with his servants. "Hello, sir." The old man nodded slightly, and first glanced at Soo-yoon, then asked the old supervisor in confusion, "Yuanian, who is this person?" The old supervisor turned his head to look at Soo-yoon, and snorted coldly, "Sir, this person is the water ghost who howled in the middle of the night at the bottom of the well in the south wing. In fact, he is just a thief who broke into the house at night and fell into the water." "Thief?" The old man took the torch from the servant beside him and looked at Soo-yoon in the light of the fire. After a moment, his brows frowned slightly. Although this person's clothes are a bit special, judging from his skin color, he doesn't look like a gentleman on the beam anyway, right? You know. Although this area is known as the richest in history, even in Byinjing City, there are not many people who can be as delicate as the person in front of him. At this time, some of the more famous thugs, such as Wen Tong and Liu Zhang, were often and ugly in the portraits. Not to mention that although this person's clothes were strange, the pair of boots on his feet were extraordinary. Looking at the fine texture, it must have taken extremely fine craftsmanship to make them. If he took them to be pawned, it would not be a big problem to get 7 or 8 taels of silver. Then the old man pondered for a moment and said to Soo-yoon, "I don't know what your name is, sir. Why did you break into my house in the middle of the night?" Soo-yoon subconsciously opened his mouth when he heard this, but he didn't know how to answer. The old man's words were obviously the latter, but how should he explain his behavior? Originally, Soo-yoon thought that the well he fell into was obviously not the kind of well that was dug by a small courtyard and a small household. The well width of 1.5 meters was most likely a public well, and the explanation of falling into the well in the middle of the night could barely cope with it. However, the courtyard wall was high and deep at this time, and his previous remarks were obviously useless. More importantly, he had not obtained any information about the dynasty or the target, so he could not even guess. Therefore, Soo-yoon opened and closed his lips several times, but finally chose to remain silent. And Soo-yoon's expression of wanting to say something but stopping himself from speaking, in the eyes of the old man, had another meaning. This super genius, who was later called the Eastern Da Vinci, was already very old, but his brain power had not deteriorated at all. He quickly flipped through many things he had seen and heard in his mind, and suddenly thought of something. If I remember correctly, something seemed to have happened to the largest pleasure boat in Byinjing City last night. It was rumored that several male actors escaped. Then he looked at the old supervisor and continued to ask, "Yuanian, does this person have a badge? I haven't seen it. A pass? I haven't found it either. What does it have?" The old supervisor took a box and 2 packages from someone else. "There are only these 3 items. Open them and take a look." The old supervisor put the 3 things on the table in the courtyard, opened them one by one, and showed the contents. The old man walked forward slowly and looked at them one by one. Loose gold and silver, well, the valuables picked up when escaping. Something similar to dough, well, the cakes that were accidentally soaked in water when leaving the pleasure boat were prepared to fill their stomachs. The small knife stored in another piece of cloth, this small knife that is less than 1 foot long. I'm afraid it's the knife used to peel apples in the actor's room. As for the last headgear, by the way, maybe it was a headdress that a certain patron liked? The old man felt as if he was possessed by Baolongtu at this moment, inheriting the glorious tradition of the prefect of Kaifeng, and guessed the identity of this person in detail and accurately. No wonder he didn't have a waist badge, no wonder he was dressed strangely, no wonder he kept his mouth shut, no wonder he ran to his house in the middle of the night in a panic, neither going to the main room nor the east and west wing rooms, but chose the south wing room where the servants lived. All of this is because this person is a male actor. Thinking of this, the old man couldn't help but flash a trace of regret in his eyes. The impression of the word male actor in later generations may mostly be attributed to the Xiangong Tangzi of the Qing dynasty, that is, the female role in Peking opera. But in fact, in the long history of feudal dynasties in the country, the profession of male actors existed in almost every dynasty. Male actors flourished in the Wei, Jin, southern and northern dynasties, and declined slightly in the Tang dynasty, but the trend of male beauty gradually rose in the Song dynasty. Since there were so many men who were prostitutes, the authorities had to intervene. A man who is a prostitute shall be caned 100 times, and the person who reported it shall be rewarded with 50 strings of cash. However, just like there are still a lot of that industry in later generations, the law cannot absolutely restrict the emergence of male actors. On the contrary, the constraints of the law have made the male actor industry slowly grow in the dark side and radiate a large area. And unlike female prostitutes, if female prostitutes have ways to return to goodness, either actively, be redeemed by patrons, or passively, become a good woman when old and ugly, then the fate of male actors is undoubtedly much more miserable. Because of the dark industry, most male actors do not have waste cards of their native places. When the master feels that the male actors cannot bring enough benefits, They will contact the government and arrange for the male actors to be scapegoats. If they are sent to the army, it is not so bad, but if they encounter a death row prisoner who has paid a lot of money, then the male actors will have a tragic fate. When the old man was in power, he strongly demanded that the court implement the law prohibiting the persecution of male actors. However, the relevant forces were too large, and the old man could not fight four hands with two fists. So he had to give up helplessly. For this reason, he also made the only aristocratic move in his life. If any of his students or old friends liked male actors, the former would be expelled from the school, and the latter would be cut off from the friendship. Thinking of this, the old man couldn't help but sympathize with Soo-yoon's experience. Then he thought for a moment, and said to the old steward, "Yuan-yen, you take this man to the south wing, and vacate a bedroom for him to settle down temporarily. Provide some food every day, and he can walk around the mansion for a while after meals, but he needs to be accompanied by guards, understood?" The old steward nodded, but a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. "But sir," the old man raised his eyelids and looked at him, and said, "Yuan-yen, you have been by my side for decades, just tell me if you have anything." The old steward continued, "But sir, is this man left alone like this? There is no need to report to the government." The old man shook his head, very confident in his judgment. "This man is just a poor man. Look at his physique. What dangerous things can he do under close supervision? In another month, you and I will return to Jinkao. Just support him for a month. At most, he will only need some rice and vegetables. If there is nothing unusual, he will be taken in as a tenant after returning home, and he will live out his life as a farmer. At least it is better than losing his life." Seeing that his master had made up his mind, the old steward said no more and accepted the order. After packing up Soo-yoon's belongings, he took him back to the south wing. 2/4 of an hour later, a bedroom of 7 or 8 square meters was vacated, and Soo-yoon washed the black dog blood on his body and changed into a linen blue shirt. The old steward sent someone to deliver a basin of hot soup, then left the door and locked it. In the room, while Soo-yoon was scalding his feet, he looked at the 2 bells tied to his ankles by the old steward, and sighed faintly. "So, which dynasty is this?" Chapter 104 turns out to be him. In his previous life, Soo-yoon had a relatively casual schedule because of his freelance work. As a result, he developed a biological clock in the underworld. That is, he went to bed at 3 or 4 in the morning and got up at 1 or 2 in the afternoon. After years of such a routine, Soo-yoon also suffered from reflux esophagitis, which means that the stomach acid would burn the esophagus. However, after his rebirth, he deliberately adjusted his work and rest habits. Although scientific research work inevitably involves staying up late, the overall work and rest time is still more in line with the world of the living. Therefore, when there was an urging voice outside the door at 1:30 in the morning, Soo-yoon woke up quickly. "Hey, the one in the room, get up early." "Oh, I'll be right there." Soo-yoon rubbed his sleepy eyes, responded simply, and got up and put on his clothes. The clothes that the old steward gave him yesterday were a set of standard errand clothes, which were extremely simple and plain, and there was no so-called era style. As for the clothes worn by the old master of the family, they are quite good. They seem to be made of silk. Some of the textures may be easily distinguished from the dynasties in the eyes of professionals. But don't forget, Soo-yoon is a science student. You can ask him to recite the resumes of big men such as Mavericks and Dirac, and you can even do it backwards. But it is a bit difficult to ask him to analyze the specific era through some clothing details. After all, everyone has his own expertise, and people's abilities are limited. After putting on the clothes, Soo-yoon opened the door and walked into the courtyard. The room he was in was located in the middle of the south wing. Next to it was a firewood room, and outside was the wing where the servants slept. There was a large millstone in the yard, which was slowly running at this time, grinding the rice. In addition, there were several servants carrying and chopping firewood in the yard, looking very hard. Seeing Soo-yoon leaving, one of the servants came forward and handed him a set of items. "Here, your washing expenses. There is a channel in the corner. Fetch water and wash quickly. You still have to work in the morning." Soo-yoon subconsciously took the set of items and found that it was a wooden cup and a small soft wooden brush. Seeing this, Soo-yoon was thoughtful. Although he lacked knowledge of clothing, he was quite familiar with the history of toothbrushes. The word toothbrush officially appeared in the Yuan dynasty. Guo Yu wrote in a poem, "The toothbrush of Nanzhao is sent on the first day, and it is worth 1 gold to remove dirt and troubles." However, in the Song dynasty before the Yuan dynasty, the ancients already had the habit of brushing their teeth, and the name of toothbrush was also called brushing teeth. For example, Zhou Mi, a remnant of the southern Song dynasty, recorded in his work Dream Lianglu, there is a Ling family toothbrush shop at the entrance of Shizi Lane, and there is a Fu official toothbrush shop at the entrance of Jinzi Lane. As for the Sui and Tang dynasties before the Song dynasty, although there were also records of brushing teeth, people at that time mostly brushed their teeth by chewing willows. Perhaps some people invented toothbrushes in advance for various reasons, but it is impossible for servants to use them. The clothing of the Yuan dynasty is obviously not of this style. The toothbrushes of the Ming dynasty have long handles. As for the Qing dynasty, it is impossible just by looking at the hairstyle. In other words, I am most likely in the Song dynasty. Thinking of this, Su Yun's eyes lit up. Scientists of the Song dynasty. Shen Kuo? Su Song? Qin Jiashao? Or Yang Wei? Just as Su Yun's mind was fluttering, the man's impatient voice sounded again. Hey, what are you doing just standing there? Do we have to carry you over these few steps? Su Yun came back to his senses and hurriedly bowed to the man to apologize. I'm sorry, I'm so obsessed with thinking about things. After that, he took the toothbrush and walked to the canal, scooped some water from a wooden barrel, and began to brush his teeth. In fact, Su Yun still doesn't understand why the owner of the courtyard didn't report him to the government and arranged such a residence for him. After all, logically speaking, this is definitely considered trespassing, right? The old man's words yesterday seemed to be a little regretful, as if he was imagining something strange. But for Su Yun, this is a good thing. After all, going to the police station is troublesome no matter which dynasty it is. It just feels that everyone's eyes on him seem a little strange. How to say it? It's like the feeling when I went to the hospital in my previous life to register at the registration machine, and suddenly I saw that the guy next to me was registering for urology. A few minutes later, after washing up, Su Yun returned to the scene, and the bell on his foot kept ringing. After arriving in front of the man, he gently arched his hands. Excuse me, brother, what can I do? This man was one of the servants who detained Su Yun yesterday. After returning to his room, he heard the old steward relay his master's speculation. At this time, he didn't know what he thought of, and looked at Su Yun's lower body with some pity. You can neither chop wood nor push the mill with your body. How about this, Zio Saner? As soon as the man finished speaking, a teenage boy rushed out from his side. Brother Yongzhu, I'm here. The man nodded and said to Su Yun, you can follow Zio Sam to fetch water. There are more than 40 people in the mansion, and the daily water consumption is also a large amount. By the way, what's your name? Su Yun thought for a while and said, I am Wang Lin, nicknamed Wang Mezi. Wang Mezi. Zio Saner, who was standing next to him, heard the words and his eyes stayed on his face for a few seconds. I see that your face is white and clean. How can you look like a pockmarked person? Su Yun sighed. It's easy to live with a bad name. Hearing Su Yun's last words, the tall man thought that Su Yun was thinking of his tragic past again. He was silent for a moment, and urged, pockmarked, let the past be the past. You accidentally broke into the mansion, which is your fate. When the master returns to the village to make a list for you, you can be considered a person. At least you don't have to be a plaything for others. Su Yun, I understand every word you said, but why do they feel weird when connected together? Then, under the guidance of Zio Saner, Su Yun came to another well in the south wing. While fixing the barrel, Zio Saner said to Su Yun, there are 2 wells in the south wing of the mansion. Someone fell into the well yesterday, and it needs to be put aside for a few days before it can be used again. You and I will focus on this well for the next few days. Do you understand? Looking at Zio Saner who looked like a little adult, Su Yun nodded obediently. I understand. Zio Saner continued, that's good to understand. There are 9 family members of the master in our mansion, 31 maids, servants, and guards, and a total of 32 people including you. The water drawn every day must be delivered to the main room first. If there are guests staying overnight, it will be delivered to the east wing next. If there are no guests, it will be delivered to the west wing, and finally to the south wing. Su Yun nodded again. I'll remember that, too. Zio Saner was young at heart. Seeing Su Yun's upright attitude, he began to talk more. Wang Mezi, don't be so silent. Do you know where you have come to? Let me tell you, in our Bianjing city, the monthly salary of servants in ordinary mansions is no more than 3 strings of cash. If they have a family and children to support, they have to be frugal with their food and drink. But our master is a generous man. Not only does he get 4 strings of cash a month, but he also gets a year-end bonus at the end of the year. Wang Mezi, how much do you think I got last year? Su Yun smiled and guessed a number at random, 3 strings of cash. Xiao Sainer shook his head quickly and spread out 5 fingers with a proud face, a full 5 strings of cash. My mother said that when she saves enough money, she will go to Dongxiang to find a marriage for me. Then Xiao Sainer thought of something, and a hint of expectation emerged in his eyes. Last year's year-end bonus was 5 strings of cash. I'm afraid I can get more than 10 strings of cash this year. Su Yun blinked. This time he was really surprised. 10 strings of cash? Such a big increase? The annual salary doubles after 1 year of service. What bird service? Xiao-san looked at him in confusion and said, last month, the emperor issued a general amnesty. Master Dongpo, a good friend of Master, was reappointed as a court official in Yongzhou. With this happy event, shouldn't Master give him more New Year's money? General amnesty. Master Dongpo. Court official. These 3 words were like 3 lightning bolts that pierced the night sky, striking Su Yun's heart hard, and even causing him to temporarily lose consciousness. Gurgle. After a few breaths, Su Yun swallowed hard, staring at Xiao Sainer with a serious look. Third brother, may I ask what Master's name is? Xiao Sainer slapped his head. Hey, I forgot to tell you this. Our Master's surname is Su, his given name is Song, and his courtesy name is Ziran. He was appointed as Prime Minister in the 7th year of Yuan Ao, and now he is retired as the Prince's junior tutor. In the entire Bianjing city, no, in the entire Song dynasty, he is also a well-known big shot. Chapter 105 Mission Objective, Make Trouble. By the well. The moment Su Yun learned Su Song's name, a light curtain quietly appeared in front of him. A light curtain that he was somewhat familiar with. Random task, make trouble, task difficulty, comma, task requirement, complete Su Song's wish before he dies, task time limit, 1.5 years, task reward, depends on the score, penalty for unfinished task, +8 favorability of all men in reality, -5 luck, supplementary explanation, this world is a parallel world, I forgot the words behind, a little bit Greek letter epsilon, Greek letter omega, comma, Su Yun, how to say it? This thing is just a little bit wrong, right? Then he took a deep breath and put his mind back to reality. Tell the truth. At the beginning, when it was determined that the current situation was most likely the Song dynasty, there were 2 people who popped up in Su Yun's mind who were most likely to be his character target, Shen Kuo, or Yang Wei. Considering the connection with the previous incident with Xiao Niu, the probability of the latter is even greater. But he never expected that the person he met would be Su Song. In the long history of human civilization, countless top geniuses in astronomy, physics, mathematics, chemistry, biology, literature and many other fields have emerged. For example, in physics, there are Mavericks and Maxwell. In mathematics, there are Gauss and Cauchy. In literature, there are Voltaire, Lanling Xiaoxia Shen, etc. But looking at the entire history of civilization, if we want to talk about all-round geniuses who have reached the pinnacle of their times in every field and are recognized by the world, there are only 2 people in ancient and modern times, Leonardo da Vinci and Su Song. Su Song was born in the northern Song dynasty. His fields cover politics, astronomy, mechanical engineering, science, medicine, diplomacy, and literature. He has been a prime minister and created 7 world firsts. When BXC had not yet become the underworld TV station, it once made an Oriental documentary. The documentary called Su Song the world's top scientist in the 11th century and even said a classic saying, it is better to say that Su Song is the Eastern Leonardo da Vinci than that Leonardo da Vinci is the Western Su Song. Putting aside the later underworld operations of BCX, just talking about the early documentaries, it is definitely the world's most authoritative radio station, and there is no parallel. This is also why we must immediately dispel rumors after they made those things about Zhuzhou. Its influence is too wide, and its authority leads many people to believe its statements without hesitation. Such a media praises Su Song so much, and its gold content is self-evident. However, due to various reasons, Lao Tzu's reputation in history has always been in a very strange state. People who know him, whether ancient or modern, Chinese or foreign, almost worship him as a god. For example, 21 of the Eagle top 30 universities have set up research groups specifically for him, and the California Institute of Technology has even opened 17 world history courses for him, which is 2 more than the Mavericks and Einstein combined. But people who don't know him are confused about him, saying, who is this person? A relative of Sushi? Between knowing and not knowing, there is a barrier that is almost insurmountable. Thinking of this, Soo-yoon couldn't help but raise his head and look at the sky. As a scientific researcher, he respects every pioneer in human history, both ancient and modern, Chinese and foreign. But as a Chinese, Soo-yoon has a deeper sense of closeness to the local sages. The 12 chapters, offering sacrifices to the 4 directions from a distance, are a kind of inheritance that transcends time and a resonance hidden in the blood of the descendants of Yan and Wang. For example, Soo-yoon didn't feel any discomfort in the blue clothes on his body. It looked much more pleasing to the eye than the hoose pants of the calf. This is the sense of national identity. Then Soo-yoon retracted his gaze to reality. While helping Zio Sainer pull the bucket, he thought about how he should go next. According to Zio Sainer, this year, the emperor held an amnesty, so the timeline is undoubtedly 1100 AD. At the same time, this is Beijing, which is now this Hangzhou Junai city. Judging from the temperature, it is probably summer now. Old Su died in June 1101, which is almost a year away from now. This seems to conflict with emission time. Then Soo-yoon suddenly thought of something, and asked Zio Sainer while carrying a bucket, "Third brother, let me ask you something. How old is our master this year?" Zio Sainer helped him carry a bucket of water, took a few breaths, and replied, "He was 80 last year." At that time, the palace sent someone to give the master a birthday gift. I heard that there were some Western goods in it. 80. Soo-yoon opened his mouth in surprise, "But I saw the master yesterday. How come he looks as healthy as 60? Zio Sainer glanced at him with an expression that said, "You are making a fuss." "That's right, our master is in good health. He likes to stroll on the street every day, and he can also carry a hoe to grow some vegetables in the backyard." Hearing this, Soo-yoon nodded thoughtfully. Generally speaking, for an old man like Lao Su, even if he is old and his vitality is declining, it often takes a relatively long time before he can no longer hold on. With Lao Su's current physical condition, it is theoretically unlikely that he will naturally die within a year. Unless Lao Su has an accident during this year, such as falling down. Students who have taken care of the elderly should all know that the older the elderly are, the less they can withstand falls. There are countless examples of people who were energetic a few months ago, fell down 1 or 2 times, and finally died. Even in the 21st century, there are countless examples. According to Lao Su's previous physical appearance and Zio Sainer's description, Soo-yoon doesn't say that this old man can live to 90 years old, but at least he will have no problem surviving for another 3 or 4 years. This can also explain the time limit given by the task. In fact, in later generations, some scholars also believe that Lao Su died a little too early. Because according to the Eastern capital history, in the 3rd year of Yuanfu, which is now 1100 AD, Lao Su could still travel from Jinkao in Su province to Beijing several times. Drinking, sword dancing, looking for old friends, and eating a big pot of dog meat at the end of the year. So the wrestling theory is still a popular saying in the local market. There is definitely no accurate written record, but it is relatively reasonable in logic. If the facts are really as Soo-yoon guessed, then it is not a particularly difficult thing to try to avoid accidents. However, compared to preventing wrestling, he has 2 problems to solve first. First, how to speak in front of Lao Su, or to put it bluntly, how to show his value. Although Lao Su is not bad for his resettlement plan, it is obviously not an equal attention, but more of a pity that comes from nowhere. At that time, Xiao could still use the dispersion phenomenon to rouse his interest, and then use Taylor expansion to promote simplification, so as to formally establish a persona in front of Xiao. But this time he doesn't have such a good opportunity with Lao Su. Lao Su is currently a perfect life, and he has done all the big things he should do, and there is no problem to solve at all. Theoretically, the only thing Soo-yoon can do is to design a tombstone and a memorial service. Therefore, we must think carefully about which angle to approach and successfully demonstrate our value. As for the second thing, it must be based on the completion of the first thing, that is, to persuade Lao Su not to return to Jinkao and stay in Beijing. Chapter 106, Strange Way of Delivering Water. In the settlement process of the previous 1665 copy, Soo-yoon made one thing clear: The higher the score, the better the reward you will get. Therefore, for Suyun, in order to get the highest score possible, Bianjing has a higher priority than Jinkao. After all, this is the political and economic center of the entire Song dynasty. The social environment is much more complicated than Jinkao, and it is also easier to cause trouble. Moreover, from the perspective of medical level, although the current medical level of the Song dynasty is still at the stage of ancient medicine, the medical reserves of Bianjing are obviously better than Jinkao. Once Lao Su really has an accident such as a fall, maybe the famous doctors in Bianjing can rush to the scene in the first time to minimize his injuries and try to avoid the early death of such a great master. Therefore, for the above considerations, Suyun must keep Lao Su in Bianjing. But the same thing, where's the entry point? This is obviously not a problem that can be easily solved. However, since there is enough time for the task, Suyun is not too anxious about it. After all, it is only the first day. He temporarily put aside the entry point and started chatting with Xiao Sainer with the intention of gathering information and chatting. Third brother, how old are you this year? Xiao Sainer was originally tying ropes. Hearing this, he subconsciously touched his headscarf and tucked in the corners that were not tied up. I'm 17 this year. Suyun nodded slowly. If I remember correctly, the adult age of a man in the Northern Song dynasty should be 20 years old. What's your full name? Is it Xiao Sainer? Xiao Sainer shook his head. That's not the case. My name is Zhang San. I'm the third child in my family, so everyone calls me Xiao Sainer. Just like your Wang Mezi, a cheap name is easier to live with. I see. By the way, who is the old man who led the group yesterday? Old man? Oh, you mean the old steward. His name is Zi Yuanyin, and he is also the steward of the entire mansion. We have to get his approval every day for how much money we use to buy vegetables and goods. Then what about the man before? Suyun guided them intentionally or unintentionally. After half an hour, he basically sorted out the connections in the Su mansion. In addition to Old Su, the second in command in the mansion is Old Su's fourth son Su Mao, who is also Old Su's only son who stayed in Bianjing. As for the servants, Zi Yuanyan is the steward in charge of personnel and finance in the mansion, and the second only to him is a maid named Yu Lian. The head of the guards was a man named Zheng Quan, who was rumored to have served in the Western Army and was highly skilled in martial arts. Su Mao, Zi Yuanyan, Yu Lian, and Zheng Quan. These were the F4 in the entire mansion, excluding the Su family. During this time, Xiao Sainer also asked for some information about Suyun, but it seemed that out of some kind of protective mentality, Xiao Sainer did not ask too much about Suyun's past. That was it. 2/4 of an hour passed in a flash. 2/4 of an hour later, there were exactly 20 wooden barrels in front of Suyun and Xiao Sainer. Seeing that all the barrels were filled with water, Suyun picked up one of them and said to Xiao Sainer, "Brother Sen, shall we set off now?" Xiao Sainer was humming a song. He looked at him in surprise and asked, "Where are we going?" Suyun couldn't help but frown and asked, "Didn't you say to deliver water to the main room?" Xiao Sainer's expression was even more surprised. "You are going to deliver water to the main room, but you don't need to carry the barrels." Suyun, seeing Suyun's confused face, Xiao Sainer waved his hand. "Oh, this is a complicated matter. You will know in a while. Put down the barrel first." Suyun had to put down the wooden barrel. He didn't know why and followed Xiao Sainer to find a place to sit by the well and waited with a little curiosity. Half a quarter of an hour later, a young woman appeared at the entrance of the courtyard where the well was located. The visitor had 2 buns tied with blue ribbons, her hair was soft, shiny and smooth, and draped over her shoulders. She was wearing a light green dress with light blue peonies embroidered on the cuffs, and a few auspicious clouds drawn with silver thread. Her round face and delicate features made her look quite cute. Seeing this person appear, Xiao Sainer quickly stood up with Suyun. "Hello, Sister Yulian." Suyun also bowed her head slightly, and a flash of understanding flashed through her mind. "Yulian, it seems that this is the head maid in the F4 group." Yulian heard this and smiled at Xiao Sainer in a familiar way. "Hello, third brother, you look good today. It seems that you must have won the game yesterday." Xiao Sainer scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, "Heifeng Academy lost 3 goals first, but I didn't expect that they would catch up in a quarter of an hour. We won the game again. We made 50 or 70 coins by chance, and can buy an extra pork elbow to eat." Yulian smiled and nodded, and her eyes swept over Suyun with some curiosity. Then, I don't know what she thought of, and a trace of pity flashed in her eyes. "Suyun, why does everyone look at me like this?" Then Yulian's expression became serious and she said to Zaya, "Okay, third brother, business is important, let's start now." "Yes, sir." Zaya was still smiling, and took out a small tombstone, a small wooden cup from his body in a familiar way. Then he walked to the wooden barrel, scooped a small cup one by one, and drank it all into his mouth. To prevent disputes, please attach the paper 10.159886J, 10087192, 2020, 02, 003, a study of the urban space of Dongjing, by Enlin, in the Northern Song Dynasty from the perspective of daily life. It talks about the drinking habits of the powerful class, and the servants who fetch water need to test the water to make sure it is non-toxic before it can be transported. After Zio tried all 20 buckets of water, Yulian nodded. He walked to a stone pillar at the corner of the wall and took out a key. Suyun then noticed that there were 3 rectangular stone pillars standing at the corner of the courtyard wall, about half a meter high and about 30 centimeters long. There was a keyhole in the middle of the left side of each stone pillar. Then Yulian inserted the key into it and twisted it gently. The top of the stone pillar was gently lifted up like the lid of an electric rice cooker, opening the hollow pipe inside. Then Zio winked at Suyun. "Wang Mezi, don't say too much, just pour the water." As he said that, he picked up a bucket of water, walked to the side of the stone pillar and poured it in. Suyun was stunned for 2 seconds, and then quickly followed suit. Zio bucket of water was quickly poured out, and Suyun immediately took over, looking very positive. However, although his hands were quick, he still had a doubt in his heart. It's obvious. The pipe of this stone pillar should lead to a reservoir, so as to save the trouble of carrying buckets back and forth. But the problem is that pouring water is easy, but how does the water flow to the reservoir? Suyun's 3-dimensional sense is very sharp, and he can be sure that the deepest part of the stone pillar is the ground, a standard L shape. That is, there is no situation where the bottom of the stone pillar is higher than the ground and the pipe uses the height difference to transport water. In fact, this method is not very feasible, because the straight line distance between the well and the main house is probably nearly 100 meters. If the slope of several tens of centimeters is extended to this distance, the cost is enough to transport water by manpower for decades. The same goes for digging holes diagonally. In this era, it is not too difficult to dig a parallel pipe in a shallow layer, but the cost of digging holes diagonally is extremely high. But if the stone pillar pipe is parallel to the ground, how does the other end get the water? For a parallel pipe that is 100 meters long, even if 20 buckets of water are poured into it, the flow rate that can be received at the other end is destined to be not too much. The principle of a water pressure well is possible, but the 100-meter pipeline relies on the one-way valve principle of a water pressure well. Again, the cost is greater than simply delivering water by manpower. Unless there is something special inside it that allows it to continuously and effortlessly lead water to the main room under parallel conditions. Chapter 107 Breakfast in Song Dynasty. At the well. Watching the well water pouring in and quickly flowing down the pipes in the stone pillars, the expression on Suyun's face became more and more solemn. As a science and engineering student, how could he not know what this phenomenon represents? It was obvious. There must be some link in the middle of the pipe or at the other end that was generating suction. However, considering the presence of Yulian, the maid supervisor, on the scene, Suyun could only temporarily put aside the many ideas in his mind and followed Zhang San to start filling the water. The east wing of the Su mansion is a guest room and no one lives there now. Therefore, the two people's tasks are relatively easy. They just need to fill up the main room and the west wing with water. After about a quarter of an hour, all 20 buckets of water were poured. Yulian replaced the cover of the stone pillar, locked it after confirming that it was secure, and said to Zio and Suyun, "Okay, Sangir, Wang Lin, you can go to have breakfast." "Great." Zio clapped his hands happily and said to Suyun, "Wang Mezi, hurry up, let's go to eat." Suyun had no choice but to follow. Then, under the leadership of Zio, the two of them passed through several courtyard walls and came to a small shed on the left side of the south wing. This small shed has an area of about 200 square meters. There are several wooden tables and chairs inside, and some measures have been taken to prevent rain and wind on the roof. When Suyun and the others arrived at the scene, many servants in the shed were already having breakfast. Morning food, also known as morning food. It is also what later generations call breakfast. As we all know, since the Shang dynasty, until the Tang and Song dynasties, most ancient people only had 2 meals a day. One was a big meal from 7 to 9 in the morning, and the other was a small meal from 3 to 5. By the Tang and Song dynasties, especially after the Song dynasty, the habit of 3 meals a day gradually began to emerge. Part of the reason is related to the economy, and the other part is because the curfew began to be lifted in the Song dynasty, and the night market culture began to prevail. Nowadays, in large courtyards like the Su Mansion, the breakfast of the main family members is generally the finished products purchased by the servants at the restaurant. Before Su Yun appeared yesterday, the old steward was allocating the purchase of today's breakfast. If the family members who like to open blind boxes will go shopping on the street, the number of vendors on the streets of Beijing today can be seen in along the river during the Qingming festival. Only servants like Xiao Saner, Yongzhu and Su Yun who live in the south wing will start the fire in the kitchen in the courtyard early in the morning and make some food to fill their stomachs for breakfast. In Su Yun's impression, servants are actually a very restrictive word. When it comes to the word servants, it is basically inseparable from the adjectives such as numbness, forced by life, and no hope. Strictly speaking, it may even be linked to human rights. The master would beat and scold the servants at will, and if they were beaten to death, he would spend some money to deal with them, or even just send them to the mass grave outside the city at night without spending any money. A life was lost silently in the long river of history. But in this shed, the servants Su Yun saw, both men and women, were not full of happiness, but at least they did not have empty eyes or frowning brows. The overall mental outlook was full of a positive and spontaneous atmosphere. This spirit was not a forced smile, but a joy from the heart. Then Su Yun followed Zhang San to the other side of the shed, where there was a food table made up of several tables. The staple food was steamed buns. At that time they were called steamed cakes, steamed buns, steamed cakes, rice porridge, etc. The side dishes included pickles, minced chicken, meat and salted bean curd, jujube towers, etc. At the same time, Su Yunhei was surprised to find that a lot of meat particles could be clearly seen in both the rice porridge and the side dishes. Seeing that he couldn't take his eyes off the food, Zhang San at the side added, Wang Mezi, the servants in the mansion are divided into 4 categories, Qing, Dai, Li, and Yi. The monthly salary and meals of each type of servant are all different. For example, I am a Dai servant, and I can order 3 staple foods and 2 side dishes for breakfast. Although you don't have any wages, you can only be regarded as a Qing servant. As a rule, you can only take 2 staple foods and a side dish. Do you understand? Su Yun glanced at the staple foods and found that the staple foods were not small in size. 2 steamed cakes were enough to fill his appetite. I understand. Zhang San nodded, picked up a small bamboo basket skillfully, and ordered dishes. Auntie Lin, give me a steamed cake and a bowl of rice, and a portion of pickles. And at fish bag, Auntie Lin, who was in charge of serving the dishes, was a woman in her 50s. She was not tall, had a slightly dark face, and wore an apron around her waist. She packed a basket of food according to Zhang San's request, and then looked at Su Yun. You are new here, right? What do you want to order? Su Yun followed and picked up a basket, saying, 1 steamed bun and a bowl of rice porridge, and a pile of chicken mince. Aunt Lin quickly packed the food, and her eyes stayed on Su Yun for a while. After a few seconds, she suddenly realized something, shook her head, and added another bun to Su Yun's basket. Su Yun, then he sighed as if he had accepted his fate, and under the guidance of Zhang San, he chose a seat close to him and sat down. As soon as he sat down, Zhang San took a bite of the steamed bun like a starving ghost, and his mouth was full. It smells so good. Su Yun had been carrying water for half an hour before, and his stomach was a little empty, so he also took a bite of the bun. Huh? It's still stuffed with meat? He chewed it carefully for a few more times. Pork. The Song dynasty was an era where people loved meat, but during this period, the mainstream meat consumed by the middle and upper classes was mutton. During the reign of Emperor Zhenzong of Song, the imperial kitchen slaughtered 350 sheep every day. During the reign of Emperor Yinzong, 280 sheep were slaughtered every day, and during the reign of Emperor Shenzong, the imperial kitchen consumed 434,463 jin and 4 liang of mutton a year. According to the Dongjing Minghulu, the population of Beijing City at its peak, including the 10 outer wing, was close to 1 million. and the maximum daily consumption was more than 3,000 sheep. The most popular saying on the internet is more than 20,000 sheep a day, but I can't find the source. And more than 20,000 sheep personally feel unreasonable. As for the source of this mutton, it is very simple. Since the signing of the Tenitan Alliance, the amount of mutton consumed in the Song dynasty has reached a very terrifying amount every year. However, due to the price, it is a bit difficult for the common people to eat mutton. For a servant like Zhang San, it is not difficult to cut some mutton during festivals, but how can you eat food made from mutton every day? Do you really think Su Song is the Virgin Mary on the internet? Therefore, the meat that servants could eat every meal in this era was generally pork. In those days, pork had a fishy smell because it was not castrated. In addition, the growing environment was generally poor, so it was regarded as cheap meat. However, no matter how cheap pork was, there was still no shortage of it in the market. For example, in Water Margin written by Shi Natian, Zhen Guanxi, who was beaten to death by Lu Tingji with 3 punches, was a standard pork butcher. However, whether pork can be eaten is one thing, and whether it tastes good is another. Although Su Song also has the surname Su, the cook in his house obviously does not have the cooking skills of Su Shi, the big boss. The meat filling in the meat bun was extremely fishy and the fat was lumpy. Su Yun had a little difficulty swallowing it with his eyes closed. Therefore, he had no choice but to say sorry inwardly and swap the meat out of the bun with chopsticks. Zhang San, who was standing opposite him, was surprised when he saw this. Wang Mezi, why don't you eat pig meat? Su Yun shook his head slightly. I have abdominal pain and can't eat pig meat. Abdominal pain? Zhang San was stunned when he heard this, and then he thought of something. That's the stomach, right? Indeed, people like you are prone to intestinal problems, Su Yun. Then, without waiting for him to speak, Zhang San licked his tongue and said with shining eyes, Wang Mezi, if you don't eat pig meat, how about I give you half a pancake in exchange? Chapter 108, Donkey, I bear an undue burden. What? You want this meat? Hearing Zhang San's words, Su Yun's left hand that was sweeping the meat paused slightly. After coming to his senses, he immediately pushed the bamboo basket in front of Zhang San. Hey, if you want to eat it, just eat it. What are you exchanging it for? You've made me poor, so I need to add more oil and water to grow taller. That won't do. Zhang San took the bamboo basket and shook his head very seriously. I'm making money by exchanging flour for meat. How can I let you lose some food for nothing? Although you don't get paid, you still have to do some work with us. If you don't have a full stomach, how can you have the energy to work? As he said that, he quickly broke the steamed bun in his hand into 2 halves and handed one of the obviously larger steamed buns to Su Yun. Looking at this little worker who looks carefree but actually has his own values, Su Yun sighed slightly. If the later Luo teacher saw this situation, I don't know if he would continue Zhang San's path as an outlaw. Seeing Zhang San's firm attitude, Su Yun had no choice but to stop shirking. He took the half-steamed cake and dipped it into the rice porridge. Then he asked while eating, Third brother, do the servants in every big house in Beijing have breakfast like ours? How is that possible? Zhang San happily picked up a piece of fat meat and stuffed it into his mouth with pickles, muttering, Our master is famous for his kindness, and he gives the servants the best food. But then again, although other big houses are not as generous as ours, they are not much different. At least 3 meals a day, there is still half a tail of fat pig. Su Yun nodded thoughtfully. Generally speaking, in ordinary local restaurants, a plate of farmer's stir-fried meat for 25 yuan is about 3 taels before it goes into the pot. The internationally recommended standard amount of adult meat is 200 grams, which is 4 taels. As for the dietary guidelines for local residents 2016, let's not talk about it. The recommended annual meat intake for local adults is 40 to 75 grams, and the controversy has never stopped since the beginning. In short, compared with the intake of adults in later generations, the minimum meat intake of 25 grams in the Song dynasty is already quite a lot. As for the root of providing this minimum meat, it is obviously not because the owner is kind, but because of the strong basic economic strength. When Su Yun was writing a book Wu Fan's Missing Handbook in his previous life, he happened to check some information. For example, the per mu yield in the Song dynasty was 225 kilograms, which was 30% more than that of the Tang dynasty. With the addition of commercial taxes and maritime trade, the economic level of the Song dynasty reached a fairly developed level. But Su Yun was very puzzled. Why did such a big country suddenly die? In another 27 years, the Jin army will trample this prosperous capital and bring us shameful tragedy. The mountains and rivers are broken, and the country is in ruins. Song Huzong and Song Qingzong were abducted. The queen could not bear the insult and chose to commit suicide. The former imperial concubine became a prostitute, and the northern Song dynasty was completely destroyed. Now I only have more than a year. Do I have a chance to do something? Tell the truth. If it were the end of the Ming dynasty, the end of the Han dynasty, and the end of the Tang dynasty, let alone more than a year, I am afraid that you can't change the outcome if you give Su Yun 10 years. Because a person's ability is limited, the above examples have reached a hopeless point in the last years. A person is a person without power and influence, and there is basically no possibility of turning the tables. But this dynasty is a bit special, and its death is very controversial and sudden. It can be said that throughout the history of human civilization, whether ancient or modern, at home and abroad, such a series of operations as the Northern Song dynasty is unique in the ages. Even the Byzantine Empire is better than the Northern Song dynasty. Constantine Xi still died for his country. Although the Song dynasty was criticized for party struggles in addition to the emperor, Keijing, Bai Shizhong, Li Bangyan, and Zhang Bangchang can all be regarded as treacherous ministers. But the treachery of these people was far from the point of destroying the country. At least the people of the Northern Song dynasty were there. Otherwise, Yu Fei's righteous army could not have been formed later, and the Battle of Fuping could not have raised an army of 400,000 but actually 220,000. It is also because of this that the Jin people later boasted, since ancient times, all dynasties have destroyed exhausted dynasties, only this dynasty destroyed the powerful Song dynasty. Therefore, compared with other dynasties, if the operation is done properly, Su Yun may not have no chance to rescue it. If it really doesn't work, he can turn water into oil to fool the master of metaphysics Song Qingzong before leaving, and write a poem by the way. If you can add 1 second, it's 1 second. Of course. These are things that need to be considered in the future. At present, Su Yun's top priority is not to be too ambitious, but to gain a firm foothold first. Then he thought for a moment, and said to Zhang San, who was still swallowing his food, "Brother San, let me ask you one more thing." Zhang San was gushing out his rice and water at this moment. Upon hearing this, he quickly put down his bowl and wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. "What's the matter?" Su Yun deliberately put on an ignorant expression and asked Zhang San, "What's the matter with the stone pillar by the well before?" Zhang San looked at him in confusion. "What's the matter? Isn't it just to deliver water to the master's bedroom?" Su Yun thought for a moment, spread his hands to indicate a span, and said, "Look, the distance from the well to the master's courtyard is at least 30 or 40 feet, right? The width of the stone pillar's pipe is nearly 1 foot. How much of the water we pour can flow to the master? If the remaining part can't reach it, won't it be wasted?" "Oh, what are you talking about?" Zhang San waved his hand indifferently and explained, "In fact, I also asked Sister Yulian at the beginning. I thought there was another well under the master's house, and the water we poured flowed over diagonally. Later, Sister Yulian told me that the pipe was flat and buried less than half a foot underground, but something was added inside that could absorb water to the master's place." Su Yun was shocked, and quickly put on an innocent look, asking knowingly, "Something that can absorb water? Could it be a talisman bestowed by the immortals?" Zhang San shook his head and said, "It's not a talisman, it's something our master tinkered with. I don't know what it's called. But I saw it once when I replaced it last time." Su Yun quickly asked, "What does that thing look like?" Zhang San picked up the pancake and took another bite, recalling, "That thing is about 1 foot long and half a foot thick, like a round pillar. It seems that the master specially asked someone to make it, saying that with it, water can be absorbed. By the way, do you still remember the millstone you left outside the house?" Su Yun was originally brainstorming the structure of the object, but when he heard this, he subconsciously said, "Remember, it's just outside my house." Zhang San nodded. "When we pour water, the millstone outside the house will be pulled by a donkey. There is a rope under the millstone, which is connected to the thing that can absorb water. Once the donkey pulls the mill, the thing will start working, saying that the donkey will use its strength, and we just pour the water in here." Su Yun pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized, no wonder Sister Yulian came from the direction of my room. It turned out that she went to check the millstone first, and while thinking, Zhang San suddenly recalled a certain detail. "By the way, there is another thing." "What's the matter?" "The last time they disassembled and installed the thing, I saw someone stuffing several palm-sized discs into it. The discs were flat on one side, but there were a lot of thin blades inserted on the other side, which looked very strange. Disc? Blade? Soo-yoon was stunned at first, then he thought of something, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he blurted out a word, fuck, self-priming pump. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, More Than Just an Impeller. In the long history of civilization in the world, water source is a key word that no civilization can do without. The water wheel and water hammer of China, as well as the Archimedean screw pump in the West, are all tools created by ancient people for water supply. But these tools are huge in size, and most of them need to work at the water source. And their main purpose is to transport water from low places to high places. Throughout the history of the ancient world, almost no civilization can achieve flat land transportation of water sources without the help of gravity. Whether it is Rome's ancient urban water supply system that shocked the world, or Chang'an's hydraulic facilities in the Tang dynasty, they are actually not related to flat water supply. For example, Rome's water supply system consists of the old Anaya Aqueduct, the new Anaya Aqueduct, the Marja Aqueduct, the Tapu Aqueduct, the Julius Aqueduct, the Virgo Aqueduct, the Antonia Aqueduct, and so on. The core technologies of these waterways are the siphon or communicating vessel principle, that is, there must be a height difference or liquid pressure. This is also why the water introduced into Rome was first supplied to the fountain, because you can't block it at all. So Rome's water supply resources are abundant, which is indeed true, but this refers to the fountains and faucets that can be seen everywhere on the streets, which are public facilities. Residents can go out to fetch water with a bucket, which is naturally very convenient. The water supply inside and outside the house is obviously two different things. Except for Emperor Augustus who danced on the top of Mount Palatino, even in Rome, few people could use water comfortably at home. The same was true in the Tang dynasty. The so-called convenience actually stopped at the door. So Soo-yoon was very confused before, why could Lao Su use the water drawn from the well in the main room? Whether it is the siphon or the communicating vessel principle, there is obviously an inexplicable bug, that is, the amount of water injected is not enough. For a water pipe that is more than 100 meters long and nearly 30 centimeters in diameter, it is considered too much for 20 buckets of water to fill 1/15. At the same time, there is a very critical issue, that is, the labor cost. In this era, the cost of servants carrying buckets for 100 meters and going back and forth 10 times is not high. Therefore, the solution chosen by Lao Su must be cheap, that is, something that was tinkered with a mentality of low cost but can save the servants some work, otherwise it would be better to give a few more coins as a subsidy. And now, with Zhang San's words, Soo-yoon's doubts were finally solved. Wow, Lao Su actually tinkered with a self-priming pump. A self-priming pump is a self-priming centrifugal pump. The so-called self-priming means that it can automatically suck up water without adding water. It is similar to the nature of sitting on it and moving by itself. Its working principle is to fill the pump casing with water before the water pump is started. After starting, the impeller rotates at high speed, causing the water in the impeller groove to flow to the volute. At this time, a vacuum is formed at the inlet, causing the water inlet check valve to open, and the air in the suction pipe enters the pump and reaches the outer edge through the impeller groove. This pump does not need to be equipped with a bottom valve, because the inlet of a general self-priming pump is equipped with a check valve, which is what we often call a one-wave valve. In this way, after the pump stops, the liquid in the pump body cannot flow back to the original pool, but is stored in the pump body, so there is no need to add liquid when it is used for the second time. It is a very simple principle and easy to understand. As for the appearance of the self-priming pump, you can imagine the appearance of the air cannon in Doraemon. Enlarge the air cannon by about 1.5 times and then put a brick at any end. It will be almost the same as the self-priming pump. No, it's not right. Thinking about it, Soo-yoon suddenly frowned and asked Zhang San, "Brother San, how fast do you think the donkey pulling the mill is?" Zhang San opened his mouth in confusion and answered subconsciously, "It's just an ordinary donkey pulling the mill. I guess it's slower than walking normally." Soo-yoon's expression became more and more puzzled when he heard this. There are many types of local self-priming pumps, and the ones currently used are generally electricity or high water pressure as the power source. In addition, hand pulling, foot pedaling and even water hammer can also make the self-priming pump operate. But no matter which of the above modes, a kind of instantaneous power is required. Theoretically, the work done by the donkey pulling the mill is enough, but the time is a bit long. In other words, within a unit of time, for example, within 1 or 2 seconds, the power of the mill seems not enough to make the impeller rotate. Thinking of this, Su-Yoon couldn't help but have a guess in his mind. The working principle of the self-priming pump is probably not as simple as the impeller pumping water. The Su mansion set the morning meal time for the servants from 5 a.m. to 2 a.m., which is about 6 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. Each servant has a meal time of 15 minutes, which is 15 minutes. After eating breakfast, servants of the Queen and Dai levels can rest for another 15 minutes, and then they need to do hard work, such as chopping wood, running errands, delivering goods, etc. For example, Zhang San, the unlucky guy, was sent by the old steward to a silk shop to pick up goods. Servants above the Li level can rest for 25 minutes, and the subsequent tasks are also relatively easy. For example, accompany the young masters in the mansion to play in the courtyard or go out, or follow the master to visit other mansions, or repair flowers and plants, etc. Although Su-Yoon was currently treated as a green servant, he was not assigned any tasks. I don't know whether it was because he had little strength, after all, he was a male actor, or because he had not been naturalized. The old steward's attitude seemed a little subtle. He just told him to get well as soon as possible and fetch water during the day. The rest were riddles like don't sit for a long time and lie on your side as much as possible. Of course, the surveillance will not be relaxed. Then, accompanied by several servants who went to chop firewood, Su-Yoon returned to his own courtyard again. Creaking, as soon as he entered the courtyard, Su-Yoon saw a black donkey with its eyes blindfolded, slowly pulling the millstone. The bottom of the millstone was simply modified. As the millstone turned, a thick rope was constantly pulled from a certain direction in the corner of the wall and tied to the stone support under the millstone in circles. Seeing this, Su-Yoon thought for a moment, then glanced at the servants who accompanied him, turned around and walked towards the corner, the bells on his feet still jingling. The servants did not stop him, but prepared their own tools. After all, the height of the wall of this courtyard is nearly 10 feet, and next door is the courtyard of the mansion. As long as Su-Yoon does not know how to walk through walls, he will not be able to escape under everyone's eyes. After walking to the corner, a device similar to the size of a local computer mainframe appeared in front of Su-Yoon. The rope seen on the millstone before was slowly pulled out from one side of this device. In addition, this device kept making a series of clicking sounds. Su-Yoon was not unfamiliar with the sound. It seemed like balance spring. Chapter 110 Hook. It's over, it's all over. Balance spring, this is actually a combination word. According to the function, it is actually divided into two concepts, balance wheel and hairspring. In the 21st century, hairspring has been optimized to the limit and has become a very thin spiral spring, 99.9% of which are used in mechanical watches. It is about 3 to 4 times thinner than human hair, with a total weight of about 2 milligrams, but can withstand 600 grams of tension and has a very strong toughness. In watches, the inner end of the hairspring is fixed to the axis of the balance wheel, and the outer end is fixed to the balance wheel splint. When the balance wheel is driven, the hairspring fixed in the balance wheel will contract and relax evenly due to elasticity, and at the same time drive the balance wheel to swing back and forth. The balance wheel is driven by force to compress and relax the hairspring, driving the balance wheel to rotate clockwise or counterclockwise. Such a rotation cycle will directly affect the accuracy of the watch, thereby calibrating the time. In fact, the field of application of balance spring is very wide. Because it has an important relationship with the spring, the power released by the spring is transmitted to the escapement system, driving the hairspring balance wheel to perform simple harmonic motion, generating a reaction force to achieve the purpose of deceleration. However, with the development of technology, the relationship between the balance spring and the spring has gradually cracked, or the balance spring has been NTR. Ordinary springs do not need such precise motion correction, and advanced springs have other means to achieve more precise effects, without the need for a balance spring. Therefore, after a while, the balance spring and spring can only be seen in mechanical watches. However, who would have thought? In the Northern Song dynasty, Su Yun actually saw a set of equipment composed of a balance spring? Of course. The balance spring here will definitely not be as fine as in later generations, and it mainly plays a role in connecting the internal links. It's a coincidence. While Su Yun was observing this device, a rapid click suddenly came from the inside of the device. This sound sounds like the rope on the windlass frame being quickly pulled out when a bucket is thrown down the well when drawing water. Then there was a sound of running water at the bottom of the device. It was obvious. Old Su was washing with water in the main room. A few seconds later, the sound stopped. During this process, the rope pulled out by the millstone was not affected and was still dragging outward. At this point, there was no need to disassemble the device for a closer look. Su Yun already understood everything. The cost of this water-supplied device in the Su mansion may not be high, but the technical level contained in the entire link is extraordinary. This is a sophisticated, interconnected plain water supply system. The entire pipeline is about 100 meters long and is laid under the ground. The material of the pipeline is unknown. It may be stone or metal. Every day, the servants first test the water in front of the head maid to confirm that it is non-toxic, and then pour the pre-drilled well water through the stone pillar. Because the stone pillar is high, the gravitational potential energy is first converted into some kinetic energy, and some of it is disabled in the collision, so that the well water flows forward. About 10 meters in front of the entrance, a self-priming pump was installed. This self-priming pump was actually not operated at the beginning, and simply blocked the water on one side. At the same time, there was a donkey on the ground pulling the millstone constantly. The bottom of the millstone was modified to be able to pull the rope. The starting point of the rope was on the other side of the courtyard. The length might be 20 meters or 30 meters. Su Yun couldn't guess the exact length. He only knew that it was passed through the ground facilities like a needle and connected to the millstone. As the donkey began to pull the millstone, the rope was retracted like a kite. The traction of the rope drove the springs in the device to store power. There might also be several of these springs, and the balance spring was responsible for calibration. When one spring was fully charged, the next one would continue to store power until all were fully charged. When the main room or the west wing needed water, they only needed to press the switch and twist it gently. The spring would convert the stored elastic potential energy into kinetic energy, instantly providing enough power for the self-priming pump to operate. This is why the diameter of the pipe is as thick as 30 centimeters. First, it is to store water to avoid repeated filing within a day. Second, it is to prevent the small pipe from bursting due to the instantaneous pressure. Flywheel. Self-priming pump. Balance spring. Looking at this set of tightly operated equipment, Su Yun slowly stood up from the ground, his eyes showing shock. Although from his perspective, this set of equipment still has a lot of room for improvement. For example, the potential energy conversion efficiency of the well water was not high at the beginning, and the stone pillars could be adjusted to be tilted. Another example is that the rope can be changed to a flat type similar to that of fish, so as to increase friction and energy storage, although this will make the donkey more tired. But don't forget, Su Yun is a modern man. Looking at the technology of the Northern Song dynasty with a modern perspective is like using 22 years of reading to spray Panlong and Fighting Breaks Fear and other early online books as poisonous. It is completely meaningless. From the current level of science and technology, Lao Tzu's device is undoubtedly a top-level scientific and technological achievement. Although it is not clear what level of refinement the internal structure has reached, Su Yun dares to guarantee that it will be at least 400 years ahead of the West. It was only the 16th century 400 years later, and the West at that time had not yet reached the point of rapid technological advancement. Thinking of this, Su Yun subconsciously raised his head and looked at the sky. In Lao Tzu's temporary residence in Beijing, such a sophisticated water supply device can be seen. Then how much wisdom of the ancestors has been buried in the long river of time in this dynasty that died suddenly because of the Jin people, or in the 5,000 years of Chinese history? 1? 10? Or thousands? I'm afraid no one can give an accurate number. At the same time, Su Yun's interest in Lao Tzu has suddenly become stronger. Although Lao Tzu has made many inventions in history, unlike Xiaoyu was in the 17th century, and there are many materials and even handwritten manuscripts left. The world's understanding of Xiaoyu is relatively clear, detailed and authoritative. Everyone knows what kind of character Xiaoyu is, and Su Yun also knows how to start to rouse his interest. But Lao Tzu is different. 1100 is a full 900 years away from now, and a large number of ancient books have been lost due to the sudden death of the Northern Song dynasty. Therefore, Su Yun and later generations could not have a very intuitive understanding of Su Song's ability and character. In fact, it was not only Su Song, but also many famous scientists in ancient times. For example, Zhu Chongzi in the southern and northern dynasties. Some black fans even thought that he plagiarized the results of others. He had a person like Chu Ziojiang under his command, and Zhu Chongzi relied on this person to obtain the Daming calendar. As for your questioning of his name and basis, these people will reply to you, the data was destroyed by Zhu Chongzi, so you can't find this person. I don't know what hatred those people have, and they have to throw dirty water on some sages. Then Su Yun shook his head and put his mind back to reality. Looking at this device that was still clicking, he suddenly thought of something, and a smile rose uncontrollably on his mouth. Speaking of which, in the local history, the inventor of the balance spring is also an old acquaintance of his. His name is Robert Hooke. Note, considering that some readers may disagree, let me explain that it is now generally recognized that Hooke invented the hairspring in 1664, and the verdict was overturned at the CBT conference in Sweden in 2009. Huygens is currently in the Oxford University Physics Chronicles course, and the definition of the hairspring is a corrected spiral hairspring. This course can be accessed on the University Library computer. Chapter 111 Naturalization. To be honest, although Su Yun didn't like Hooke very much, he had never thought of deliberately slandering Hooke since he left the 1665 copy. He had never thought of bringing Hooke's invention to the world in advance and treating this giant under the calf as a sheep. However, God seemed to have his own plans and was not prepared to act according to Su Yun's ideas. On the second day after he came to this world, he saw one of Hooke's most proud inventions. In fact, if you think about it carefully, this is quite reasonable. The armillary sphere rotating device and the Xianheng system that Lao Tzu had tinkered with were the prototypes of modern observatory transfer clocks and modern mechanical clocks. Joseph Needham personally commented on Lao Tzu. Su Song combined clock machinery with the armillary sphere for observation, and has achieved complete success in principle. He was 6 centuries ahead of the European Robert Hooke and 7 centuries ahead of Feng Hefei. The balance spring, as the core of the mechanical clock, was created by Lao Tzu, which is completely worthy of scrutiny. To some extent, this is even inevitable. Just like Lao Tzu tinkered with the car, so finding an engine in his house is nothing strange, right? Maybe the balance spring made by Lao Tzu is different from that of later generations in appearance, but the principle and function are definitely the same or similar. But in this way, Comrade Hooke of later generations will be unlucky. If Su Yun hadn't seen this device, it would be fine, but now that Lao Tzu has made a balance spring, do you think Su Yun can still watch it being taken away in vain? Although there is no maverick to guarantee this era, China is not a foreign country like Great Britain. It is too simple to leave enough strong evidence in history. Of course, this is still a relatively later goal. At present, Su Yun must think of a way to let himself officially come on stage as soon as possible. As for the way to come on stage, how about developing a new dish? Su Yun pondered for a moment, and finally gave up the idea. Tell the truth. This idea is feasible. After all, the Su mansion is not the imperial kitchen. If the opportunity is right, it is not difficult to show off your skills. Although Beijing is located in the inland, it cannot cook Su Yun's best steamed Fujian people. But looking at his recipes, it is not difficult to select a few delicacies that can conquer this era. Because China's history of cooking officially began in the Song dynasty, due to the increase in iron ore production in the Song dynasty, iron pots gradually became popular during this period. Although there are records of cooking in the southern and northern dynasties and the Tang dynasty, they are basically only enjoyed by dignitaries. Wide-spectrum frying, stir-frying, cooking and deep frying have only gradually become popular since the Song dynasty. Therefore, this point in time can be said to be the embryonic period of cooking, and many dishes have not been developed. Therefore, in theory, cooking is indeed a way to get in touch with Lao Tzu. But the problem is that although this approach seems to work, Lao Tzu may even summon Su Yun on a whim, but it will not make Lao Tzu look at Su Yun with a higher regard. The situation at that time is likely to be like this. Oh? I didn't expect that someone with your background can cook so well? Then stay in the mansion and be a cook. Yuanian, take him away. And then there is nothing else. In addition, castrating pigs is impossible. Not to mention that the cycle of this method is too long. The end result is nothing more than going from a cook to a pig farmer compared to cooking. The entry point that Su-Yun needs must show the value related to scientific research. Not to mention communicating with Lao Su on an equal footing. At least make him feel that there is something to dig out of this person, but where is this opportunity? Just as Su-Yun was thinking, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Hey, Wang Mezi, Wang Mezi. Su-Yun came back to his senses and found that the old steward had stood beside him without knowing when. He quickly bowed to the old steward. Hello, old steward. The old steward nodded slightly to him, and pointed his chin towards a secluded area. Wang Mezi, come with me. Su-Yun blinked and followed him quickly. Then the old steward led him through a courtyard wall and came to a shed where servants rested, and sat down at random. Then the old steward coughed lightly and said, Wang Mezi, you broke into the Su mansion at night yesterday. According to the laws of this dynasty, you should have been sent to the government for conviction and sentencing. The lighter one is imprisoned, and the heavier one is exiled. However, the master felt sorry for your poor background and kept you in the mansion out of pity. You and I are all aware of the cause and effect. Am I right? Su-Yun nodded and replied, yes. The old steward stroked his long beard and continued, if so, I will tell you directly. Are you willing to join the Su mansion? Everyone knows. There are two official proofs of native place in the Song dynasty. One is an identity document, and the other is an identity badge. As for the official residence mentioned by the old steward, it actually does not refer to the registration of native place, but refers to an agreement similar to an employment contract. Entering the official residence of a family means becoming a servant of this family, and there is a contractual benefit between the two parties. The servant must serve the master, and the master needs to provide the agreed remuneration. The purpose of signing this agreement is mainly used for the statistics of the master's accounts, and it is also a proof of a contract. Another important thing to explain is that naturalization is not selling oneself. In the most prosperous period of many dynasties, naturalization is actually no different from joining a company today. For example, Junhei once unearthed a naturalization contract from the period of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang Dynasty, that is, the Qing Prosperity period. The contract describes the rights and interests of servants as many as 47 articles, almost using the exhaustive method. Even in the local area today, not many companies can do this. At that time, this matter was also on the hot search, and many people complained that I don't know whether it is a servant hired or an ancestor. Of course, the so-called protection of servants' rights and interests here is based on the most prosperous period. In remote areas or ordinary times, it depends on the situation. Feudal society is not a good word. There are many innocent dead in the mass graves. The site returns to the original place. Not to mention that Bianjing currently has excellent protection for servants. Just from the perspective of the mission, Su-Yun must sign this agreement. Therefore, facing the old steward's inquiry, he hardly hesitated and immediately bowed his hands. Thank you for your kindness, master. If I refuse, wouldn't I be an ungrateful person? Seeing his sincere attitude, the old steward's eyes showed some satisfaction. That's very good. It's not in vain that the master has mercy on you. You just listen carefully. The servants in the mansion are divided into 4 levels, Qing, Dai, Li and Yi, and the duties and status of each level are different. For example, Zio Sainer who fetched water with you before was a Dai servant, the man who tied you up yesterday was a Li servant, and I New Lian are Yi servants. If you become a naturalized citizen, you must start as a Qing servant, with a monthly salary of 3 strings of silver, and a small amount of annual salary at the end of the year. Food and clothing are provided by the mansion, as are minor illnesses. But if you have a serious illness, you will have to bear the medical expenses yourself. Do you understand? Su-Yun bowed his hands again. I understand. Then the old steward took out a contract from his body and handed it to Su-Yun. This is a document from the government. It contains the duties of servants. Please read it yourself. If you have any questions, just raise them. Su-Yun took the contract and read it carefully. To be honest, the content of this contract is actually very simple and quite formulaic. It basically explains the welfare and duties of servants. On the surface, there is nothing wrong with it. Contract documents from all dynasties actually look similar. Even the indentures are written very humanely. Treat them like family members, treat them like your own children, etc. In fact, this kind of words is like many Kidian readers saying, I have subscribed to all this book because of what you said, but a few months later, The fan value seen in the author's backstage is still 0. Just read it for fun, don't take it seriously. After reading the full text, Soo-yoon didn't hesitate and signed his name on it, Wang Lin, with the courtesy name Zianchin. Chapter 112 The second historical celebrity encountered. Since the contract that old steward Z took out had already been signed by the name of the head of the Soo family, the naturalization contract came into effect on the spot as Soo-yoon's handwriting fell. In other words, Soo-yoon gloriously became a servant of the Soo mansion. Of course. As a newcomer who had just entered the mansion, Soo-yoon could only do some rough work at present, and he did not need to wash smelly socks, underwear, etc. In fact, in ancient China, it goes without saying that small landlords had no choice, but those who were responsible for washing and cooking in large families were not ordinary servants. Being careful and skillful was the basis, and at the same time, they had to work in the mansion for at least a few years. After all, underwear is considered a very private object in any era, and ordinary servants are not qualified to touch it. In addition, considering Soo-yoon's origin, old steward Z was also very humane and did not let Soo-yoon sleep on the big bunk bed, and still gave him the small bedroom as a temporary foothold. That's it. After signing the contract, 3 days passed in a flash. Although there were no mobile phones, no Wi-Fi, no Memonogi Kana, and no Tifa in the Northern Song dynasty, Soo-yoon had lived with Xiaoniu for a while, and his past experience of spending a long time in the library also made him less dependent on mobile phones. In addition, life in the Northern Song dynasty was much happier than in the 17th century. Listening to the servants chatting every day, it was not too difficult to spend time. Of course. This was also related to Soo-yoon's first arrival in the Northern Song dynasty. When a person suddenly came to a completely new environment, the desire to explore would often make time pass quickly. Early in the morning of the 4th day, creak. Soo-yoon pushed open the door as usual and walked out of the house yawning. As usual, Z, the old steward, was arranging tasks in the yard as usual. Well, there was also the donkey. Old steward, good morning, brother Yongzhu. Soo-yoon greeted the other party familiarly, then stretched his waist and prepared to go to fetch water as usual. However, before he could even start walking, he was stopped by the old steward Z, Wang Lin. Wait a minute. Soo-yoon turned around and asked in confusion, old steward, what's the matter? Old steward Z glanced at him, motioned for everyone to be quiet, and asked, Wang Lin, you can read, right? Soo-yoon nodded, yes. In the past few days, he had taught Zhang San how to write his name in his spare time, and gave him the nickname of a crazy person. After Zhang San learned it, he showed off in the yard for a while, so it was normal for the old steward to know that he could read. Steward Z thought for a moment and said, since you can read, don't go to fetch water today. Hurry up and have some breakfast. Later, go with Yongzhu to deliver a letter. Deliver a letter. Steward Z nodded and explained, the master has loved reading since he was a child. Recently, a member of the Ministry of Rights in Huangzhou was promoted to the rank of Hongshi Dafu. In addition to his family and belongings, he also brought a lot of books with him to the capital, and they are all rare reading materials in Beijing. The master made an appointment with this person in a letter a month ago to borrow 50 volumes of Huangzhou's specialty books. Today, he sent a servant to pick them up. Borrowing books is a gentleman's agreement. And this Hongshi Dafu is also an upright person, but in order to avoid unnecessary changes in the future, you need to pay more attention to the handover. A few minutes later, after listening to Steward Z's literary explanation, Soo-yoon understood the cause and effect. In simple terms, recently a cadre from the Northern Song dynasty was promoted from a regional position to a ministry in the central part of Beijing, and he brought with him a lot of special books, so Lao Su made an appointment with him to borrow a few books. Today is the day for the book borrowing, and someone needs to take a visiting card to pick up the books. However, in order to avoid some possible disputes, the servants sent must be literate, and they must check the titles of the books one by one before handing over the borrowing documents to the owner. And it just so happens that there are not many literate servants in the mansion today. The literacy rate of various dynasties in ancient China has always been controversial in later generations. After all, everyone has a different judgment on literacy. For example, knowing your own name is literacy, and knowing more than 200 characters is also literacy. But the cultural level that the two can represent is completely two concepts. However, there is one thing that is generally recognized at present, that is, The period with the highest literacy rate in ancient China should be from the Eastern Zhou dynasty to the Qin dynasty, and the literacy rate can reach about 20%. I won't say what the literacy rate of the Song dynasty is, but at least after deducting the group of scholars and civil servants who can read, there are obviously not many people who can understand the names of 50 sets of books. There are few literate servants in the Su mansion, but today is the birthday of the head of the Privy Council, and Su Mao, the fourth son of old Su, brought these servants to celebrate his birthday. The remaining 1 or 2 literate servants are all stewards in the mansion, and they are not very willing to do this kind of work. The residence of the middle servant doctor is in the west of Beijing City, and it is a good 10 miles away from the Su mansion. Therefore, the old stewards thought, hey, Wang Mezi is a male actor, he must have some literary knowledge, so just send him to the door. Well, the old steward has not heard of Zhang San's story. As for the possibility that Su Yun took the opportunity to escape, let alone that there were other servants accompanying him along the way, even if Su Yun really ran away, what would it matter? Restricting Su Yun's movements in the mansion and hanging a bell on his feet was mainly to prevent him from disturbing the master and mistress of the Su mansion. After all, Su Yun was not a stable factor at that time. As for leaving the mansion, it's up to you. If you really want to run, just run. Without identity documents and a badge, he was lucky to survive for 5 days. These days, Su Yun had been staying in the south wing, without any chance to steal money. If he really ran away from the Su mansion, he would only lose a few meals. The master had planned his life trajectory for him, and he didn't have the life to enjoy it, so everyone would say he deserved it. Then, the old steward coughed lightly and said, Wang Lin, what do you think? Su Yun was a little bored of staying in the south wing these days. Now that he had the opportunity to see the scenery of Beijing, he was naturally very happy. How can I refuse to serve the master? Please rest assured, old steward, Wang will definitely get this done. The old steward nodded approvingly and called Yongzhu from his side. Yongzhu, you find a few people and follow Wang Lin to get the books. Remember not to destroy the books, otherwise you will be held accountable. As a book maniac, Lao Su has asked people to borrow books more than once or twice, so Yongzhu is familiar with this. Don't worry, leave everything to me. Then the old steward took out 2 documents from his body and handed them to Su Yun. The upper one is a visiting card, just hand it to the doorman after meeting. The lower one is a borrowing document, which can only be handed over after confirming that the name of the book is correct. Do you understand? Su Yun took the document and nodded. I understand. Seeing this, the old steward waved his hand gently. Since you understand, let's hurry up and set off. Su Yun put the document into his inner pocket and kept it away. He followed Yongzhu and others to eat some breakfast, and then left from the back door of the Su mansion. As soon as he walked a few steps out of the door, Su Yun just thought of something and said to Yongzhu, Brother Yongzhu, I forgot to ask before, which mansion are we going to this time? Yongzhu was originally leading the way in front, and he turned around and looked at him. The gentleman's surname is Li, and he is a disciple of Dongpo Jeshi, an old friend of the master. His name is Jeffei, and I forgot his courtesy name. He is now a 5th-rank official in the court. He has a lot of correspondence with the master and lives in the west of Beijing. Li Jeffei. Hearing this name from Yongzhu's mouth, Su Yun was stunned on the spot. Even though he was a pure science student, he was not unfamiliar with this name. Because this person has a daughter named Li Qingzhao. Chapter 113, Beijing Splendor. Speaking of talented women in Chinese history, many people may think of 3 names, Zhu Daoyan, Lin Huayan, and Li Qingzhao. Whether it is, flowers fall and water flows. 1 kind of love sickness, 2 kinds of idle worries. There is no way to eliminate this feeling. Just after the eyebrows are down, it comes to my heart. Or, things are different, everything is over, tears flow before words. Or, live as a hero, die as a ghost hero. These words are so popular in later generations that even if you are just a social person who has graduated from high school for many years, you can at least vaguely recite a few sentences if you think carefully, not to mention reciting the whole text. Of course. As a science student, Su Yun's understanding of Xiao Li is almost limited to this. In addition, this girl is called Yan Zheshi, and her husband is called Zhao Mingcheng, who has done a coquettish operation of abandoning the city and fleeing. Later, Xiao Li remarried and married a scumbag named Zhang Reshao, and also made the first anti-corruption report of a wife in history. As for how old Xiao Li is this year, whether she is married to Zhao Mingchang now, and when she died, Su Yun didn't know anything. However, Su Yun once followed a novel from the Song dynasty, so he vaguely remembered that Xiao Li's father, Lao Li, seemed to have been dismissed from office 2 years after Su Shi's death. At that time, Xiao Li was not even 20 years old. So according to this estimate, Xiao Li is estimated to be only 10 years old now? That's really a young girl in her prime. Of course. The above sentence is just a sigh. Su Yun didn't have any improper thoughts about this girl because of Li Qingzhao's name. Not to mention that he will disappear in the future, even if he can stay in this era forever. Can Xiao Li like him? After all, this girl is a talented woman. In the future, she is a literary young woman. It is impossible to touch her heart without some ink in his belly. Su Yun's level of research on poetry is only slightly higher than Jia Qianqian's. Although he has many works that can be plagiarized in his mind, writing poetry and lyrics is a very complicated matter these days. Parallelism, see meaning, see tune, and the object of chanting are actually very random and rigid requirements. Maybe Su Yun can happen to run into it once or twice by chance, but if it happens too often, he will inevitably reveal his flaws. It's okay to let Su Yun recite Guo's family in the ditch gave birth to a private daughter, and the cook must marry her when the marriage begins, but if you want to use that thing to pick up girls, he doesn't have the ability, and he himself is also very uncomfortable. Women, how can it be fun to discuss the mysteries of the world with Lao Su? In short, with such a heart of looking up to historical celebrities, Su Yun followed Yongzhu and others. In the Song dynasty, Beijing was said to have a population of 1 million, one country supporting one city, and it was the most prosperous in history. But in fact, the 1 million here includes the 10 wings around Beijing, which are similar to satellite cities. The population of the entire Beijing city is about 500,000, which is less than Chang'an in the Tang dynasty. However, although this number seems small, it is almost one of the peak populations in ancient society. There are not many high-rise buildings in Beijing at present. The tallest building in the city is the famous Fanlao. At that time, Wang Anshi could overlook Beijing from the top of the 5-story building of Fanlao. It can be seen that the main buildings in Beijing are low-rise small buildings. But in sharp contrast to these low-rise building complexes is the bustling market life in Beijing. It has been mentioned before. The Song people of this era were basically not used to firing in the morning. The rich families asked their servants to buy morning snacks, while ordinary civilians liked to go to the street and find a small stall to eat. Therefore, at this time in Beijing, almost every street and alley was filled with the hawking of morning snacks. New wine has arrived, new wine has arrived, here is a drink to relieve the heat, you can sit down and rest your feet, 1 penny for a big bowl, mutton hot pot, the best mutton hot pot, 6 pennies each, 2 for only 11 pennies, fried jelly, anyone want it? Only 5 pennies for 1 portion. The prices of goods in the Northern Song dynasty have always been a very controversial and interesting topic in later generations, because with the changes in the Song dynasty, the purchasing power of the same currency is completely different. How big is this fluctuation? The same penny, the purchasing power of the low and peak values is 50 times different. However, the reason for this situation is largely due to the Jikan incident. In the current 1,100 years, although the purchasing power of copper coins has shrunk a little compared to the early Song dynasty, it is also in a relatively normal range. Readers who have attended elementary school should all know a formula: 1 string of copper coins equals 1,000 coins. At the beginning, Zhang San once told Su Yun that his salary was 4 strings of coins per month, which is 4,000 coins when converted into copper coins. The salary of other servants in the mansion is 3 strings of coins, which is 3,000 coins. Therefore, the price level in Beijing at this time is similar to that of ordinary prefecture-level cities in the mainland around 2008. The monthly salary is generally 3,000, a rao jiamo is 6 yuan, and a bowl of fried noodles is 5 yuan. The salary of a servant like Zhang San is about 4,000 yuan, which is similar to that of a civil servant. However, there are mothers and sisters in the family who need subsidies to support, so the money is not so loose. Of course. This is just a very simple analogy. If you are serious, you can't convert it like this. After all, the productivity of each era is different. The salt that is extremely cheap in later generations can be comparable to meat in ancient times. By the way, the salary of the prime minister at this time is about 3.6 million Chinese yuan in today's money. Let's return to reality. In addition to the bustling food stalls, the streets were also filled with a large number of other vendors, such as stuntmen, fortune tellers, people carrying shoulder poles and other goods, and selling raw medicinal herbs. Looking at the lush and ancient scene in front of him, Su Yun couldn't help but feel deeply moved. In fact, he had seen more lively occasions in the future. A few years ago, he went to the Bund in the Magic City during the National Day, and the scene was much more lively than that in Beijing. It is said that at that time, millions of people gathered on the Bund for several kilometers at the same time. But unlike the noisy car sounds in the Magic City or in the future, the current Beijing city is filled with a unique atmosphere that belongs to ancient China. Blue-shirted scholars, cloth-clothed civilians, old men in Chinese clothes, colorful women. All kinds of ancient Chinese ancestors came and went, which brought Su Yun a shock and baptism from the blood and spirit. This was his first real contact with Beijing in this era. For the first time, I witnessed what it meant to be the most prosperous era. After that, everyone walked for a while. As the sun gradually rose, Su Yun and others began to sweat unconsciously. When passing by a stall, Su Yun suddenly turned his eyes. "Brother Yongzhu, the weather is hot now, and we still have plenty of time. Why don't I treat you all to a meal in the store and have a rest and a cup of sour plum soup?" The Li Mansion and the Su Mansion are more than 10 miles apart. Including the consumption of verifying books, Lao Su gave them 3 hours to do the work, so the time is indeed sufficient. As for the money for the meal, although Su Yun has not received his work salary yet, he brought some small gold and silver when he traveled through time. If you have to convert it, it is almost enough for Zhang San to earn 7 or 8 years. At that time, Lao Su generously returned the gold and silver to him, so Su Yun was very confident to treat guests. Upon hearing this, the leader Yongzhu stopped, looked up at the sky, and said with some attention, "Well, let's take a break. Wang Mezi, you spent money. Hey, what's the big deal? It's just a few cents." Su Yun walked into the shop with a smile and said to the boss, "Boss, please bring 4 bowls of sour plum soup." The boss of the soup shop was a dark and thin old man. Upon hearing this, he hurriedly greeted, "Okay, guests, please come in." After another moment, the old man came up with a wooden tray in his hand. There were 4 bowls of sour plum soup placed horizontally on the tray, and he placed them in front of the 4 people one by one. Su Yun's act of inviting guests was partly to build relationships, and the other half was that he was indeed a little thirsty. Therefore, when he saw the sour plum soup on the table, he hurriedly picked up the ceramic bowl and gulped down a big mouthful. The fruity taste of sour plum exploded in his mouth, and with it, there was a burst of icy feeling. That's right. The sour plum soup is iced. Chapter 114 Li Qingzhao. In the summer of the 21st century, it is not difficult to drink ice water. Basically, you can buy cold drinks with full of ice in any convenience store on the street. But in the ancient Song dynasty, it is not easy to drink a bowl of iced sour plum soup in summer. I don't know if this old man has an ice cellar at home, or if he uses saltpeter to make ice. The heat absorption function of saltpeter was discovered in the late Tang dynasty. When it is dissolved in water, it will absorb a lot of heat, lower the water temperature, and even freeze. Therefore, since then, saltpeter ice making has gradually become a way to make ice cubes in ancient China. Now, hundreds of years have passed, and the technology of saltpeter ice making has reached a very mature level and has been popularized among the people. However, sometimes saltpeter is not easy to find, so some ordinary people use Glauber salt, the kind scraped from Lao Bar restaurant. Of course. At present, this shop is not big, but not small. Even if saltpeter is used to make ice, the source of the material is obviously not so dirty. At the same time, touching the ice on the edge of the bowl, Su Yun's mind suddenly moved inexplicably. It was as if something lightly flashed through his mind, and he wanted to catch it but couldn't. Then, before he had time to think carefully, he was interrupted by the loud voice of Yongzhu beside him. "It's so damn refreshing." Yongzhu and his friends drank half a bowl of sour plum soup in their bowls, wiped their mouths happily, and exhaled a breath of summer air. I don't know if it was the cold air that penetrated the heart. A servant couldn't help but sigh softly and complained, "Hey, the weather is getting hotter and hotter now." Hearing this, Yongzhu raised his eyelids and looked at him, sneering, "Now? It's still good now. In another 10 days or so, you won't be able to sleep well at night. Just make do with it, it will be fine in 2 months." I don't know if the word endure touched the sensitive part of everyone's heart, The atmosphere on the scene suddenly became visibly low. Another servant with a blue birthmark on his face was silent for a moment, and suddenly said, "Brother Yongzhu, I heard that the master is only preparing a few people to return to Jinkao this time." Yongzhu nodded, picked up the pottery bowl and took another sip. "This time the master will bring more than 10 people back to Jinkao, and the rest will stay in Bianjing with the fourth master. According to the master's current age, I'm afraid there won't be much contact in the future." The servant with the blue birthmark asked again, "Then Brother Yongzhu, are you going to follow the master?" Yongzhu lowered his eyebrows slightly inside. "Compared with the fourth master, if it weren't for my old parents, I would definitely go back to Jinkao with the master." After speaking, he glanced at Su Yun, and I don't know if it was the good impression brought by the dinner. This man said a few more words. "Wang Mezi, you should go to the old steward more often these days. The master is a kind man. You are helpless now. If you can follow the master back to Jinkao, you will have a place to stay in the future. It will be a good thing to leave this sad place. In the future, you can rent a few acres of thin land, find a wife, and live a peaceful life in the second half of your life." "Su Yun, I understand the truth, but what is a sad place?" "But then again." Yongzhu's words revealed a lot of information. It's obvious. Lao Su is already preparing to return to Jinkao. Lao Su did return to Jinkao in summer in history, but the history books did not record the specific time. There are only 3 words in the summer of that year throughout the text. And according to Yongzhu's words, if nothing unexpected happens, Lao Su may officially set off within 1 to 2 weeks. This is undoubtedly very important information. It was mentioned earlier that no matter from which angle, Lao Su must stay in Bianjing. If there is really no opportunity in the next few days, Su Yun will have to consider making some big news. After that, the 4 of them chatted briefly for a few more sentences, and Su Yun settled the expenses and continued to set off. The layout of Bianjing City is very similar to that of Junai today, with basically no changes. The thick and black Imperial Street goes straight into the center of the Suzaku Gate. After entering the Suzaku Gate and turning right, you will see Nanman Street and Daxianguo Temple. Well, it was here that Granny Leah pulled up weeping willows. This area is also the most prosperous part of the entire Bianjing. It is actually okay during the day, but when it gets dark at night, all kinds of pleasure boats will float on the Bian River to welcome guests. After passing through this area, Su Yun and others walked a long way. Finally, they came to a courtyard with Li Mansion hanging on it. This courtyard is newer than Lao Su's courtyard. The red paint on the gate looks like it has just been applied, and there are 2 stone lions on both sides of the door. The Song dynasty was a period of rapid development of stone lions. In addition to the appearance of squatting lions and lying lions, the special part of the bund was also formed. This period. The number of hair buns on the stone lions placed in the imperial palace is 13. The first rank officials have 12, the second rank officials have 11, and the number is reduced in order of official rank. The 7th rank officials have 6 hair buns. Other people are not allowed to use hair buns in front of their houses. This is also an important feature to distinguish official and folk lions. Li Jeffy's current official position is the 5th rank, so the hair buns on the stone lions in front of his house are 8. Then, led by Yongzhu, the 4 walked to the side door and knocked on the door knocker. After a moment, click, a baffle on the upper part of the side door was moved away, revealing a pair of eyes. "Who is it?" Yongzhu coughed lightly, motioned Su Yun to take out a visiting card, and said, "We are the prince's junior tutor, and the servants of the Duke of Zhao County granted by His Majesty. Last month, my master and the Lord of the Central Chamberlain agreed to borrow books today, so we were sent here to deliver the documents. Please let this elder know." Su Yun on the side tacitly stuffed the visiting card in through the gap. The doorman took the visiting card, looked at the appearance, and couldn't help but be more polite. "So it's someone from Lord Su's house. I'm Qin Lian. You can call me Uncle Qin. Please wait a moment, I'll go and tell the master." Then the doorman named Qin closed the baffle again and went to find his master. After about a quarter of an hour, creak, the side door was opened from the middle. A meticulous man who looked like a steward came out and looked everyone up and down. "Everyone, I am Li Gu, the chief clerk of the Li Mansion. Please follow me." Su Yun and the others looked at each other and followed obediently. After entering the mansion, under the guidance of the steward, the group passed through several courtyard walls and finally stopped in front of a book pavilion. The book pavilion was 2 stories high and faintly exuded a sandalwood scent. It can be seen that people should often go in and out of this attic to burn incense and read papers. At the entrance of the attic, there were several sealed large boxes, and there were 3 or 4 guards guarding them. Presumably, the books that needed to be handed over this time should be inside. The steward first led Soo-yoon and the others to the center of the courtyard, and then walked to the door of a small house on the left, and said respectfully, "Miss, the servant sent by Lord Soo to fetch the books has arrived." After a moment, creak, another sound of opening the door, and a woman, or girl, walked out of the small house. The girl was not very tall and thin, and looked like a small bean sprout, but her appearance was not low. Her face was as white as goose fat, her lips were like cherry blossoms, her eyebrows were like ink paintings, her spirit was like autumn water, and she was indescribably soft and delicate. She was wearing a green skirt, which was particularly eye-catching and fresh in this courtyard. When he saw her, 2 words suddenly popped up in Soo-yoon's mind: rain hitting the green lotus, fog covering the lonely mountain. I think so. How low could a woman who could write a sentence like "she is the best among flowers" be? Of course. Although this girl is gentle and dignified, in fact, this little bean sprout has a bold temperament. She plays mahjong, gambles, and drinks. She once gambled 600 kan in one night but got nothing. She looked like Tsunade when she first appeared in Naruto. For example, the poem Room Mengling is familiar to everyone. I often remember the sunset at the pavilion by the stream. I was so drunk that I didn't know the way home. I returned to the boat late at night. I mistakenly entered the deep lotus flowers. I struggled to cross the river. I startled a flock of gulls and herons. It looks very poetic, right? In fact, the meaning of this poem is that this girl is drunk and can't even find the way home. By the way, this poem was just published not long ago, and it was the first work of this 16-year-old. That's right. This is Lee King-seo, the most talented woman in the history, the most money-giving girl in the Song dynasty, who loves to drink but has a very low alcohol tolerance. Yeonjushi. After walking out of the house, little Lee walked down the steps in apricot steps. After coming to Soo-yoon and others, she glanced at them and asked, "Where's the borrowed document of Lord Soo?" Seeing this, Soo-yoon took the initiative to step forward and bowed to her, reporting to Miss, "The document is with me, but please let us check the list of books first, and I will present the document after it is correct." Zio Lee looked at him in surprise, and his tone became a little heavier. "There are many unfamiliar characters in the books borrowed by Lord Soo this time. Can you recognize them?" "Of course I can recognize them." Zio Lee couldn't help but look at him again. "In fact, from the original sentence do you know, it should be green, fat, red and thin." It is not difficult to see that Zio Lee is a very down-to-earth and serious girl. This can be seen from her writing a book to satirize Zhao Mingchang after he escaped, and her actions to report Zhang Ruziao. Among the books that Lao Su borrowed from Lao Li this time, there are several local collections unique to Huangzhou. The titles alone are extremely complicated, and even Zio Li had to look up the information at the beginning to understand them. Therefore, when Zio Li suddenly heard Soo-yoon's arrogant words, her stubborn temper came up. However, the girl did not change much on the surface, just nodded in a very normal way. "Yes, then let's check the list of books first." Then several people walked to the box, and Manager Lee opened the box, and ordered the servants in the courtyard to spread a cloth on the ground, and then retreated behind everyone. Seeing this, Soo-yoon looked at Zio Lee, and after getting Zio Lee's approval, he walked forward to check the names of the books. Preface to Lin Tongpan of Huangzhou, 12 volumes of Yink's Strange Aspirations, Records of Mr. King Liu's Female House, The Story of the Stories. Huangzhou happened to be in the turbulent place of Halian, so during this period, the culture and fonts of Huangzhou had many changes. Although this alienated text gradually returned to normal after the Song dynasty. But just like the dialects in various places in the later generations, the alienated text and language cannot be completely eliminated at once. During his tenure in Huangzhou, Li Jefei was influenced by Su Shi and collected a large number of books and periodicals with Huangzhou characteristics, about 20% of which were different from the official culture of the current Song dynasty. Some are fonts, and some are combined into word meanings. When Lao Li wrote to Lao Su, it was obviously impossible to copy the original names of the books directly. Therefore, the content of the letter was actually simplified. Lao Su knew that the names were complicated, but he didn't know that it was so complicated, otherwise he might have come to the door himself. So Zio Li's initial thought was not arrogant, but really thought that Soo-yoon was bragging. This girl was cunning, and she was looking forward to waiting for Soo-yoon to lose face and then start to ridicule. Unexpectedly, while checking, this fair-looking servant of the Soo mansion actually pronounced the title of the book correctly. Could it be that the cultural level of the Soo mansion has reached this level? A quarter of an hour later, Soo-yoon wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked to Zio Lee with a book. "Miss, this book seems to be different from the one listed in the title. Please take a look." Zio Lee took the title and the book and glanced at them. It was found that, as Soo-yoon said, the title said Huangzhou 9 Cities and 8 Counties Partial Records, while the book in Soo-yoon's hand was Huangzhou 9 Cities and 8 Counties Partial News. Although they are all partial books, most of the records are written by officials, but the news is not necessarily. It may be an official, it may be a hermit, or even some landlords. Therefore, the contents recorded in the two may be completely different, and it is indeed a mistake. Faced with the facts before him, Zio Lee first called Manager Lee and asked him to go and exchange the books, and then asked Soo-yoon, "What's your name?" "Wang Lin." "Can you write lyrics?" "No." "What about poetry?" "No." "What about writing?" "Even less." "Then what can you do?" "Carry water, chop wood, and fetch books." Zio Lee would not believe Soo-yoon's words, but seeing that the other party's words clearly showed refusal, he shook his head with some regret. "You can't write lyrics or poems, and knowing so many words, isn't it a waste of talent?" Soo-yoon smiled and didn't argue with the girl. At present, this talented girl is still waiting to be married, and both her life experience and personality have not reached the real maturity. Perhaps after the Jikang incident, Zio Lee will have a new answer to this question. In short, for Soo-yoon, being able to meet Zio Lee in person is already a goal. Maybe there will be no intersection between the two in the future, right? Chapter 115. Have you heard of science? Outside the library. After lamenting that Soo-yoon's literacy was useless, Zio Lee stopped talking. After all, in this era, the concept of class was still very obvious. After a while, Manager Lee returned to the scene with another book, the title of which was A Partial Chronicle of the 9 Cities and 8 Counties in Huangzhou. Soo-yoon checked the contents again, and after confirming that there was no problem, he began to put the books back into the box with Yongzhu and others. A quarter of an hour later, 50 sets of books, a total of 127 scattered books, were all checked and sealed. Soo-yoon came to Zio Lee and handed her the borrowing document of old Soo. "Miss, this is the borrowing document of Master Soo, please have a look." Zio Lee took the document, reviewed it carefully, and nodded slightly. "The document is correct, you can go." After that, her eyes stayed on the sticks behind Soo-yoon and others for a while, and suddenly thought of something. "You don't have a carriage to accompany you this time." Yongzhu on the side shook his head, knowing that this young lady probably didn't come into contact with many such handover matters, so he explained, "Miss, the master has retired now and is about to return to Jinkao, so there have not been many carriages in the mansion. Besides, servants have never taken carriages to get things, and servants do these jobs." Zio Lee was silent for a moment, turned to Li Gu and said, "Manager Lee, please arrange a car to deliver a few boxes of books to the mansion of Zhao Zhengguang. These books are unique, so it is better to be careful." Manager Lee immediately bowed and accepted the order. "Understood, I'll do it right away." Yongzhu and the others beside him looked at each other and were delighted. They quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, Miss." Zio Lee still had a businesslike expression and said, "You guys go and move the bookcases. Wang Lin, follow me." Soo-yoon's forehead suddenly became black when he heard this. He was not so narcissistic that Zio Lee fell in love with him at first sight, so if nothing unexpected happened, he would probably be preaching again. Women are so annoying. JPG. However, due to his status, he could only follow Zio Lee to the side obediently. Then Zio Lee looked at him and said, "Wang Lin, you and I met by chance. I don't know your parents' family background, where you are, or how much literature you have. But there is one thing I know very well, there are many words in those books that I don't even understand, but you can read them one by one. With such cultivation, you still say that you can't write lyrics, poems, or essays. Aren't you fooling others as fools?" Soo-yoon, he really wanted to tell this little bean sprout that his language and characters were all plugins created by the Halo. At first, he used 17th century English to chat and laugh with Zio New. Then Zio Lee paused and continued, "Wang Lin, I just hope that you don't live up to what you have learned. If you can step into the literary world one day, or be an official or a clerk, or be a casual person in school, this is the way of the world. Do you understand? Su Yun was silent. He would not be so narcissistic that Xiao Li fell in love with him just because of a name check, and he would not imagine that Xiao Li hoped that he could get a good identity and then go to her house to marry her. Xiao Li could say this because she was serious and dared to say anything. When Zhao Mingchen, who had supported each other in the past, abandoned the city and fled, Xiao Li was so angry that she wrote poems like I Still Miss Xiangyu, who refused to cross the Yangtze River to the east to express her emotions, not to mention Su Yun at the moment. After all, it was just like she said. Although she didn't know the specific literary quality of Su Yun, judging from his ability to distinguish names, Su Yun was definitely more than enough to be a clerk in the government office. After all, there was an important requirement for clerks these days, which was knowing 300 characters. Su Yun remained silent for a few seconds. However, perhaps it was because of Xiao Li's position in history. This time he responded with a few words for the first time, and with some personal emotions. Wang Lin is very grateful for the kindness of the young lady, but I really have no intention of being a writer. Please don't waste your words. As for what the young lady said about literature being the only way in this world, I dare not agree with it. After hearing Su Yun's words, Xiao Li couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Our dynasty values literature over martial arts. Xianzong once said that books contain golden houses and beautiful women. Apart from literature, what other ways can we take in this world? Su Yun sighed, pondered for a moment, and said, Miss, please borrow the master's documents for a while. Xiao Li had been holding the documents in his hand after receiving them, so he stretched out his hand directly. Take it. Su Yun thanked him, took the documents, and spread them out. Then he pinched a corner of the document, and the rest of it naturally drooped. Then he said to Xiao Li, Miss, if I blow air towards this piece of paper in the direction of my thumb, what do you think will happen? Xiao Li glanced at the document in Su Yun's hand and said without hesitation, Is there any need to ask? Of course, it will droop more obviously and finally stick to your hand. Su Yun smiled and said nothing, and blew air gently at the document. At first, Xiao Li was still muttering in her heart that Su Yun was playing tricks, but after a few seconds, the eyes of this little bean sprout suddenly widened. As Su Yun exhaled, the piece of paper actually floated up slowly. Here's a popular science. This actually has nothing to do with Bernoulli's principle. Xiao Li's eyes widened, and finally she simply took the document from Su Yun. She first turned the document over, and then puffed her cheeks like a hamster and blew air. After a moment, the document floated up again. Xiao Daoya put down the document in a daze and looked at Su Yun in shock. Wang Lin, why is this? Su Yun spread his hands towards her. I don't know either, but the master said that everything in the world has its own logic, so I firmly believe that there must be some amazing reasons behind this situation. Your master? Duke Zhao? Su Yun nodded confidently, because old Su did say something about physics. That's right, Xiao Li was a playful person, and now she couldn't help but become more curious. Wang Lin, are there any other strange things like this? Su Yun thought for a while and asked, Miss, have you ever accidentally knocked over the teacup and spilled tea stains on the table while drinking tea? Xiao Li was silent for a moment, shook her head. No, but it's possible. Su Yun was speechless for a few seconds, and said, Miss, you might as well try it. By then, you will find that it is the same tea, but the edge of the tea stain will form a dark ring that is much darker than the middle. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Li turned around and walked into the side room where he had rested before. After a while, the girl came out with a pot of tea. After coming to Su Yun, she tilted the teapot and poured out the tea in a puddle. The temperature in summer was very high, so it didn't take long for the tea stains to dry up. Xiao Li stretched his head over and saw that the tea stains on the ground were indeed as Su Yun said. The color of the edges was much darker than the middle. Xiao Li's little brain became more and more confused. She deliberately filtered out all the tea leaves in the kettle before taking it out, and the tea poured out was the same. Why did this happen? Seeing Xiao Li looking at him again, Su Yun still spread his hands. Don't ask me, I really don't know, but every time I explore the mystery, I get as much joy as reciting poems. Or what? Or, this is also a couplet about the mysteries of the world. What we see is the upper part, and the truth inside is the lower part. The fun is not worth telling to outsiders. Looking at the tea stains on the ground, Xiao Li did not insist on his own opinion for the first time. After a while, Li Gu came over again. He first glanced at the tea stains on the ground, and then said, Miss, the car is ready. Seeing this, Su Yun hurriedly bowed. In this case, I will take my leave first." He turned around and prepared to leave with Li Gu. As a result, after walking a few steps, Xiao Li's voice suddenly came from behind. "Wang Lin, what is that avenue called?" Su Yun stopped and replied without thinking, "Science." After Su Yun left, Xiao Li looked at the tea stains on the ground, then looked at the document in his hand, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Science. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, The Mysterious Western Army General. Okay, Wang Mezi. After leaving the Li mansion, the steward Li Gu drove the carriage to the Su mansion, while Su Yun and several servants had to walk back as usual. Along the way, Yongsu and others changed their normal state and started to flatter Su Yun. Although as servants who could not read a single word, they did not know the specific significance of Su Yun's previous verification of the name, but they knew one thing very well: the young lady of the Li mansion seemed to admire Su Yun very much. Although this Lord Li Jefei was only a 5th-rank official, who knew how high he could be promoted in the future? Moreover, even if the other party was really stuck at the 5th rank, as long as he could enter the eyes of the young lady, Su Yun would at least be able to become a minor official or a small police chief, right? For servants like Yongzhu, if they could become a minor official in the government office, it would be a lifelong blessing. After all, only a few servants could become stewards like Ziliodu or Yulian. Most servants would be just servants who were called around all their lives. Not to mention that the political world has always been full of storms, and there are very few people like Lao Su who can retire after achieving success. Some large mansions are still bustling today, but they may be scattered tomorrow. The unlucky servants may have to be executed to be buried with a master, while the relatively unlucky ones will have to change their masters. The risks involved are not worth mentioning to outsiders. Therefore, in the eyes of Yongzhu and others, after this trip, Su Yun instantly turned from a male actor selling PY into potential stock. Let alone flattery, at least everyone's attitude is better. The most intuitive manifestation of this is that when passing by the sour plum soup shop again, Yongzhu took the initiative to treat Su Yun back once, and he drank 2 bowls. Then it was another hour's walk. At the end of the sea hour, around 11 o'clock in the morning, the 4 people finally walked back to the outside of Lao Su's mansion. It was a bit hot at noon in early summer, and Su Yun and others had a lot of fine beads of sweat on their faces. But the good news is that according to the rules of the Su mansion, after completing such a long mission in the morning, the chores assigned in the afternoon will be much easier, and they can also leave work earlier. Therefore, from a distance across the gate of the mansion, Yongzhu and others were imagining the refreshing feeling of washing their faces with cold water. The servants in the mansion enter and exit through the south gate, which is commonly known as the side gate. At the same time, due to the direction of the road, the servants returning to the mansion must pass through the main gate of the mansion before reaching the side gate. When Su Yun and his friends arrived at the main gate, they found that several horses were tied to the hitching posts at the door, and there was a carriage parked next to the stone lion. Yongzhu and his friends deliberately avoided a little distance, looked at the carriage for a few times, and then exclaimed, "Huh? People from the Western Army?" A military officer came to visit the master. Su Yun also took a look at the exterior of the carriage. This is a brown-colored carriage with a brand new exterior and a very tall horse. However, his major has nothing to do with history. After a quick glance, he really couldn't see any special marks on this carriage. Perhaps in the eyes of servants like Yongzhu who often go in and out of various mansions, the characteristics of this carriage are as conspicuous as the military license plates of later generations. Friends who know history should all know. The Imperial Army is a general term for the official army of the Song dynasty. It is mainly divided into 3 modules: Hebei Imperial Army, and Northwest Imperial Army. Among them, the most powerful is the Northwest Imperial Army, that is, the Western Army. Although in the eyes of many people, the combat effectiveness of the Northern Song dynasty army is quite poor. But in fact, the combat effectiveness of the Western Army is not that weak, at least it will not break at a touch. Looking at the entire late Northern Song dynasty, the real black history of the Western Army is actually 2 things. First, Tuanguan spent money to buy Yan'an. Second, in the late period, He went north to pick up bargains, but was pushed back by the Liao kingdom. This Liao army was still defeated by the Jin army. The former is Tong Guan's operation. This guy used the court's money to buy back 16 states of Yan'an from the Jin kingdom, claiming to be a war recovery, and was named Suyuguoguang. The latter is indeed a stain that cannot be washed away, but the reasons behind it are actually quite complicated. The simplest situation is that in the Song Liao War, you can defeat the enemy, but it is difficult to annihilate the enemy's manpower because the Song dynasty lacks horses. If you insist on arguing about this, you have to let Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty take the blame hundreds of years ago, because since the Han dynasty's surprise attack of thousands of kilometers, all nomadic horses have been castrated and cannot reproduce. In the beginning, the Western army actually won several battles, but they killed all the miscellaneous troops. The core troops of the other side saw that the situation was not good and they ran away, but they lost the real elite infantry. This is like the Dao Qi Huima, I am Dao Zong and you're Dao Di, but you can't catch up with me because my horse runs faster than you. Among the generals of the Restoration in the future, only Yu Fei was not from the Western army, and it is not difficult to see from this. So it is not to say that the Western army is whitewashed or something. Some things cannot be generalized. It can only be said that the combat effectiveness of the Western army is not as bad as it seems. The site returns to the original place. In this day and age, the one who is qualified to ride in a sedan chair is at least a general. I wonder what the other party is going to do in the old Su's house, who has already retired? With this question in mind, Su Yun and others walked past the stone lions and walked to the side door. As soon as they entered the door, they saw the old steward Zi in a hurry. Yongsu quickly made way and took the initiative to greet him. Old steward, what are you doing? Zi, who was originally on his way, stopped to see the faces of the few people clearly. He was immediately happy and quickly stuffed a purse into his mouth. Yongsu, you came at the right time. You have to work hard again. Take Wang Lin Tinyu, take this prescription and quickly go to the Zeman pharmacy across the street to get some medicinal materials. Don't say too much, and talk about it when you come back. Yongsu subconsciously took the purse, was stunned for 2 seconds, and after coming to his senses, he quickly clasped his fists. I understand. Then he didn't ask any more questions, greeted Su Yun and the others, turned around and walked across the street. The area where the Su mansion was located was a wealthy area in Beijing City, so it was well equipped with various supporting facilities such as academies, hospitals, and brothels. For example, within 100 meters of leaving the mansion and turning onto the main road, there was a Zeman pharmacy that specialized in selling raw medicinal materials. The pharmacy was very close to the Su mansion, and the few people walked quickly, and they arrived at the store in a short while. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, Yongzu shouted, "Boss, get some medicine, here is the prescription." The owner of the pharmacy was also a perceptive man. He glanced at the clothes of Yongzu and others and recognized that they were the styles of the Su mansion next door. Come on, please take a rest. Quanfu, come and get the medicine." Su Yun glanced at the stool beside him, pondered for a moment, and said to Yongzu and others, "Brother Yongzu, you go to the side and rest for a while, just leave it to me." After rushing for most of the day without stopping, Yongzu was indeed a little tired. He looked at the stool with some intention, but still insisted, This is not appropriate, right? Hey, what's the matter?" Su Yun waved his hand indifferently and smiled, "I am the youngest and do the least work, so I should share more things with you. Besides, Zilioto also said that I only need to fetch water and water the flowers these days. The brothers will need to work hard tomorrow, so don't refuse." Seeing Su Yun's courtesy, Yongsu and others looked at each other and stopped refusing. They bowed to Su Yun and went to the corner to rest one after another. After the others left, Su Yun glanced at the boy who was dispensing medicine and deliberately found fault, saying, "Shopkeeper, this medicine is the prescription that our master personally wants to use. Don't just find some inferior herbs to fool around. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, you may not be able to bear the consequences." The pharmacy is located in a wealthy area, and the shopkeeper has to come into contact with such servants who are relying on their power to bully others almost every day. Therefore, he was not frightened when he heard this, but just stroked his beard politely and calmly. "Young man, don't worry. My Zeman pharmacy is an industry passed down from my ancestors, and it has been 150 years old. Both the herbs and the medical skills are well known, and we will never pass off inferior products as good ones." "Oh, Su Yun put on an expression of disbelief again and said, "In that case, shopkeeper, let me ask you, can you tell what disease this prescription cures?" In ancient feudal society, female family members' illnesses were generally treated by maids, or doctors were asked to come to the door to treat them in person. At the very least, they would give many instructions before leaving. Therefore, Su Yun was not worried that his question would involve some transgressions. The only limitation was the medical skills of the old man in front of him. As expected. Facing Su Yun's fault-finding, the shopkeeper did not think much. He just took the prescription and looked at it up and down. Whiteback Panax Natajansen. Bayberry peel. Safflower. After a moment, he put down the prescription and said to Su Yun, "My medical skills are limited. Some of the combinations of herbs in the prescription are difficult to understand the efficacy, but judging from the main ingredients, the prescription should be used for treatment of knife and gun injuries." Chapter 117 National Heroes of the Northern Song Dynasty. Treatment of knife and gun injuries, in the pharmacy. Hearing the words of the shopkeeper, Su Yun's pupils shrank and his expression was thoughtful. Although according to what the old man said, some combinations of medicines were beyond his cognition. But Chinese medicine has a very distinct characteristic. Once the main medicines are determined, let alone the efficacy, at least the general purpose of the prescription can be determined. In other words, the general of the Western Army who came to visit Lao Su is likely to have a wounded number himself or his subordinates. And if nothing unexpected happens, this person should be injured on the Western Front, and the current situation is very critical. Although Su Yun is not a liberal arts student majoring in history, thanks to water and some related books, he is relatively clear about the overall battle line during this period in the late Song dynasty. Because looking at the war history of the late Northern Song dynasty, it is inseparable from a very distinctive figure, that is, the eunuch Tuangguan. Su Yun did not remember his birth year, but there is a related knowledge that you can never forget as long as you have read it. He died in the same year as the Northern Song dynasty, and he was in charge of military power for more than 20 years. And his history of power development can be pushed back 3 to 5 years, which is about the time when the battle on the Western Front began. Tuangguan in 1100 AD may not have reached his peak, but the Song dynasty had obviously started the war on the Western Front. This is the incident of collecting Qingtang in the Hehuang area. Basically, people who have paid attention to Tuangguan will have some impression. Of course. What Su Yun didn't know was, it was also around this time point that Wang Hao was hit by the old party. Keijing had a secret relationship with Tuangguan when he was in Qiantang, and he was grateful to Tuangguan. Therefore, he returned the favor and strongly recommended Tuangguan to become the military supervisor. In order to revive, Wang Hao was forced to accept Tuangguan into the system of the Western Army. From then on, Tuangguan, a famous eunuch in ancient history and one of the 6 thieves in the Northern Song dynasty, began his 20-year career of dominating military power. The gossip about Tuangguan stops here and will not be discussed for the time being. In short, at least from the timeline, the battle in the Hehuang area is in full swing, so it is reasonable that some people are injured. As for the speculation that the situation is critical, the reason is even simpler. Lao Su is indeed a very famous medical scientist in history, but his main achievement in medicine is to write the Compendium of Materia Medica, which is a theoretical ability. He certainly has his own medical skills, but the gap between him and the first-line or even top doctors is still not small. After all, there is a very realistic rule in the medical profession, that is, if you want to have top medical skills, you must first have a lot of medical experience and foundation. Lao Su's past resume is very clear. Unless he also has a plug-in like Su Yun, he obviously does not have this kind of practice opportunity. Not to mention that this is Beijing, the core heart of the Northern Song dynasty, and there are countless imperial doctors and well-known masters. Objectively speaking, Lao Su is considered high in the top 20 in the candidate ranking. Now the other party is begging Lao Su, most likely because the previous visit was fruitless, so he can only come to Lao Su to try his luck and see if he can extend his life. The general of the Western Army who has the face to visit Old Su must be at least a deputy lieutenant of Xianwei, right? Su Yun touched his chin and thought about the possible object. Old Zhuang is currently serving as a defense envoy in Mingzhou. If I remember correctly, he will go to war with Tuangguan in 4 or 5 years. Besides, I haven't heard of any of Old Zhuang and Little Zhuang being seriously injured. Could it be Old Zhe, Wang Zun, or the third wrong person in the Northern Song dynasty, Liu Fa? After frowning and thinking for a while, Su Yun gave up the idea of guessing. After all, his historical knowledge is a bit poor. He knows the names of many famous generals in the late Song dynasty, but he can barely remember how and where they died. But the more detailed personal resume, the more vague it is. It can only be said that from a probability analysis, the possibility of the god of war Liu Fa seems to be a bit high. A quarter of an hour later, the shopkeeper put a pack of medicine on the table and arched his hands to Su Yun. The medicine is ready. Sincere discount of 270 yuan. Yongzhu came over to settle the bill, and then hurried back to the Su mansion with Su Yun and others. As soon as he entered the side door, Su Yun saw the old steward Zi who was waiting there. The old steward did not greet him, but asked directly, "Yongzhu, where are the medicines?" Yongzhu handed him the medicine bag respectfully, and held the change in his other hand. "Here it is. In addition, this is the copper coins I got back. The copper coins are for you." The old steward Zi took the medicine bag, waved his hand casually, and turned and left in a hurry. As a result, after walking a few steps, he suddenly thought of something, turned his head and said to Su Yun, "Wang Mezi, you have served men before, come with me to help." Su Yun, although there seemed to be something wrong with the old steward's words, it sounded a little bit irritating. But due to the situation, Su Yun did not have much time to think, so he had to turn around and follow. Whatever. It's a little weird. Anyway, it's a good thing to be able to go to the medical site to see the situation. Wang Mezi, you must be careful, otherwise we will have a hard time explaining to each other. Perhaps due to the pressure, the old steward did not even call Su Yun's real name, and walked away while admonishing, "The guests in the mansion today are in a special situation, and the maids can't bear it. In desperation, we can only call you and a few other meticulous men to help. After you enter the house, no matter what you see or smell, don't lose your composure. If you are beaten or punished by the guests, bear it. The mansion will compensate you later." Su Yun nodded in understanding. There are only two situations where maids are not suitable for appearing. Either the other party's injury is in a sensitive position and the injured have a strong self-esteem, just like many men in later generations like to hire male nurses. Or the wound is extremely horrible, which is easy to cause visual impact on women, thus affecting the service work. Then he looked at the old steward Zi and said, "I will keep in mind what the old steward said and will not embarrass the old master. But steward, I wonder what the origin of that distinguished guest is? What is his family background? Can you tell me a little so that I can be mentally prepared?" The old steward slowed down his pace slightly, as if he was considering the matter. After a while, he sighed slightly and said, "Well, this matter is not a secret. You just listen carefully. The distinguished guest in the mansion today is the 7th-generation grandson of Mr. Zhao Yi and the only grandson of the Duke of Li County in Dazhao. His surname is Wang and his given name is Bing. He is currently the lieutenant of Zhigo and has a great reputation in the army. He came to visit the old master today mainly to seek medical treatment for his elder brother. Have you written it down?" Su Yun nodded subconsciously, but his heart was suddenly filled with turbulent waves. Wang Bing. I didn't expect it. The general of the Western Army who came to the old Su's mansion this time turned out to be him. In China, Su Yun first encountered this name in the water margin when he read it in junior high school. In water margin, Wang Bing first followed Tongguan to fight Liangshan, and after Liangshan was amnesty, he also appeared in the Battle of Wulongling. At that time, he fought with Jing, the commander of the Southern Army. The two fought for more than 10 rounds, and Wang Bing killed Jing. Later, when counting the spoils, Wang Bing and Zhao Tan had a feud with Ruan Zioki, and the two mentioned this matter in front of Tongguan. Later, Tongguan protected his shortcomings and asked for the imperial edict to be lowered, and the official documents were transferred there, reclaiming Ruan Zioki's official title and returning him to the common people. At that time, Ruan Zioki's popularity was still very high, so Su Yun once regarded Wang Bing as a villain. But more than 10 years later, when Su Yun had more experience, he realized that water margin was not a historical fact, and there were a lot of fabricated plots in it. For example, in history, there were only 36 real leaders of the uprising in Liangshan Marsh, and they were wiped out by Zhang Shuai, which was not comparable to the scale of Feng La. Another interesting example is that the prototype of Lin Chong in water margin is generally recognized to be Zhang Shuai. Both of them are highly skilled in martial arts, have the same military rank, and have similar experiences and personalities. In other words, in the world of water margin, there are actually two Zhang Shuais. One is a bandit, and the other is an official. Lin Chong and others are fictitious characters, and the same is true for Wang Bing. However, unlike completely fictional people like Lin Chong, Wang Bing's experience was only changed. In fact, there was such a person in the late Song dynasty. And what kind of person is the real Wang Bing? One sentence can perfectly describe him: a man who died for his country, a national hero. Before the Jikang incident, Wang Bing was just a general of the Western Army from a military family. His great-great-grandfather was a prime minister of the Tang dynasty who was sentenced to death. Wang Bing followed Tongguan in the Western expedition for more than 10 years, during which he had both victories and defeats, and his record was far less brilliant than that of Lao Zhang, Xiao Zhang and Liu Fa. If we have to say something, it is that he has superb martial arts skills, has won the internal competition of the Western Army commander many times, and has killed enemy generals on the battlefield many times. Otherwise, Water Margin would not have chosen him as the one to attack Liangshan. Before 1125 AD, his most prominent achievement was to capture Fang La alive. That's right. Fang La was captured alive by him. It sounds awesome, but that's all. However, after the Jin people went south, Wang Bing ushered in the most glorious chapter of his life. At that time, the Jin attacked the northern Song dynasty. Wanzhong led his troops to attack Taiyuan, and Tongguan abandoned the city and returned to Beijing, leaving only Wang Bing and Zhang Xiaochen to defend the city. Wang Bing led the soldiers of the Zuanfu division, and Zhang Xiaochen, the then governor of Taiyuan, led the entire city's soldiers and civilians to defend the city. Wanzhong attacked Taiyuan for more than 250 days without breaking through. It was all because of Wang Bing's improvisation that he could not attack in the end. That's it. Wang Bing led the Taiyuan army and civilians to defend the city from early spring to summer, and from summer to late autumn. The Jin soldiers attacked the city 9 times, and Wang Bing repelled them all 9 times. But unfortunately, Song Qinzong at that time was afraid of death and ceded Taiyuan to the Jin people, so he gave up here directly. Really a pig teammate. For nearly 9 months, Taiyuan had no reinforcements and no food and grass. The food in the city was cut off, and the defenders were so hungry that they couldn't even hold their weapons. All the cattle, horses, donkeys and mules in the city were eaten up, and Wang Bing stewed the tendons on the bows and some cowhide on the armor over a high fire to satisfy his hunger. All the green leaves on the trees in the city and the bran in the granary were eaten up, and gradually even tree bark and grass were used as rations. On September 13th, the first year of the Jikang period, the isolated Taiyuan city was broken by the Jin army after 9 months of defense. Wang Bing led the remaining dozens of personal soldiers to engage in street fighting with the Jin soldiers. His tattered robes were almost stained red with blood. Some lost an arm, and some broke a leg. But they still supported themselves with weapons, and no one escaped. Wang Bing was shot dozens of times and fought his way out of the siege. He carried the portrait of Emperor Taizong of Song, Zhaguanggai, which was enshrined in the Taiyuan temple, and threw himself into the Fen River with his son Wang Xun. How magnificent! At that time, Wang Bing's grandson Wang Hang was still young. Fortunately, the loyal old servant of the Wang mansion went south to beg for food from Tongchuan, King's Hao, Shandong, and was able to preserve a trace of the hero's bloodline. Later, Wang Hang lived in Changping Township, Yangon County, Linen. Wang Guoyi, a famous modern Chinese studies master, is Wang Hang's 29th generation grandson. This national hero who died by jumping into the river exhausted the last light of his life in turning the tide, but lit up the rather bleak and humiliating history between the 2 Song dynasties. The most brilliant poem of his life was written with his own passion when the building was about to collapse. If Su Yun's feelings for Lao Tzu were respect and for Xiao Li was curiosity, then he undoubtedly had a strong and deep respect for Wang Bing. Any man who died for his country deserves this kind of respect. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but want to see this national hero more and more eagerly. And according to what Ziliao Daguan said, this time he took his brother to seek medical treatment. But there are almost no records of his brother in history. Could it be that he was unfortunate because of this serious injury? Then Ziliao Daguan took Su Yun through several courtyards and came to the East Wing room for guests to rest. Compared with the simple and complicated South Wing room, the decoration level of the East Wing room is obviously much higher, and the overall layout is also very simple: a large courtyard in the shape of a mouth, with houses on 3 sides and the entrance on the 4th side. At this moment, several personal soldiers were standing at the entrance of the courtyard, with straight figures and murderous aura just coming down from the battlefield. After verifying their identities, Ziliodogwon and Suyun were allowed into the courtyard. The two came to north-facing guest room, and Ziliodogwon gently knocked on the door. "Master, I bought a medicine." In less than a moment, Lao Su's voice came from the room, "Come in." After getting the consent, Ziliodogwon pushed the door open and entered, and Suyun followed. At this moment, this room of about 30 square meters is filled with a mixed smell of herbs, blood, and pus. In the corner of the room is a beautiful wooden bed, on which lies a person whose face cannot be seen, with his chest heaving faintly. Sitting beside the bed are Lao Su and a middle-aged man in casual clothes. This man has handsome sword eyebrows, slender and sharp black eyes, a square face with angular contours, and a burly but not rough figure, like an eagle in the dark night. Cold, lonely, but domineering, alone, exuding a strong power that looks down on the world. There is no doubt. This person is Wang Bing. Chapter 118 I have a solution. Master, the medicine is here. After entering the room, old steward Zi led Suyun to the bedside quickly and handed the medicine bag to Lao Su. Lao Su took the medicine bag and skillfully pulled open the sealing line. Then he pinched a small handful of medicinal materials with his hands, put it in front of his nose and smelled it, and said with satisfaction, "The medicinal materials are fine. Yuanian, go to the yard to light a fire and boil the medicine." Old steward Zi said yes, took the medicine bag, and pointed at Suyun and said, "Master, I saw Wang Lin when I came here, and thought that he might have experience in serving people, so I brought him here." You see, Wang Lin. Hearing the name from old steward Zi's mouth, Lao Su was slightly stunned. Then he looked at Suyun a few times, and then he remembered the identity of this blue-clothed servant. At this time, 4 or 5 days had passed since Suyun entered the mansion, and Lao Su had been busy with some things these days. Although he did not completely forget about this little transparent man, he did not put too much thought on him. After all, his care for Suyun was purely out of kindness, and he had done his utmost to take him back to Jinkao. It was impossible to keep track of the other party's movements all the time. It's not that he had not helped other refugees over the years, but no matter which family, he didn't need to do the specific implementation in person. Ziyuanian had already had a mature solution model for the relevant procedures, and he didn't need to worry too much. But now that he heard what old Master Z said, old Su remembered Suyun's identity as a male actor. Although he himself was quite disgusted with the profession of male actors, his emotions were mainly directed at those masters, and had little to do with practitioners like Suyun. Moreover, according to the current situation, Suyun was indeed the most suitable candidate for service. It was not that the mansion had not arranged maids to serve earlier, but those maids, one by one, had seen the most frightening scenes in their lives, at most, the bloody killing of chickens during childbirth or the New Year. They said they were servants, but they really had no experience in some situations, and it was difficult to adapt in a short period of time. Therefore, between the maid and the big and strong guard who had seen blood, Suyun was undoubtedly a compromise and suitable candidate. Therefore, old Su did not hesitate and nodded immediately. "That's great, Wang Lin, you stay in the room and help me. By the way, come and meet Captain Higuo. The one on the bed is the captain's brother Wang Yu, who was injured in the battle on the Western Front and is a hero of the country." Suyun responded and walked forward to Wang Bing. Looking at Wang Bing standing by the bed and his brother who was unknown whether he was dead or alive, a complex and surging emotion suddenly surged in his heart. He thought for a moment and bowed to Wang Bing solemnly. "I am Wang Lin, a humble man, to meet Captain Higuo." At this time, Suyun was not wearing an official uniform, so he could not make his sleeves reach the ground, let alone his hands over his hat. But his whole set of movements was not slack at all, and his waist and legs formed a standard 90 degrees right angle. His bow was not due to the pressure of his official rank, nor was it limited by the situation. And it was very, very pure to express a trace of respect in my heart. This is also a tribute for many Chinese compatriots who could not come to this era in later generations. This hero who jumped into the river and died, like the twinkling stars in the dark night, will represent the humiliation of the Northern Song dynasty. The dark starry sky is not so gloomy. At least when people in later generations look up at the starry sky, they can point to that star and say, "Look, that is the backbone of our nation." The heroic spirit of heaven and earth is still awe-inspiring for thousands of years. Such a hero deserves Suyun's worship. In fact, if it were not for the halo, Suyun really wanted to tell him, Thousands of years later, although the mountains and rivers have changed hands many times, the Chinese homeland is still there, the blood of Yan Huang is endless, and the barbarians of the past have long been wiped out. And what supports the inheritance of the Chinese bloodline is the unparalleled integrity reflected by those backbones. It is also the soul of China. It's strange to say. At this time, Wang Bing was originally worried about his elder brother's injury, and didn't care about the behavior of this servant at all. But for some reason, when Su Yun bowed to him, he inexplicably felt a sense of heaviness in his heart, and a warm current quietly flowed through him, making him involuntarily cast his eyes on Su Yun, as if there was some sense of closeness. Therefore, for the first time in history, this cold-faced general held his hands and said, "Please stand up, no need to be polite." Hearing this, Lao Su on the side couldn't help but raise his eyelids slightly and looked at him in surprise. Wang Bing's grandfather taught Lao Su, and the two families had a lot of exchanges in the past few years, and they often visited each other during festivals. Therefore, he still had a little understanding of Wang Bing's character. Let's not talk about the distant ones, just talk about the recent ones. Not long ago, when the Western Front battlefield was coming to an end, Wang Bing treated Wang Hao coldly. Then Lao Su suddenly thought of something, and his eyes looking at Wang Bing suddenly became a little strange. Could it be that his nephew, the lieutenant of Zhigao, fell in love with Su Yun at first sight? Then he coughed lightly to dispel the lustful thoughts in his mind. He waved to Su Yun, "Wang Lin, come here." After Su Yun came to his side, Lao Su pointed at Wang Yu on the bed and said, "Look, the wound on Hong Hao is in front of his body. When the bandage is stained with pus to light yellow, it needs to be uncovered and replaced with a new strip of cloth. In addition, the sanitary ware under the bed needs to be replaced every 3 hours, and the care should be taken for at least 5 hours every day, rotating morning and evening. As for the cleaning of the lower body, it can be left to the maid." "Do you understand?" Su Yun nodded while listening, indicating that he remembered everything. Although he didn't know what rank Hong Hao was, Wang Bing was only from the 6th rank at the moment, and Wang Yu obviously couldn't be conferred a title of Marquis. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happened, this should be one of the many military positions in the Song dynasty. Su Yun's judgment was actually not much different from the facts. Hong Hao was indeed just an ordinary military position, and there were only 2 levels, Huihu's Hong Hao, which was below the 7th rank, and Guide's Hong Hao, which was below the 7th rank. Among them, Wang Yu's rank was Guide's Hong Hao, which was slightly lower than his brother. Friends who know the history of the Northern Song dynasty should know that the tradition of the Song dynasty was rank is more important than rank. Therefore, in the imperial army system, the position of Guide's Hong Hao was roughly equivalent to the company commander of the reinforced company of the main field army today. If you have to say it, it is also a position with some power, at least not a cannon fodder. Although Su Yun could not see the specific wound of Wang Yu because of the cloth wrapped. But judging from the thickness of the cloth and his physical condition, this man is probably also a brave warrior who leads by example. Su Yun then waited for another quarter of an hour, and suddenly heard Lao Su say, "Wang Lin, pus has seeped out, it's time to change the dressing. Stand beside me, I will demonstrate the key points to you once, and then just follow them." Su Yun was shocked, and hurried to the bedside, pretending to listen. At this time, Wang Yu was already supported by Wang Bing's shoulders, and his body was raised about 30 degrees. His waist was leaning on the backrest, and he was humming some unknown syllables. Lao Su took a wooden clamp similar to tweezers and gently opened Wang Yu's wound. As the cloth was torn off, a strong smell of blood and pus immediately filled the small area at the head of the bed. Looking at Wang Yu's chest at this time, you can see a 30-centimeter long oblique cut. The width is as much as 3 or 4 centimeters, and the injury is extremely terrible. But perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. The cut was from Wang Yu's right chest to the left abdomen, and did not pass through the heart. As the cloth strips were lifted, a lot of blood immediately flowed out of the wound. What was even more frowning was that there was a lot of rotten flesh and yellow pustules around the wound. It was obvious that the wound had already shown signs of infection. As Old Su peeled off the cloth strip, he shook his head and sighed. "Zhengzhen, Zhengru's injury. I'm afraid it's not good." Wang Bing's hands, supporting Wang Yu, were still steady, with a hint of obvious anger in his eyes. Weichuan is a dangerous place with many trees. The Western Xia barbarians took the opportunity to ambush there and attack the camp under the cover of night. Night attacks on camps are common in the military. Who could have expected that after Zhengru held the offensive, the Western Xia barbarians would not distinguish between friend and foe and shoot poison arrows at the central camp? Zhengru led 400 people to kill more than 1,000 enemy troops, but he himself was attacked by a knife, and the knife was also stained with poison. If it weren't for the miraculous medicine that Supervisor Tong had to keep him alive, Zhengru would have died on the way back to Beijing. Old Su gently picked up a scab with a wooden clip, frowned and said, "The other party obviously came to save Zhengru's life. The poison is secondary. The blade is also stained with feces that has been fermenting for a long time. Right now your wound is festering and your high fever won't subside. Although this old man's prescription is a folk remedy handed down by my ancestors, I have no idea whether it can save you." Wang Bing's face didn't change much when he heard this. But he couldn't help but put a little more strength in holding Wang Yu's hand. He lost his father when he was young, and his mother passed away the year before last. Although there are still a few members of the family's side branches, Wang Yu is the only direct relative left except for his 9-year-old son. Although since ancient times, it has been the fate and honor of soldiers to die on the battlefield wrapped in horsehide. But this kind of death in battle caused by inferior means has nothing to do with the word honor in any case. But at this time everything is developing in a not-so-good direction. If this is really the fate of my brother, the only thing I can do is probably to kill more Xia thieves to comfort Wang Yu. Just as Wang Bing's mind was fluctuating. Crunch, the old steward who was decocting medicine in the courtyard, came into the house with a bowl of medicine soup. "Master, the medicine is ready." Lao Su took the bowl, tasted it himself with a spoon, and nodded, "The fire is almost ready." Zhengjin, Wang Lin, help Zhengru up. Su Yun hurriedly walked behind Wang Yu and assisted Wang Bing to straighten Wang Yu, without touching any wounds with his hands. Lao Su slowly stirred the soup bowl and sent the medicine to Wang Yu's mouth one spoonful at a time. At this time, Wang Yu had not completely lost consciousness, so he did not encounter much trouble in the process of drinking the medicine. In less than half a quarter of an hour, the soup was poured into Wang Yu's stomach. Then Lao Su signaled Su Yun and others to lay Wang Yu flat, and sighed, "Whether Zhengru can hold on depends on this medicine. If the high fever can subside within 3 hours, Zhengru can still be saved. If the high fever does not subside." Lao Su did not finish the second half of his sentence, but everyone present was not a fool, and naturally understood the meaning of this sentence. Su Yun, who was standing by, opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he didn't say anything, and decided to see the effect of Lao Su's medicine first. A quarter of an hour, 2/4 of an hour, an hour. Time passed by, as if it was counting down. 3 hours later. The atmosphere in the room was extremely low. Now Wang Yu has been taking the medicine for 3 hours, but his body temperature has not dropped, but has risen a lot. Brother, I don't know if it was affected by the fever, but Wang Yu's consciousness became more and more blurred. He waved his hands and kept saying, "Kill the thief. Let my brother Yan Yun kill the thief." Wang Bing saw this and could no longer maintain his previous calm. The cold-faced man rushed to the bedside, tightly held his brother's hand, his eyes red. Zhengru, Lao Su, who was standing by, sighed with regret, closed his eyes, and looked at the sky bitterly. Just as he was about to call an old butler Z to give him instructions, he suddenly heard Su Yun say, "Master, I may have some way to treat Zhang Hao's injury." Chapter 119. There are good things in the kitchen. What? Do you have a solution? In the room. After hearing Su Yun's words, old Su had no time to react, and Wang Bing, who was beside the bed, could not sit still. He rushed to Su Yun and stared at him intently. "Do you have a way to save Zhengru?" At this time, Wang Bing was like a lion king with full momentum. His beard and hair were angry, and he looked very oppressive. Looking at the imposing and cold-faced man in front of him, Su Yun took a deep breath and replied, "I dare not hide it from the captain. I do have a secret recipe in my hand. Maybe I can save Zhang Hao's life." Wang Bing's chest rose and fell a few times, and he looked at Su Yun deeply, and then turned to look at old Su on the side. Although he did not speak, he was obviously asking for old Su's opinion. At this time, old Su had also opened his eyes, his brows were furrowed, and his expression was a little solemn. Although his attitude in the political arena has always been not to participate in party disputes and to be a neutral person quietly. But after years of hard work, he has also seen many scenes where the superiors are at a loss and the subordinates are willing to ask for orders. As the saying goes, after learning the arts of literature and martial arts, I will sell them to the emperor. The emperor here not only refers to the emperor, but also to one's superior. As a person in the officialdom, Lao Tzu can understand the purpose of such words and deeds, which is nothing more than to prove one's own value. A person who climbs up by legitimate means, even if it is a little utilitarian, is not shabby. But the problem is that Wang Yu's situation this time is far different from the previous literary strategies or martial arts. It can even be said that it has reached a point where human power cannot save the situation. After all, this is feces entering the body. Feces are full of filth and are the dirtiest evil in the world. Most ordinary people cover their mouths and noses and avoid them in a hurry, but on the battlefield, feces can be regarded as a killing weapon. At the beginning of feces entering the body, there is still some possibility of treatment, but once it completely enters the body and pus forms, even if Hua Tuo and Bianca are alive, I am afraid that they will not be able to save it. Indeed. As a normal person, Su Yun is obviously not stupid enough to talk nonsense without thinking, so he probably has some folk remedies passed down from his ancestors. But the folk remedies of this era are like mobile phones in later generations. Even the poorest families can find a few folk remedies. They all claim to be silly girls, but in fact they are just giant voice kings. In the face of such a terminal illness as fecal water infiltration, it is better to believe that such a powerful Song dynasty can perish in 30 years than to believe that the folk remedies can work. Therefore, although he understands, Lao Tzu obviously does not believe that Su Yun really has a way to cure Wang Yu's disease. However, Wang Bing obviously couldn't be so rational at this moment. Seeing him looking at him, Lao Tzu could only sigh in his heart and asked, Wang Lin, let me ask you, what is the folk remedy you mentioned? Can you show it to me? Su Yun thought about it, shook his head and said, Master, the folk remedy I mentioned actually refers to the preparation process of a strange object, and there is no real recipe. However, Zhang Hao's injury is critical. And the number of things in my hand is limited. Even if it is effective, it can only save his life temporarily. If you want to cure this disease, you still need to spend a lot of time to prepare it again. Hearing this, Wang Bing couldn't help but look at Lao Tzu again. Facing the descendants of his good friends who looked at him eagerly, Lao Tzu frowned more and more. The male actor of unknown origin, the folk remedy without a specific name, and the patient who seemed to be on his deathbed. The above factors combined made Lao Tzu, the former prime minister, a little overwhelmed. It is definitely impossible to believe it, but if you don't believe it, Wang Yu's injuries will be worse. Then he sighed and prepared to tell Wang Bing the origin of Su Yun. Zhangjin, you don't know, this person is a new servant who has just entered the mansion. He was originally a male. Before Lao Tzu finished speaking, Wang Yu on the bed suddenly shouted again, interrupting the second half of his sentence. At the same time, because Wang Bing was no longer by his side, Wang Yu's dancing hands were not restrained. When he waved, he touched the wound on his body, and some blood oozed out of the cloth strip. Seeing this, Lao Tzu hurried back to the bed. He put his hand on Wang Yu's wrist to feel the pulse, and his expression suddenly changed. Oh no, Zheng Ru is in danger, Zheng Ru is in danger. Hearing these 4 words, Wang Bing's mind was shocked. The cold-faced man suddenly looked at Su Yun, his eyes red. Young man, if you have a secret recipe, please bring it quickly. If you can be saved, I will reward you handsomely. If you can't be saved, it is God's will. I will not blame you. Seeing this, old Su beside the bed opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he sighed and said to the outside, Year 1, a few seconds later. Old Steward Z pushed the door open and said respectfully, Master, what do you want me to do? Old Su did not answer him, but asked Su Yun, Wang Lin, how long will it take you to make the medicine? Su Yun thought for a moment and replied, what I have with me is just one of the key items. If I want to make the finished product, it will take at least an hour, including the preparation time. 1 hour. Old Su was silent for a moment and took a deep breath. Then I will give you 1 hour. Within 1 hour, I will do my best to protect your life. In the first year, you will stay with Wang Lin. Give him everything he needs, and don't ask any more questions. Old Steward Z originally really accepted the order respectfully, but he subconsciously glanced at Su Yun when he heard it. Although he didn't know why this new servant suddenly received such treatment, his loyalty to Old Su for many years made him accept the order. I understand. Then Su Yun saluted Old Su and Wang Bing, and followed Old Steward Z out of the door. After they left the house, Z asked him, Wang Ma, Wang Lin, where are we going now? Su Yun glanced to the south and reported a location without hesitation. Let's go back to my room first. Z didn't ask any more questions and followed Su Yun to the south wing. Then the two walked in quickly and soon returned to the courtyard where Su Yun's room was. Then the two pushed the door open and saw Su Yun rummaging around the bedside and found a small ceramic bottle. This small bottle was larger than the quick-acting heart pills, with a capacity of about 50 milliliters. It was also one of the supplies Su Yun prepared before crossing. Because of its small size, the small bottle was hidden on the top of the headdress by Su Yun. In addition, it was dark at the time, so the small bottle was not found during the body search. After finding the bottle, Su Yun said to old tutor Z, "Steward Z, let's go to the kitchen." "No problem, I'll take you there." "Wait." Old tutor Z was nodding his head, but suddenly realized, "Where are you talking about?" "The kitchen." Old tutor Z stared at Su Yun with a ghostly look. This old servant who never questioned his master's orders rubbed his eyes and asked, "Are you serious?" "Of course it's true. People in the Song dynasty don't lie to people in the Song dynasty." After a few seconds of silence, thinking of what old Su said, old tutor Z sighed and took Su Yun to the kitchen. The ancients said that a gentleman stays away from the kitchen, so in most houses, the kitchen is located in the south wing. The layout of the Su mansion is no exception. After walking a few steps, Su Yun and the others quickly arrived at this place with a strong atmosphere of life. The person in charge of the kitchen was a man Su Yun was not familiar with. He was about 70% of urchin size. He was leading people to pick vegetables. When he saw the old steward Z, he immediately smiled and greeted him. "Hey, steward Z, what brings you here? Is it because the master is going to change the taste today?" The old steward Z waved his hand at him and said to Su Yun stiffly, "Wang Lin, we are here at the kitchen. This is the chef Meng, the fat man. If you have anything to say, just talk to him." Su Yun nodded to Fatty Meng and asked, "Master Meng, do you have any garlic here?" Chapter 120. Do you know the value of antibiotics? Garlic, at the side of the kitchen. Hearing Su Yun's words, Fatty Meng was slightly stunned. Then he thought of something and pointed to the basket beside him and said, "Brother, you mean the gourd, right? That thing over there?" Su Yun turned his head and looked in the direction he pointed, and found that in the basket at the corner of the kitchen, there were heads of garlic. These garlics were of the same quality as those of later generations, but they were generally large in size, and were obviously carefully selected high-quality garlics. He walked quickly to the basket, picked up a 6-clove garlic and looked at it, nodding his head repeatedly. "Yes, this is it." Hearing this, Fatty Meng couldn't help but smile proudly. "My dear, garlic is the name in Deng Zhao. We in Bianjin call it gourd or hu garlic. If my husband's family wasn't from Deng Zhao, I really wouldn't understand what you are saying." Su Yun smiled back at Fatty Meng politely. "Thank you, Brother Meng, for your advice." As a non-botany practitioner, he only knew that garlic was introduced to China during the Han Dynasty, and he didn't know much about the nicknames of garlic. Actually, in ancient China, there were many names for garlic. The larger garlic was generally called gourd, and the smaller one was called mountain garlic. The general name was not officially unified until the middle of the Ming Dynasty. Then Su Yun turned around and said to Zilaodogwen, "Old steward, please prepare a stone mortar and scald it with hot water. Ahem, hot soup. Also prepare a bag of salt for me. The finer the better. Oh, and I also need a gull-shaped porphyry bottle." Zilaodogwen nodded. "No problem." Half a quarter of an hour later, the old steward came over with a few things and handed them to Su Yun. "Stone mortar, salt, porphyry bottle, everything is here." Su Yun thanked him and then chose a cleaner room. He asked Zilaodogwen to wait outside the door, and he took the prepared things into the house. After entering the house, Su Yun put the stone mortar, the peeled garlic, salt, the small bottle he brought with him, the gall-shaped porphyry bottle, and a casserole-like thing he asked from Fatty Meng on the table. The porphyry in the gull-shaped porphyry bottle refers to glass. That's right. In this era, glass craftsmanship has appeared. One of the more famous pieces of evidence is the line, "Knock it like a jade chime through the forest, and suddenly like the sound of glass breaking on the ground," from the work Children Playing with Ice by Yang Wanli, a poet of the Song dynasty. In addition, Song Zhanzong once ordered 10 workers to plate mercury on glass bottles, and then use them to drink wine, and licked a mouthful every day before going to bed. Yes, you read that right, mercury plated to drink wine, so there's a reason why the old Zhao family has a high mortality rate. In short, The current glass technology is still a long way from the future, but it is very close in practicality or functionality. After preparing all this, Soo-yoon first put the peeled garlic into the stone mortar and began to crush it vigorously. Dong dong dong, after 5 or 6 minutes, a large mouthful of crushed garlic came out. Soo-yoon poured them into the glass bottle one by one and covered it with a lid. He then filled the casserole with salt, put the glass bottle into the salt, and lifted the casserole in a way similar to hanging fire. Then he lit the fire, adjusted the amount and height of the firewood, controlled the temperature at about 40 degrees, and started heating. Another half an hour passed. Seeing that the fire was almost ready, Soo-yoon pulled the cap of the small bottle with a prop. In an instant, a strong smell of alcohol filled the room. That's right. Alcohol. Seeing this, the smart students must have understood Soo-yoon's idea. Yes, what Soo-yoon was going to prepare was allicin. Don't think that garlic seems to be everywhere, and it sounds like it is very low-end, far inferior to penicillium or willow branches. In fact, this is a magical black technology that can be called a time travel. It's no exaggeration to say that cement, paper making, taro, are all younger brothers in front of allicin. If you have to compare, black powder and potatoes can barely be regarded as the same level of magical objects. Because it is a type of antibiotic, and it is particularly easy to make. Speaking of antibiotics, everyone may think of penicillin, erythromycin, and tetracycline. But in fact, allicin is also a particularly powerful antibiotic. Its antibacterial ability is no worse than that of penicillin, and it is also more effective against a wider range of antibacterial types. Penicillin is only effective against bacteria and weak against fungi, while allicin is one of the few antibiotics that can fight both bacteria and fungi. The main reason why allicin is difficult to popularize in later generations is that it is difficult to preserve. It can only exist for 1 to 2 hours at room temperature. In addition, the common drug resistance of antibiotics is also a big problem. But after traveling through time, its advantages are fully demonstrated. Compared with the preparation of penicillin, the preparation of allicin is really too simple. It can be said that as long as you travel through time after the Han Dynasty, you can make allicin with your hands. Because to prepare allicin, you only need garlic and high concentration alcohol. First, mash the garlic and let it stand for an hour. Then soak it in high concentration alcohol for extraction, and then take your hands off the operating table. Everything is done. That's right. It's that simple. You can make a low concentration alcohol solution of allicin in a foolproof way. What? You asked how to make high concentration alcohol in ancient times? Those who have a basic knowledge of chemistry can prepare it by distillation. Students who failed chemistry can directly use lime to remove the water in the liquor to make it. If you can't find lime, you can find a corner to hit your head. In addition, if you want a higher concentration of allicin, you can use a simple salt bath to promote enzymatic hydrolysis like Soo-yoon did. More advanced ones can also add condensation reflux. Ask someone to make a copper tube for the condenser and soak it in water. This theory is fine, because before writing this chapter, I personally verified it once and successfully made garlic essential oil. Then I added some soy sauce and vinegar to dip dumplings during the Chinese New Year, so Soo-yoon never understood. Why do some protagonists in those novels about traveling through ancient times have to bear logical loopholes to purify penicillin, and don't think about tinkering with allicin, a foolproof artifact? The site returns to the original place. Then Soo-yoon opened the garlic residue that had been enzymatically hydrolyzed in the salt bath, added the anhydrous ethanol he brought to it, and waited. This bottle of anhydrous ethanol was originally prepared by Soo-yoon for emergency use. Now that Wang Yu was in critical condition, he could only use up this good thing first. Another hour passed. Counting the time for preparing things, it was very close to the hour agreed with Lao Su. Soo-yoon glanced at the glass and found that a little oily liquid had appeared in the gaps of some of the garlic. This is the standard garlic essential oil. It is not a decomposition product of allicin, but an important raw material for allicin extraction. In the local industrial field, those factories use this thing to extract allicin. Therefore, with its appearance, it basically indicates a result. Allicin has been successfully produced. Thinking of this, Soo-yoon hurriedly took off the glass, took it out of the door, and said to Zilioto outside the door, "Zidugwan, the medicine is ready, let's go, let's hurry back to the east wing." Looking at Soo-yoon with a little excitement between his eyebrows, Zilioto followed his steps, and a doubt emerged in his heart. Could it be that this kid's lower body has been opened up for a long time, and he really has some confidence? Then the two hurried back to the east wing. After another simple check, they were led into the courtyard. Then Zlaotuan led Su Yun to the door and said respectfully, "Master, let's go back." Before Zlaotuan finished speaking, he heard a creak and the door was opened from the inside. The person who opened the door was Wang Bing, who said to Su Yun in a hurry, "How is it? Have you brought a medicine?" Su Yun nodded and raised the glass bottle in his hand. "The medicine is here." Wang Bing quickly made way and urged, "Come in quickly. Zhengru has lost consciousness." The ancient language of losing consciousness is not the Ahegao in H comics, but the literal meaning of losing consciousness, which is what is commonly known as coma or shock. This is also a very, very dangerous signal. Therefore, Su Yun did not dare to neglect it and hurriedly walked into the room and came to the bed. Just as Wang Bing said. At this time, Wang Yu had completely lost consciousness, and even the hoarse sound in his throat could not be heard. However, Su Yun noticed that several silver needles were inserted into the Beihu acupoint, the left temple, and the ankle of this Hong Hao. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be what Lao Su called a life-saving method. Acupuncture has always been a very magical project. Especially for coders like Su Yun. In his previous life, his fingers, necks, and shoulders basically get sick every month. Su Yun has tried ibuprofen, fluorbuprofen, and Voltaren, and many times it is not as useful as going to the hospital for acupuncture. At least in Su Yun's mind, acupuncture is indeed a subject worth studying. After seeing him enter the house, Lao Su glanced at the glass bottle in his hand, and the silver needle in his hand was still shaking. "Wang Lin, is this the folk remedy you mentioned?" Su Yun nodded, protected the bottle with both hands, and raised it in front of him. "The bottle is a medicine called allicin, garlic." Hearing this name, Lao Su frowned. Garlic? Can this thing save people? However, considering that Wang Yu's life was in danger, he could no longer question it. "I am powerless to save Zhengru's condition, so you can just give it a try, hey." Seeing the obvious pessimism on Lao Su's face, Su Yun did not explain much. After all, fecal infection is basically like the late stage of liver cancer in later generations for people in this era, and it is an absolute terminal illness. What Su Yun is doing now is just like a beggar in the 21st century running to the hepatobiliary ward of a hospital and telling a chief physician that he can cure liver cancer. It's just that the chief physician, Lao Su, was restrained by the emotions of the patient's family, Wang Bing, and he really didn't have many means, so he allowed Su Yun to administer the medicine. So you can't say that Lao Su is pedantic or looks down on people. In the final analysis, it's still a problem of cognitive ceiling. After all, in this era, whether it is the East or the West, it is far from the concept of modern medicine. Then Lao Su stepped aside and motioned Su Yun to come forward. Su Yun quickly came to Wang Yu and gently tore off his cloth strip. I don't know if it's an illusion. Su Yun felt that in just 2 hours, the man's wounds had worsened. The main suppuration site on Wang Yu's body was below the chest, between the lungs and the stomach, and was a very sensitive site. The fecal water contained a large number of conditionally harmful bacteria such as Escherichia coli and Staphylococcus, so Wang Yu's injuries were actually more serious than they looked. But at the same time, it was precisely because the source of infection was feces that the antibacterial effect of allicin could be maximized. Among them, Escherichia coli, gram-positive cocci and gram-negative bacilli are all target bacteria of allicin. Even if Wang Yu really had severe sepsis, allicin could effectively achieve a killing effect, but the means were more complicated. See the author's words, of course. If it was just bacteremia, it would be even better. After all, today's medical conditions are too limited, and many treatment plans in later generations cannot be replicated. Then Su Yun opened the glass bottle containing allicin, dug into it with a sterilized spoon, and scooped a mouthful of alcohol solution containing allicin. Then he gently applied it to Wang Yu's wound. Friends who have used alcohol to apply to wounds should know this. Alcohol is different from iodine. It will produce a strong irritation when applied to the wound. The sourness is simply not something that ordinary people can bear. Even a cut the size of a fingernail can make a grown man scream in pain. However, when Su Yun applied the allicin solution to Wang Yu's wound, the big man made almost no reaction, only a few slight muscle twitches. This is not good news, which indicates that the coupling signal in some areas has been completely blocked. And if the coupling signal can be blocked, let alone the function of the body, It is even possible that the protein in some areas has become inactivated. Seeing this, Lao Su on the side could not help but frown. Although he did not know the concepts of allicin and antibiotics, his sense of smell was fine. He could smell the alcohol in the bottle and was sure that it was definitely strong liquor. And what would happen if strong liquor splashed on the wound? This Northern Song Dynasty medical scientist naturally knew. However, Su Yun's hand only paused slightly, and then continued to apply the solution. More than a moment later, the wound on Wang Yu's chest was covered with the garlic solution, and the whole room was filled with the smell of garlic. Clang! Su Yun put the spoon back into the glass, stood up and said to Lao Su, "Master, the medicine is applied." Wang Bing, who was standing by, couldn't wait any longer and asked, "How long will it take for Zhengru to recover? If Zhengru can be saved, how long will it take for the effect to be seen?" Su Yun thought about it. The local garlic extract usually takes 2 hours to take effect. The drug resistance of the ancients was much lower than that of later generations, so the effect time must be much faster. At most, 1.5 hours should be enough, right? However, out of caution, he still reported a more reliable time. "If nothing unexpected happens, it will be effective in 1 hour." Wang Bing stammered a few times, but he didn't say anything in the end. In the previous process of Su Yun making medicine, he had already learned about Su Yun's origin from Lao Su, a male actor who escaped from a painting boat. Except for his strange clothes, there was nothing special about him. Therefore, although Wang Bing hoped that his brother could survive from an emotional point of view, his reason kept telling him that Wang Yu's life might have come to the countdown. That's it. In the room, Wang Bing and Lao Su were sitting, and Su Yun was standing at the head of the bed. The three of them were silent, waiting for the final result together. 1/4 of an hour, 2/4 of an hour, 3/4 of an hour. Time passed slowly, and Wang Yu still showed no signs of waking up. But gradually, Lao Su's eyes quietly glowed. In order to save Wang Yu's life, he used silver needles to stimulate several acupuncture points of Wang Yu, basically stimulating his life potential without reservation. Therefore, theoretically, Wang Yu's life can only last about 2/4 of an hour. And now, including the process of Su Yun's medication, it has been 4/4 of an hour. That is, half an hour. Although Wang Yu's pulse is still critical, his life has not come to an end. In other words, Su Yun's folk remedy seems to be effective? Of course. Lao Su did not say this. After all, no one could say for sure whether Wang Yu had a strong vitality and kept rejecting the summons of the black and white impermanence. Even if Hua Tuo and Bind were alive, it would be impossible to accurately predict a person's life to a certain 1/4 of an hour. Therefore, he could only choose to continue waiting, but he changed his seat from the chair in the middle of the room to the bedside where Wang Yu was. And he would diagnose the pulse every once in a while. Another 1/4 of an hour passed. Lao Su checked Wang Yu's pulse again. However, not long after he took his hand, his breathing stagnated. His eyes were filled with a complex emotion of shock, surprise, joy, and a little guilt. He opened his mouth slightly, and his eyes jumped quickly between Su Yun and Wang Bing several times. Zhengru's pulse seems to be getting better. Whoosh! Hearing this, Wang Bing immediately stood up from the chair, strode to the bedside, and didn't even notice that the chair was knocked over. "Uncle Su, are you telling the truth?" Old Su closed his eyes and took the pulse again. After opening his eyes this time, his eyes were much calmer. He was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly and said, "Zhengru's pulse has become stable, although the internal evil is still there, and the bottom fire is hot. But compared with before, it is much better." As soon as Lao Su finished speaking, a dry voice was faintly heard from the bed. "Shushu." Some readers also said that allicin cannot treat sepsis. In fact, this is wrong. There are many kinds of pathogens of sepsis, which are related to Pi1 gene polymorphism. The papers can be referred to 10.27812 Deakin-Keegle Nix, 2021.000116 and 10.19460 Jacob-Key, 02533685, 2021, 10009. At present, a big reason why allicin cannot treat sepsis is drug resistance, but the target body is actually compatible and can destroy enzymes containing thiol groups. This is why it is said that allicin has the prospect of treating insulin and tonsillitis. For example, there is a case in West China Hospital where allicin injection cured a burn with suppuration, 10.13313 J. 1673, 4890.202002170005. Chapter 121 Disadvantages of Distillation. Water in the room. Hearing this subtle humming sound, the three people present were stunned at first. Then they lowered their heads almost at the same time and looked at Wang Yu on the bed. At this moment, Wang Yu on the bed has slightly opened his eyes, and the corners of his dry and scabbed mouth are twitching slightly. Although his eyes are still dim and lifeless, he has obviously regained some consciousness. Water, I want water. Hearing this, Su Yun on the side hurriedly poured a glass of water from the table and handed it to Wang Bin. Captain, here. Wang Bing took the glass of water, held his brother's shoulders with one hand, and handed the water to his mouth with the other hand. Zhangru, the water is here, drink it quickly. Wang Yu drank the water instinctively, and his chest rose and fell several times. After taking a good breath, he looked around hazily. Zhangjin, where's this place? Seeing this, Lao Su on the side walked forward, first simply measured Wang Yu's forehead temperature with his hand, and then asked, Zhangru, do you recognize me? Wang Yu opened his eyes a little more with some effort, looked at Lao Su, and said after a while, are you Su Bogong? Yes, it is me. Lao Su nodded and sighed. Zhangru, you were attacked by the Xia bandits at night not long ago, and you were seriously injured. You were sent back to Beijing by Wang Shumi. Your condition is critical. That's all. I will tell you everything in detail later. You don't need to ask too much. It's important to recuperate. Wang Yu hummed a little confusedly. At this time, he had just returned from the gates of hell and couldn't remember what happened in the past. He just felt a tight pain in his chest and head, as if his body was about to be torn apart, and he couldn't muster any strength. However, his brother and Grandpa Su are both trustworthy and close people, so naturally they would not lie to or harm him. Thinking about it, Wang Yu felt a wave of fatigue coming over him again, and soon he fell into deep sleep, with snoring coming from his nose. Seeing Wang Yu's breathing gradually stabilize, Lao Su first tucked the corner of the quilt for him, and then looked at Su Yun with complicated eyes. If before this, he still thought that Su Yun was trying to show his presence, then Wang Yu's current situation was enough to prove that he was wrong. But he did not feel ashamed or embarrassed because of this. On the contrary, he had many questions that he urgently wanted to get answered. This old man, who is already in the last years of his life, had a strong desire for knowledge that he had not seen for a long time. But before Lao Su spoke, Wang Bing beside him took action first. The cold-faced man took a step forward and walked in front of Su Yun. Without saying a word, he bowed heavily like pushing a golden mountain toppling a jade pillar. Brother, I will never forget your life-saving grace. Su Yun had guessed his intention before Wang Bing made a move, so when Wang Bing bowed, he slightly turned his body to avoid the courtesy. Captain, you are too polite. Zhang Hao is a lucky man. I am just adding icing on the cake. Adding icing on the cake? If this is icing on the cake, there is no such thing as timely help in the world. Hearing this, old Su on the side shook his head very seriously, with a complicated tone in his tone. If you hadn't taken action today, you would have died without a doubt. Wang Lin, don't be too modest. It's just that I really didn't expect that the disease of fecal water entering the body could be solved with garlic. Wang Lin, which famous doctor did your ancestors have? I don't deserve the title of famous doctor. Su Yun waved his hand very modestly and replied, my great-great-grandfather was just a traveling doctor. He passed down this recipe before he died. I only know that he was originally a Taoist priest from a sect called Fangling Yuang sect. Old Su blinked. Fangling Yuang sect? It turns out that he is a layman. There were many folk sects in the late Song dynasty, and all kinds of sects and sects were everywhere, among which there were also some celebrities. For example, in Beijing at that time, there was a Taoist priest named Lin Lingsu who was extremely famous and was called a real immortal. This person was also one of the ancestors of the Xingxiao sect in later generations. According to the historical trajectory, he would be appreciated by Song Huzong in a few years and hired as a national teacher. At his peak, he was so powerful that even Beijing did not give him face. Therefore, old Su was not unfamiliar with the concept of sects. After repeating the name of the sect twice, he changed the subject and asked, Wang Lin, did your ancestor leave behind the principle of garlic juice to cure diseases? Su Yun heard this and raised a slight arc at the corner of his mouth. I knew you would ask this. However, although he predicted it, Su Yun was not prepared to tell the other party the answer right now. After all, The value he was going to show was not just Allison, of course there is, but Sir Zhang Hao is still in danger of his life. Shouldn't we first? Lao Su was stunned when he heard this, and then slapped his head in annoyance. I'm ashamed, I was so excited about the prey that I almost missed the big thing. Wang Lin, how should I treat Zheng Ru next? Su Yun thought for a while and said, first of all, of course, we have to make Allison. To be honest, the preparation of Allison requires a special liquid, which cannot be made by simply pounding garlic. The garlic juice that I used for Zhang Hao before was added with a finished liquid that I carried with me, and it has now been used up. If you want to make it again, I'm afraid you will need some special equipment. Lao Su glanced at the container that Su Yun placed on the bedside, thought for a few seconds, and asked, but is it that kind of liquor like liquid? Su Yun nodded, and praised Lao Su's sharp thinking in his heart. Yes, this thing is called alcohol, which means the essence of wine, and its strength is much higher than ordinary liquor. What materials are needed to prepare alcohol? Su Yun continued. 2 glass bottles and several bent copper tubes are indispensable. In addition, a large amount of white wine, ingot alkali and extremely fine salt are needed. By the way, prepare a few sheets of asbestos. Lao Su picked up a pen and paper from the table and wrote down the names with a puzzled and curious look. Only these can make the alcohol you mentioned. Su Yun nodded. Yes, what about the principle? Distillation. In the 21st century, this word is basically a concept that junior high school students know. The concept of alcohol distillation is very simple. The boiling point of water is 100 degrees, and the boiling point of ethanol is 78 degrees. By taking advantage of the different boiling points of the two, you can use distillation to get a higher concentration of alcohol. That is, when alcohol and water are mixed together, you turn on a fire of 80 degrees, the alcohol will boil, but the water will not. The boiling alcohol enters another cup through condensation, and you can get a high concentration of alcohol solution. However, this concept is easy to say, but it is very troublesome to practice. The specific reason involves a small amount of chemical thermodynamics knowledge. As we all know, the critical point of the temperature at which the first batch of bubbles are separated from the liquid phase of the mixture is called the bubble point, and the critical point of the temperature at which the liquid phase appears after the gas phase reaches saturation is called the dew point. Seeing this, some students have begun to have a headache. It doesn't matter, the concept is not important. What is important is, the gas-liquid equilibrium data of a binary mixture can be viewed through a binary gas-liquid equilibrium phase diagram. For example, taking the mass fraction of ethanol as the horizontal axis and the temperature as the vertical axis, a simple phase diagram coordinate system can be drawn. When the temperature increases, the system enters the gas phase. When the temperature decreases, the system will enter the liquid phase. Suppose it is a 40-degree alcohol solution, heated to the boiling point of ethanol T equals 78 degrees. Theoretically, the alcohol will evaporate at this time, right? But in practice, you will find that the system stays steadily in the liquid phase area, without boiling at all. At this time, it is necessary to continue to heat up to a temperature between 78 and 100 degrees to reach the bubble point line, and then gas will be generated. However, in order to achieve gas-liquid equilibrium here, it is obvious that the composition of the gas phase is also required, that is, the point corresponding to the same temperature on the dew point line, the alcohol content produced is X2. And you will find that as the purity of alcohol increases, the required temperature will also be higher. That is to say, when you get to the end, the temperature at which water and alcohol evaporate will be close to the same. Therefore, the purity of alcohol that can be produced by ordinary distillation is only about 95% in the actual operation stage, and it may only reach 80% in the ancient background. Although this purity is enough to deal with most situations, as a patient with obsessive-compulsive disorder, Su Yun is obviously not satisfied. This is why he proposed 2 things later, ingot alkali and fine salt. With the help of these 2 things, the alcohol concentration can be further improved, even reaching the level of 3/9. The site is returning to reality. Considering that the dose of allicin produced by Su Yun for the first time is limited, even if Lao Su has countless ants crawling in his heart, he can only suppress his emotions temporarily, summon Zileotogwen, and ask him to go and prepare various materials. Just like that. 2 hours passed in a flash. When the time came to Yaoshi, which was about 7 o'clock in the evening, Zileotogwen finally found all the materials. Friends who have done distillation experiments should know. Spherical flasks are generally used for distillation, but the current situation is special and it is impossible to find completely compliant equipment. Old Steward Z used almost all of Lao Tzu's connections when he was in office to get a few spherical glass bottles. On the contrary, the process related to copper tubes is not difficult. Old Steward Z directly found a few copper tubes from the warehouse of the government. Although Lao Tzu is an honest official, his family background is still quite rich. After all, this is the Song dynasty. According to the previous price conversion, Lao Tzu's annual income is roughly equivalent to 8 million after tax and later generations. This salary is considered a high-income group even in Beijing, Shanghai and Guangzhou. Then Su Yun combined several objects into simple distillation equipment and poured the white wine that Old Steward Z bought from Fan Lao, the first restaurant in Beijing, into the flask. Before the Yuan dynasty, ancient Chinese wine was basically fermented wine with a height of about 10 degrees. Some of them also carried a lot of grain residue, so they were called turbid wine. The concentration of the several jars of wine bought by old manager Zhu was about 20 degrees. It was brewed with the gluten koji, which can basically be said to be the highest proof wine that can be found today. In short, just use it. After everything was ready, Su Yun put the asbestos net on the bottom and lit the fire on the simply modified stove. Old Su looked around like a curious baby, tilting his head to look at the flask for a while. Wang Lin, what's the point of putting asbestos on the bottom of the cup, while Su Yun was adjusting the amount of fire below? After all, there was no such thing as an alcohol lamp in those days, he explained to Old Su. It is mainly to prevent the distillation flask, which is these glass bottles, from breaking due to uneven heating, and to disperse the heat. Old Su nodded thoughtfully, then thought about it and walked to the other side of the stove. He randomly selected a pot and turned it over. It can be clearly seen that the marks in the middle of the iron pot are much heavier than those on the edge. Evenly heated. Looking at the pot in his hand, Lao Tzu suddenly realized that there seemed to be a lot of knowledge in this world that he didn't know. After 2/4 of an hour, the first batch of wine was successfully distilled. Su Yun poured a small cup of wine and handed it to Lao Tzu. Would you like to try it? Lao Tzu took the wine glass with great interest, first put it in front of him and looked at it for a while, then put it to his mouth and took a sip. A few seconds later, the old man raised his eyebrows. What a strong wine! Seeing this, Su Yun nodded slightly. The alcohol content of the first batch of distilled wine can reach about 35 degrees, which is undoubtedly a very strong wine for people of this era. At the same time, because it was distilled once, this kind of wine is also called Yigu Otao. That's right. Yigu Otao. Many students may not know that the so-called Yigu Otao is not a brand, but actually refers to the wine that has been distilled in the second round, with an alcohol content of about 56-63. Useless knowledge has increased again. JPG. Then Su Yun processed this batch of distilled wine again and carried out a second round of distillation. The second round of distillation took significantly longer than the first. Half an hour passed before the second round of distillation was successful. Then the third round came. An hour later. Looking at the thick liquid in front of him, Su Yun shook his head slightly. Perhaps because of insufficient equipment preparation, the concentration of the wine after 3 rounds of distillation only reached about 70%, which was quite different from 80%. At this point, it basically means that the traditional distillation has reached its upper limit. To further purify, either use entrainers such as benzene or use pressure swing distillation. Or use the soda ash and salt prepared by Su Yun. Soda ash is baking soda, the main component of which is sodium bicarbonate. It is easily soluble in water and slightly soluble in ethanol, and it is easy to absorb water to form monohydrate or decahydrate sodium bicarbonate. The composition of salt is even simpler. It is mainly sodium chloride, which is easily soluble in water and slightly soluble in ethanol. This thing is a desiccant commonly used in organic experiments to dehydrate the solvent. Su Yun planned to use sodium bicarbonate to remove the water in the system first, and then use excess sodium chloride to remove the remaining water in the system. In this way, the alcohol concentration produced is not 99%, but 95% is not difficult. Then Su Yun put Xiaosu into the alcohol solution. In less than a few minutes, a large amount of powdery precipitation appeared at the bottom. Su Yun filtered out this part of the precipitation, poured the solution into a new container, added salt, stirred and let it stand. 20 minutes later, an extremely pungent smell appeared. As a hard-working person in biology, Su Yun can basically judge that the concentration of the target alcohol is at least 95% at the moment of smelling this smell. Old Su on the side took a small spoon with some curiosity, scooped some alcohol from the bottle, and tasted a little without fear of death. As a result, as soon as he entered his mouth, he was choked and coughed repeatedly. After a while, Old Su stroked his still somewhat hot neck and said to Su Yun, "Wang Lin, the alcohol is ready. The next step is to make garlic juice for external application." However, to his surprise, Su Yun shook his head. "Master, do you remember what I said at the beginning? If you want to completely cure Zhonghou's disease, external application alone is not enough. You must use other means." Old Su blinked and guessed, "If it's not external application, then is it swallowing?" "Well, you may not know that the effect of swallowing allicin is very poor, and alcohol can also have a malignant effect on the stomach, so it's not as good as external application. Then what should we do? Have you heard of intravenous injection?" Chapter 122, Intravenous Injection in Ancient Times. Intravenous injection. Hearing the word coming out of Su Yun's mouth, Lao Su blinked blankly. "Wang Lin, what is that?" Su Yun thought for a while and explained, "Master, whether it is the human body or livestock, there are blood vessels in the body. You should know this, right?" Lao Su didn't hesitate this time and nodded. "Yes, in ancient China or in the concept of traditional Chinese medicine, blood vessels and meridians should be considered a very easy point of contention. Traditional Chinese medicine has a standard interpretation of meridians, which is several inches below the skin, which can circulate qi and blood. Therefore, some people think that meridians are the main blood vessels and collaterals are capillaries. Meridians and collaterals. In fact, it is the concept of blood vessels defined by modern medicine. But some people have a negative attitude towards this. They believe that meridians are channels for qi to flow, which are invisible to the naked eye, but some positions just happen to overlap with blood vessels. Once the issue of meridians is extended, it is easy to be accompanied by further debates on whether acupoints exist. Acupoints are like meridians. There is currently no real evidence to prove their existence. This is also one of the main reasons why many people have a negative attitude towards traditional Chinese medicine. How can you say that something exists that you can't find? But on the other hand, some acupoints in life can indeed feel the effect personally. For example, Zhusanli, Fengqi, Shaoshang, Hegu, etc. Many times, if people feel uncomfortable, pressing these acupoints can quickly show results. In addition, in recent years, there have been more or less results in the research on meridians. For example, at the end of October 2021, Harvard University published a successful case of electroacupuncture stimulation of the Zhusanli acupoint of animals to treat sepsis in nature. The paper code is doi.org/1038/415860021-04001-4. In 2019, Science Advances also published a research report on acupoints, doi. 10.1126 Sciadva AX 1342. In short, at present, there has been no conclusion on the meridians and acupoints of traditional Chinese medicine. Relevant research has been carried out for more than 10 years, and there is still no accurate statement on the specific location of the meridians. This is a fact, and there is no need and cannot be denied. But at the same time, the real effect of some acupuncture points is also very obvious, which cannot be ignored. The current scientific theory is still under development, and there is still a long way to go. To put it bluntly, today's science can't even explain why bicycles don't fall to the side after riding. At the beginning, a related paper was published in the main journal of science. The influence of this paper lasted for nearly 10 years. doi. 10.1126 Science, 1,201,959. I'm not kidding, this is true. You can search if you are interested. Certain technological developments and scientific explanations of certain phenomena are two different things, and they cannot be generalized. Let's return to reality. Regardless of whether meridians exist, in the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, ancient ancestors had already explored anatomy to a certain extent. This is a record with real records. After all, you can see blood vessels when you kill a chicken. Therefore, after Su Yun talked about the concept of blood vessels, Lao Su easily accepted this concept. Su Yun then paused and continued, "The vein is a very thick, large-capacity blood vessel that collects the returning blood into the heart. It is an important channel for completing the systemic circulation, that is, The circulation of the human body. Intravenous injection refers to injecting the diluted and prepared garlic juice into the human body through special instruments. The drug reaches the affected area directly, which is better than oral and external application. Upon hearing this, Lao Tzu lowered his head and touched the blue veins on his hands. In modern medicine, injections mainly include subcutaneous injections, intravenous injections, and chicken and intramuscular injections. Due to its chemical properties, oral and subcutaneous and intramuscular injections of allicin are not only ineffective, but also very easy to cause harm to the human body. Therefore, in modern medicine, the main injection method of allicin is basically intravenous injection. However, there are not many allicin injections on the market at present, and there are only about 3 or 5 companies, and capsules are generally used. As an outstanding scientist in this era, Lao Tzu is naturally not lacking in creativity and receptiveness. After getting Su Yun's advice, some records quickly came to his mind. He pondered for a moment and said, I remember that in the records of the 3 kingdoms written by Chen Shou in the Western Jin dynasty, a doctor without a surname scraped the bone to treat the poison for Guangong. In the Lingshu chapter of the Yellow Emperor's Canon of Internal Medicine, there is also a record of the ancestors prescribing medicine on the finger bones. But injecting garlic juice into the so-called veins and reaching the patient through the circulation of the body is something I have never heard of. Su Yun, let me ask you. If the drug can really take effect by being injected into the human body, then what should be used to accomplish this? Su Yun thought about it and made a shape with his fingers, a long, thin, hard thing called a syringe. Old Su was stunned. Long? Thin? Hard? And a real piercing? Could it be that he had heard it wrong before, and the process was actually called stem vein injection, and it went through the perineum? Real piercing, stem vein, combined with Su Yun's background as a male actor. Hiss. Thinking of this, Old Su looked at Su Yun with a strange look in his eyes. Could that Fengling Yuan sect be from the Hehuan sect? At this time, Su Yun did not notice the abnormality of Old Su's expression, but picked up a pen and drew a simple picture on the paper. This thing is divided into the main body and the front needle. The main body is about half an inch wide and half a foot long. The front needle is only a few millimeters, hollow inside, and there is an object on the main body that can be pulled out. When it is filled with liquid, just insert it into the vein and push it slowly to inject the garlic juice into the human body. Main body. Front needle. Hearing the picture drawn by Su Yun, Old Su was stunned again, and then he realized that he seemed to have thought wrong. He coughed awkwardly and looked at the picture drawn by Su Yun. After crossing, the halo gave Su Yun the ability to understand ancient Chinese, but it did not allow him to touch writing and painting. Therefore, this schematic diagram drawn with a brush has a bit of the flavor of a soul painter. However, although it is simple, some key details are barely described. In fact, in ancient China, the ancestors did try to make syringes. But the appearance of the syringes at that time was very different from that of later generations. The tube of the syringe was actually made of sheep bladders, and the pipeline was made of animal intestines. Rather than a syringe, it is more like a squeezer for measuring blood pressure. As for this ancient syringe, it is made of bird bones, which are hollow inside, and it is quite convenient for infusion. Although this thing is a little thinner than the ancient artificial needle, it is still very painful to inject. In local history, the real concept of modern syringes was not proposed by Italian Cardinal until the 15th century. And it was not until 1853 that Nigel Pravaz invented the piston hypodermic syringe, which was made of pure silver. Therefore, the syringe drawn by Su Yun can be said to be a new artifact, which is a bit ahead of the times for ancient people. If it were most people, they might not understand what this thing is at all. But don't forget, the principle of the syringe is actually very similar to that of an air pump, and Lao Tzu is a great man who can tinker with a self-priming pump. Therefore, within a few seconds, he clapped his hands and figured out the operating principle. Great, great, it inhales the air by pulling it out, and then uses the momentum of passing over a mountain to shoot it into the human body. Such an exquisite creation, even if Hua Tuo and Bind were alive, they would probably be delighted, right? Students who have taken the ancient Chinese physics history elective for their doctoral degree should know this. Passing over a mountain. This word is actually the prototype of the ancient understanding of air pressure. However, humans did not have a deep understanding of air pressure at that time, and the concept of passing over a mountain refers to the valley wind. Although this thing is strictly related to thermal circulation, not atmospheric pressure in a broad sense. But considering the limitations of the background, It is actually very remarkable that the ancient scientific theory level can realize this. You have to know that Europe at this time was still in the Middle Ages, and the understanding of when there was still the touch brought by the souls of the dead. Then old Su thought for a while and said to Su Yun, "Wang Lin, I have a vague understanding of the principle of this thing. The barrel is not difficult to make, but how to prepare the needle? According to what you said, the needle is just a little thicker than a hair. If it is a solid needle, it is not difficult. I have this kind of silver needle in my hand. But if it is hollow inside," looking at old Su with a curious face, Su Yun smiled at him. "Master, do you know the thorn pot, sting pot?" Old Su was stunned and blinked quickly. "Is it the kind of sea creature with thorns all over? I have seen it a few times. Wait, I understand. Are you going to use its thorns to make a needle?" Su Yun nodded heavily. "Yes, that's it. The thorn pot is the sea urchin that everyone knows in later generations. Sea urchins can be said to be all over the oceans of the world, whether in Asia or Africa. In recent years, traces of sea urchins can be seen in the cuisine of our country or other countries. In the mouths of some gourmets, sea urchins are also regarded as the most delicious seafood. However, in ancient China, sea urchins were only used as medicinal ingredients, not as common ingredients. Only extremely poor fishermen would eat sea urchins when they lacked food. Many people don't know that sea urchins have existed on the earth long before the appearance of dinosaurs, and their history can be said to be quite long. Of course, there are still some differences compared to cockroaches. At present, there are generally 5 types of sea urchins: dung sea urchins, purple sea urchins, northern purple sea urchins, red sea urchins, and long-spined sea urchins. Among them, dung sea urchins and purple sea urchins are common goods, long-spined sea urchins grow the fastest, and red sea urchins are the least common in the market. Another point that many people don't know is that the thorns of sea urchins are actually a kind of natural needles. Or to be more precise, it should be said that the thorns of red sea urchins are a kind of natural needles. The thorns of sea urchins are columnar protrusions formed after the calcification of connective tissue, which are connected to the poison glands in the body and can easily pierce human skin. When the spines penetrate the skin and inject venom, dermatitis and other associated diseases may occur. Almost every year, a large number of questions about how to deal with being pricked by a sea urchin appear online, especially in some coastal cities. Most medical needles in later generations are 5.5 to 7, with a diameter of 0.30 mm 0.51 mm. The tip of the red sea urchin spine is about 0.38 mm 0.42 mm, which is a standard model for intravenous injection. Therefore, in ancient times when there was no technology to make sharp hollow needles, sea urchin spines were undoubtedly the best choice. Although red sea urchins are mainly distributed in Neon, maritime trade in the Song dynasty was quite prosperous, and it even became one of the pillar industries in the southern Song dynasty. In these days, there were many maritime caravans traveling between Garita and Tamra, but there were fewer fishing boats. However, after a while, some rare seafood would always be brought back to the Song dynasty. As the core city of the Song dynasty, Bianjing sucked blood, and its blood supply was even greater than that of Yanjing and Hebei in later generations. Therefore, as long as you spend some time looking for it, it is not difficult to find some red sea urchins. Of course, although the thorns of sea urchins can easily penetrate the human epidermis, they are also extremely fragile. A little force may snap them into several sections. Therefore, before the formal injection, there are 2 things to deal with: find the red sea urchin, reinforce the needle with aluminum plating, and prepare saline. That's right. Saline. After all, unlike oral and topical administration, intravenous injection does not mean that you can just pour the liquid medicine into the tube and poke it directly into the blood vessel. Before intravenous injection, the liquid medicine must be dissolved in the rehydration or preparation solution before the next injection can be carried out. As for the principle, it is very simple. It is related to osmotic pressure. Human blood is not pure water. It contains various substances and has a certain osmotic pressure. If the osmotic pressure changes, it will cause the internal and external imbalance of cells in the blood, and cell rupture. The osmotic pressure of the 0.9% sodium chloride liquid used for infusion is similar to that of blood. Infusion with this liquid will not cause a large change in the blood osmotic pressure. There is also a similar 5% glucose solution, which the biology teacher should have talked about countless times in class. In some special cases, coconut juice can also have this effect. In addition, in the movie Who Am I?, The driver was bitten by a poisonous snake, and Uncle Long used coconut instead of glucose to give him an infusion for treatment. However, when Su-Yun was writing a book in his previous life, he once asked a writer friend whose pen name was Baizushi. This person is also a doctor who is about to be a director in reality. He has superb medical skills and a very high hairline. So in the writer group where Su-Yun is, everyone will go to him for consultation and hang up a free director number. At that time, he told Su-Yun, although there are examples of coconut juice injection, this practice is very risky and readers are not recommended to use it after crossing. Therefore, after careful consideration, Su-Yun finally planned to make a simple saline solution. Although with the current level of technology, it is difficult to achieve an accuracy of 0.9% for the saline solution produced. But in an emergency, saline solution is already the best way. Of course. The salt needed for this part, or sodium chloride, Su-Yun plans to make it himself. As for the method, it is not complicated, and Su-Yun can think of many kinds. For example, you can use your hands. Rub a disc generator with your hands. Note, someone actually guessed the needlehead. Readers are really full of talents. I underestimated you all. But luckily I didn't offer a reward for extra chapters. I'm really smart. Ahahaha. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123. Little known. In ancient China, the purification of salt has always been a troublesome matter. In the most primitive tribal era, humans even relied on eating raw meat and drinking blood to obtain salt. After entering the history of civilization, the ancestors found salt wells and then obtained the processing method of crude salt. In the Tang and Song dynasties, refined salt refined from sea salt gradually appeared, and the price was high. The highest price even reached 1 kati, or 16 taels and 90 coins. But the word refined salt here is actually a concept compared with the earlier crude salt. Compared with the standard table salt in later generations, the refined salt at this time still contains a lot of impurities. For example, sulfate ions, magnesium ions, calcium ions, etc. Especially magnesium ions. This thing will cause diarrhea, heart dysfunction and other abnormalities after entering the human body. This is a deadly substance for Wang Yu at this time. An injection is basically equivalent to murder. In order to save Wang Yu's life, Su-Yun could only use refined salt to deal with it for the time being. After all, efficiency is the priority. Moreover, the purpose of adding salt is only to dehydrate ethanol and increase the alcohol concentration, and there will not be too much residue entering the human body. But now we have to do a saline injection, and it is foreseeable that this will be an extremely long-term treatment. In this case, this part of the impurities seems a bit annoying. Therefore, purifying sodium chloride has become a necessary and urgent link. Indeed, there are many ways to purify sodium chloride. For example, shells, coconut shells and any kind of acidic fruit can be used. But don't forget, Su-Yun came to this era with a mission to complete. The stronger his ability is at this time, the easier it will be to gain Lao Tzu's trust. In addition to the background of the times, he also needs a certain status to do something. Whether it can be successful in the end is one thing, and whether he has the right to speak is another. Therefore, after repeated consideration, he chose to rub a generator by hand and prepare sodium chloride by electrolysis. After making up his mind, Su-Yun pondered for a moment and said to Lao Tzu, "Master, intravenous injection requires a substance called physiological saline, which has to be prepared in another way. So could you trouble me to prepare some things for me? What do you need? These things may be a little expensive." Upon hearing this, Lao Tzu threw his sleeves generously. "Your life is at stake. My family is wealthy, so you can just tell me." Su-Yun nodded and turned over the piece of paper with the scribbles on it. The required materials were written on it: a piece of natural magnet, preferably beaten into this shape. Then process the refined copper into thin wires, the longer the better. Plus 2 copper blocks and several copper sheets. In addition, a half-meter iron shaft, wooden molds, 2 oil, turntables, graphite, poison stone, and water supply equipment in the palace are required. Send someone to the sour plum shop in the east of the city to ask the store owner if he has any white things that can make ice. If so, buy some back. By the way, The donkey that pulls the mill is also prepared. After describing the requirements, Su Yun handed the paper to Lao Su. This time he was going to make a standard disk generator, the principle of which was Faraday's electromagnetic induction phenomenon. That is, magnetoelectricity. The iron shaft is made into the rotor core, the copper wire soaked in tune oil is wound on it as the winding, and the magnet is used as the stator. It is an operation that can be done with hands. What? You asked about voltage? U equals kBnV, voltage equals coefficient times magnetic strength times rotor effective length times coil turns times constant speed difference, which can be calculated in advance. At the same time, the required copper wire accuracy is only 5 mm, which can be easily achieved even at the ancient industrial level. Looking at the whole process, the biggest problem is not technology and craftsmanship, but production cost. According to Su Yun's design, the cost of the entire generator is guaranteed to be more than 200 copper coins, that is, 200 taels of silver, and it may rise at any time. According to the concept mentioned earlier, it is almost equivalent to 200,000 in later generations. And this kind of generator, without a voltage stabilizer and a distributor, can do very limited things in ancient times. To put it bluntly, this thing is basically the same as burning money. So if you travel to an ordinary family, you will be hung up and beaten by your parents before you can tinker with a generator. But at the moment, in order to save Wang Yu, Lao Su obviously won't care too much. After getting Su Yun's drawings, he immediately summoned Zileodoquan. Let this housekeeper work the night shift. Su Yun rubbed his sore neck, said goodbye to Lao Su, and went back to his hut to sleep. A lot of things happened today, and he was exhausted both physically and mentally. In addition, there was no Tifa in this era, so he could only sleep well. Nothing happened at night. Early the next morning, suddenly, a faint voice came to Su Yun's ears, "Young Master Wang, young Master Wang, it's time to get up in the morning." Su Yun yawned and rubbed his sleepy eyes. After coming to his senses, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Although someone had called him to get up in the morning in the past few days, most of the noises were a bit rude. Either banging on the door or yelling. How could it be as gentle as today? Then he put on his clothes and opened the door, only to see this moment. Yongsu was standing outside the door with a somewhat restrained smile, holding water in his hands. He did not show the casualness of yesterday when he was mumbling, "Wang Mezi, young Master Wang, you are awake, hurry up and use the water." Su Yun looked at him with some surprise and asked, "Brother Yongsu, what are you doing?" No, you are embarrassing me, just call me Zhuzi." Hearing the three words Brother Yongsu, Yongzu was immediately shocked and said quickly, "Young Master Wang, you don't know. The master issued an order yesterday to remove you from slavery and put you on the list of retainers in the mansion. Now you are a retainer, different from us servants. You can always use me if you need anything." Retainer. Su Yun was stunned when he heard this, and then he understood. Retainers, also called food guests, are a unique group in ancient times. Most of them are wanderers or counselors, without official positions, and some are even fugitives. On weekdays, the master provides them with living necessities, and they will also help the master when necessary. At that time, Ming Changjin claimed to have 3,000 guests. In Water Margin, there were also a large number of guests staying at Chaijin's manor. In terms of nature, guests are guests, which are much higher than servants. For example, Zhang Quan, the head of the guards, one of the 4 giants in Lao Su's mansion, is a kind of guest. Therefore, his salary and status are much higher than the highest level servants. However, in terms of intimacy with the master, he is inferior to Ziliodogwan and Yulian and others. It can be said that each has its own advantages and disadvantages. If Su Yun remembered correctly, Lao Su also recruited dozens of guests before he retired. According to the literature, some links of the water transport instrument were completed by the guests. But now that Lao Su has retired, the number of guests left in the mansion is estimated to be not many. The empty east wing can also prove this point, that is the guest room, and theoretically the guests should be placed in that direction. Therefore, in addition to the necessary position of guarding the courtyard, there may be 1 or 2 guests who have not been dismissed in the accounting department. In short, the number is likely to be no more than 3. It is really a rare existence. To be honest, whether it is a guest or a servant, Su Yun, who was born in the later generations, did not have higher requirements for status, and naturally would not order others around. He asked Yongzhu to bring water into the house first, took the towel and washed his face, and then said to Yongzhu, "Brother Yongzhu, don't be anxious, brother Yongzhu, listen to me first. It was you who rescued me from the well with a rope, so let's not be too distant. How about this? If you think highly of me, I will still call you brother Yongzhu. As for me, you can call me brother Wang, just like calling me brother Sen. What do you think?" The brother in the Song dynasty did not refer to the elder brother. It was a kind of name that was more market-oriented but somewhat intimate. Still using water margin as an example, in the episode where Wu Song angrily killed Pan Jinglian, the little boy selling pears in Yanggu County was called Yun Gear, and he was also a minor character with some roles. Seeing that Su Yun's words did not seem to be false, and at the same time, the return invitation in the sour plum shop yesterday also made Yongzhu feel that he and Su Yun had some friendship. So he hesitated for a moment, and finally tried to say, "Then I will call you Wang Gear from now on." Su Yun smiled heartily. Okay. After washing up, he went to the breakfast shed to have a simple breakfast. Then he went to the East Wing and met Lao Su and Wang Bing and Wang Yu. Sure enough, after another round of wrangling, he finally persuaded Lao Su and Wang Bing to change his name from Wang Gongzi to Xiao Wang. As for Su Yun's title for Lao Su, it was still master. After all, a retainer was also a subordinate. Then Lao Su told Su Yun that he saw Wang Yu had a low fever at midnight yesterday, and Su Yun mentioned that allicin was difficult to store, so he used the remaining allicin to give Wang Yu a dose. While stabilizing the condition, it also meant that the first batch of allicin was exhausted. Therefore, Su Yun's goal today was very clear, to complete the mass production of the second batch of allicin and allicin injection. Then Lao Su took Su Yun to another courtyard in the East Wing, where a pile of supplies Su Yun needed were placed on the open space in the courtyard. Yes. And the donkey. After entering the courtyard, Old Su pointed at these objects and introduced them. Xiao Wang, these are natural magnets, iron shafts, and wooden molds. I asked the craftsman of the instrument bureau to make the copper wire overnight. Please take a look to see if it is suitable. In addition, as you said, there are indeed some white crystals that can be used to make ice in the sour plum soup shop. Yuanian also bought some back. Oh, by the way, the water delivery device you mentioned is also ready. The pile on the left, is it? Su Yun nodded gently, first walked to the outside of the copper wire to check the accuracy specifications. In ancient times, there was no insulating paint, and it was impossible to achieve absolute insulation of wires. But in special circumstances, parchment and tune oil can achieve a substitute effect. When Faraday first experimented, he also used parchment. The theoretical upper limit of the copper wire of a homemade generator is 5 mm, which is also the width of half a fingernail. The thinner the better. The specification of the copper wire prepared by Old Su is about 2 mm. According to what he said before, this is the result of his finding the craftsman of the instrument bureau to make it overnight. In other words, in this era, let alone the refined process that takes a lot of time, the processing accuracy of the official industrial rapid mass production is about 2 mm. Su Yun secretly memorized this information, and then turned to the disassembled self-priming pump. Sure enough, as he expected before, although this self-priming pump is not as fine as the later ones, it is still possible to clearly see the operating principle of the pump, as well as the balance spring and spring. Su Yun bent down and took the main joint of the self-priming pump in his hand and weighed it. It was about 15 or 16 pounds. Then he turned around and asked Lao Su with the self-priming pump, "Master, what is this?" Lao Su stroked his beard and a hint of pride appeared on his face. After all, this was his masterpiece. This thing is called suction, which is a small object that I accidentally discovered when I was ordered to build a water transport observatory. It can send water dozens of feet away by storing power through the wheel knot, which is equivalent to the work of several servants going back and forth many times. Su Yun was silent for a moment, and bowed to Lao Su. His skills are almost divine. There was no flattery in his words, but a sincere admiration. Although the principles of the balance spring and the self-priming pump seem very simple to later generations. But in this era, or until the 17th century, this was a barrier to human cognition. Note, I am not fantasizing. The Xianheng system developed by Lao Su is the prototype of the mechanical watch of later generations. This is a recognized achievement at home and abroad. If there is a mechanical watch, there must be a balance spring. The reason why this achievement is attributed to Hooke is mainly because it was too long ago and there is no physical evidence This may be the wisdom of the Chinese ancestors. After sighing, Su Yun put his mind back to reality. He first checked each instrument one by one, and then officially began to assemble the generator. As we all know, the DC generator is mainly composed of two parts: the stator and the rotor. The main components of the stator are the base, the main magnetic pole, the commutation pole, the end cover and the brush. The main function is to generate a magnetic field. The main components of the rotor are the armature core, the armature winding, the commutator, the shaft, the bearing, the fan, etc. The main function is to generate induced electromotive force and electromagnetic torque, which is the core of the energy conversion of the DC motor. Of course, if you travel through time, just make a simple device. It doesn't have to be so complicated. The actual components are the stator main pole, armature core, armature winding, commutator and shaft. The basic principle of the DC generator is Faraday's law of electromagnetic induction. If the conductor cuts the magnetic lines of force, an induced electromotive force will be generated in the conductor. The teacher should have demonstrated it in the high school physics class, so I will not repeat it here. Normally, this ancient generator needs to be cranked by hand, which is somewhat like the posture of using a pencil sharpener in elementary school, and the faster the better. But don't forget, at present, Su Yun has a good thing called spring in his hand. Just let the donkey store the spring first, and then use a very simple torque to convert it, so that the elastic potential energy of the spring can be converted into kinetic energy to make the motor work. As for whether the donkey is tired, this is not Su Yun's consideration. Then Su Yun wrapped the copper wire around the copper sheet, pressed the turntable at the bottom, and fixed a magnet on a separate frame. Then put the coil in the middle of the magnet, connect the wires end to end to form a closed loop, and the graphite acts as a carbon brush for conduction. That's it. A simple generator is all it takes. Yes, it's that simple. Actually, there are a lot of knowledge in later generations that seems to be more sophisticated, but it is not difficult to restore it in ancient times. The main difficulties are 2 points. First, its derivative applications in storage. Electrical appliances are much more difficult than simple generators. Second, it is the process of recognizing this concept. Just like generating electricity, let alone Su Yun's disk engine, when it is really extreme, you can generate electricity with 2 fruits. Isn't that the case with Ubisoft servers? The reason why the ancients couldn't use electricity was not because their industrial level was not enough, but to a large extent because they were unfamiliar with a microscopic field. They didn't know the concept of electric energy at all. For example, Lao Tzu at this moment. During Su Yun's assembly process, he was almost silent throughout the whole process, because he couldn't understand what Su Yun was doing at all. Su Yun didn't bother to explain it. Some concepts are much easier to explain after seeing the phenomenon than to teach the concept. After tinkering with the generator, Su Yun didn't rush to start it. Because he had another thing to do, prepare for electrolysis. Chapter 124. The Song Dynasty also wants to kill cockroaches. In the 21st century, the concept of electrolysis may be more widely spread than the hand-rubbed generator. Especially the electrolysis of saturated salt water, which is a basic chemical practice reaction. In the electrolysis experiment, the cathode will undergo a reduction reaction, at which time it will gain electrons. The anode will undergo an oxidation reaction and lose electrons. At the same time, after the electrolysis reaction occurs, some oxygen-free salts of active metals will generate alkalis at the cathode, and the oxygen-containing salts of inactive metals will generate acids at the anode. In addition, after the electrolysis reaction occurs, the cathode will also produce solids and reducing gases. As for the choice of cathode and anode, the common operation of electrolysis of saturated salt water is copper as cathode and carbon rod as anode. Of course, if the conditions are general, there is actually no effect of 2 carbon rods. However, there is a special place in the electrolysis of saturated salt water, that is, chlorine easily reacts with sodium hydroxide. That is, 2NaO plus Cl2 equals NaCl plus NaCl plus H2O. Therefore, modern industry generally uses porous permeable diaphragms to separate the anode chamber and the cathode chamber so that the two will not contact. However, the current Song dynasty obviously cannot achieve this technology, so Su Yun is considering the salt bridge. In the courtyard, after preparing the generator materials, Su Yun turned around and asked Lao Tzu, "Master, where are the white crystals bought from the sour plum shop? Lao Su pointed to a package on the left and replied, "That package is it, Xiao Wang. If my judgment is correct, this thing should be saltpeter." Su Yun walked over to open the package, carefully identified it, and said affirmatively, "Yes, it is indeed saltpeter. I heard that the old man spoke with a Hexi accent, so I guess these saltpeters were shipped from Hexi." Lao Su nodded thoughtfully and said, "So that's the case. No wonder Yuanian came back and told me that the couple thought he was a spy sent by his colleagues at first, and even shouted that they would report to the police. Later, he had no choice but to show his county mansion badge and ask the Yamen runners on the street to testify, and the other party was willing to sell him some crystals, and the price was not low." Su Yun shook the saltpeter in his hand with satisfaction and said, "It's normal for saltpeter of this quality to be expensive. It can save a lot of trouble." When Su Yun saw the iced plum juice in the plum shop, he thought of two possibilities for the old man to make ice. One is the ice cellar. The other is saltpeter. The possibility of the ice cellar is not very high. After all, the cost of making an ice cellar in this era is not low, and only large courtyards can make ice cellars to store ice. Therefore, although Su Yun is not sure that the other party has saltpeter, he is about 70% sure. With saltpeter, potassium nitrate can be prepared. Students who have not failed biology should remember it. Potassium nitrate is a common salt bridge. The so-called salt bridge refers to an electrolyte that can communicate between two beakers, allowing anions and cations to move freely from the cathode to the anode. With a potassium nitrate salt bridge, it can prevent the chlorine and sodium hydroxide generated by the electrolysis of salt water from reacting in the electrolytic cell to the greatest extent, thereby promoting the production of chlorine. As for the preparation of potassium nitrate, it is also very simple. First dissolve the saltpeter in water, and then remove the mud and sand. Heat and evaporate to concentrate, and then cool to obtain O3 crystals. Potassium nitrate crystals have extremely strong solubility, so these crystals are dissolved in water again, and a salt bridge is made in this way. After many preliminary preparations were completed, Su Yun put the refined salt prepared by Ziliotogwan into the water and began to stir with a glass rod. Soon, the solution began to become a little turbid. Su Yun looked at Lao Su. "Master, please bring the gauze." Although Lao Su didn't quite understand the intention of Su Yun's operation, he still handed him a funnel covered with the gauze. Drip drip, Su Yun poured the turbid liquid. With a barrier of gauze, some insoluble impurities were filtered out. Then he divided the filtered solution into two large cups. Let's call them cup A and cup B for the time being. Well, it's just a cup, without the word cover. Then he first connected cup A to the electrolysis equipment. The electrolysis equipment is not much different from the equipment for electrolyzing saturated salt water in later generations. There is a conduit at the anode, which leads to another water container. At this time, the donkey had already charged the spring with power. As soon as Su Yun turned on the switch, the rotor began to rotate rapidly. The volume of the solution he prepared this time was about 1 liter. According to the Nernst equation, the theoretical value of the voltage for successful electrolysis can be calculated to be 13 V. Therefore, the effective number of turns of the generator he designed is 17 turns. Of course, Su Yun preset the number of rotor slots to 2, and the speed was 300 turns per minute. The calculated accurate value was 15.7, which should be 16 turns. However, considering the ancient copper wire and the conduction effect, he still chose to wind one more turn to be safe. After all, the voltage of electrolysis does not exceed 30 volts, which is basically fine. After everything was prepared, cup A began electrolysis. Although there are still many impurities in the solution at this time, such as magnesium chloride and sodium sulfate, the solution does not seem to be very pure. But Su Yun's operation this time is mainly to collect gases. Sodium chloride accounts for the majority of the solution, so it will not be affected by other cations at all. By the way, this concept seems to be easy to understand, but it specifically involves the concepts of overpotential and Gibbs free energy. Just like a knowledge that everyone knows in middle school, electrolysis of dilute sulfuric acid is equivalent to electrolysis of water. But in the professional or university field, this statement is actually wrong. Because in the high school category, the discharge order of hydroxide in water is ahead of oxygen-containing acid radicals, so oxygen-containing acid radicals cannot discharge electricity. But in fact, due to the existence of overpotential, a side reaction of generating H2S2O8 will occur during the period, exceeding the standard electrode potential of 2.01 V, forming an overpotential situation. Therefore, the electrolysis of dilute sulfuric acid is actually different from the electrolysis of water. Achieve a return to the original place. With the introduction of electrical energy, the sodium chloride in cup A is quickly electrolyzed. Hydrogen is generated at the cathode. Chlorine is generated at the anode. These generated gases escape and are collected by a glass tube in a container placed in the dark and invisible to light. Chlorine is at the bottom and hydrogen is at the top. Ignite and burn, and white mist is generated at the mouth of the bottle. It is not recommended that you try it. It is easy to explode. These white mists are led by the glass tube to another container filled with water and dissolved in water. In this way, a higher concentration of hydrochloric acid is prepared. Seeing this, some students may ask, that's not right. Can't we get hydrochloric acid by dissolving chlorine directly in water? Why is it so troublesome? The reason is very simple. Chlorine generated by electrolysis can also be dissolved in water to get hydrochloric acid, but this reaction actually produces a mixed solution of chlorine and water. In addition to hydrochloric acid, there are many ions such as Cl2, H2O, HClO, H+, Cl, Cl, etc. Not only is the reaction reversible, but the concentration of hydrochloric acid is also very low. The effect is much worse than the hydrochloric acid prepared by Su-Yoon. Of course. Remind again, don't use chlorine and hydrogen to react easily, otherwise it is easy to explode. The site returns to the original place. After the operation, Su-Yoon packaged the hydrochloric acid. He glanced at old Su beside him, but did not rush to take the next step. Instead, he asked old Su, "Master, can you find someone to catch a few cockroaches?" "Cockroaches? What do you want that thing for? I have my own use." Old Su had seen a lot of Su-Yoon's strange operations today, so he stopped asking questions. He glanced at old manager Z beside him and ordered, "Yuan-Yin, you quickly find someone to catch some cockroaches." Old manager Z nodded and turned to arrange the staff. It was mentioned a long time ago. Cockroaches have appeared on the earth for hundreds of millions of years, and their history is longer than that of dinosaurs. It can even be said that they are one of the longest-lived creatures on the earth. In addition, the hygiene level in the Song dynasty was much lower than that in later generations. It was summer now, so cockroaches were naturally everywhere. Therefore, not long after, old manager Z came back with a glass bottle. "Master, Brother Wang, cockroaches have been caught." Su-Yoon took the glass bottle and looked at it, and he was immediately happy. "Good guy. It's the American cockroach again, the old supporting rule." At this time, these American cockroaches are waving their claws and teeth in the bottle. Obviously the food in Lao Su's house is good. Then Su-Yoon put the glass bottle flat and signaled Lao Su to make way. He opened the bottle mouth and took the hydrochloric acid and poured it into it. Normally, hydrochloric acid has a strong corrosive effect on organisms, but it is difficult to kill organisms. However, cockroaches are very special. There is a protein called teak on the surface of this thing, and the corrosive destructiveness of hydrochloric acid to this protein ranks first among all acids, leading the second by a large margin. Therefore, hydrochloric acid is actually a very effective cockroach killer. Paw, with the splashing of hydrochloric acid. The cockroaches were panicked at first and crawled around in the bottle. But soon, their body surfaces were corroded by hydrochloric acid. In just a few minutes, these unlucky guys finally died. A family of loyal American cockroaches JPG. See the situation. Old Su's pupils suddenly shrank, and he said in shock, "How is this possible? There is poison in table salt." Su-Yoon smiled slightly and said nothing. Old Su's reaction was within his expectations, or to put it bluntly, this was actually one of his goals. In ancient times when microscopic cognition was almost zero, nothing was more shocking than separating highly toxic substances from the refined salt that was eaten every day. When he was done with what he was doing next, Old Su would definitely ask him some questions. And if nothing unexpected happened, it would definitely involve the microscopic field. With such an example happening right in front of him as evidence, some words were obviously easier to convince people. Then Su-Yoon collected the prepared hydrochloric acid and picked up another thing that Old Su had prepared, witherite. Witherite is a barium-containing ore, which is often used as an acid detoxification ore to produce barium chloride in later industries. Su-Yoon washed the witherite that had been ground into powder, picked up a small spoon, and put it into the hydrochloric acid solution. Half an hour later, a bottle of mixed solution was successfully prepared. Soo-yoon began tried sodium hydroxide treat again. This was one of the products of the previous electrolysis. Although there were other cations in it, they were the target products themselves, so they would not affect the reaction process at all. It really took Soo-yoon a lot of effort to make each link interlocked. As we all know, with the right solution, the pH when Fe3+ is completely precipitated is 3.2, the pH when Mg2+ is completely precipitated is 11.1, and the pH when Ca2+ is completely precipitated is 13.9. Paper reference 10.16283 Jakenki Hagquij, 1996-06-014. Therefore, Soo-yoon did not need to care about the real-time data of the pH value at all, as long as he observed the precipitation changes during the reaction process. Another hour passed. After adding sodium hydroxide and filtering, a bottle of standard barium chloride solution was prepared. At this point, the rest is very simple, that is, the crude salt purification of junior high school concepts. First, add excess Bacl2 to remove sulfate ions. The reaction formula is Bacl2 plus Na2 SO4 equals BaSO4 plus 2 NaCl. Then add excess NaO to remove magnesium ions. MgCl2 plus 2 NaO equals Mg, 2 plus 2 NaCl. The third step is to add soda, which is sodium carbonate. This thing can be seen everywhere in the glass-making industry. Its purpose is to remove calcium ions and barium ions in Bacl2. Finally, add HCl to remove excess NaO and Na2CO3. If you have the conditions, you can use pH test paper to observe the amount of hydrochloric acid in this process. If you don't have the conditions, just pour as much as you can. If there is too much, just evaporate it directly. Then another hour passed. A large cluster of precipitated sodium chloride crystals came out of the furnace. Soo-yoon weighed the dosage and dissolved them in water. Just like that, a cup of standard concentration of physiological saline officially arrived in 1100 AD. On the other side, looking at Soo-yoon, who was tinkering with the preparation of garlic injection, Lao-su finally couldn't help it. Zio Wang, why can salt water produce such a highly toxic substance after such treatment? Chapter 125 The Microscopic World starting from electrolysis. Zio Wang, why can salt water be treated like this to produce such a poisonous substance? In the yard. Facing Lao-su's question, Soo-yoon's heart suddenly became solemn. Sure enough, it came. This was the situation he had expected in advance, and it was also his purpose today. In fact, let alone Lao-su, any ancient person who saw the previous scene would inevitably have doubts in his heart. Then Soo-yoon took a deep breath, and did not directly explain the concept, but asked, Master, I wonder if you have read the 101 Karmas of the Sarvastivada school translated by Tripitaka Master Yijing? Speaking of Tripitaka Master, many people may think of Zhuangzang's big fort in water margin. But in fact, Tripitaka Master, like Professor Lucas introduced before, is a kind of professional title. It refers to a master in Buddhism who is proficient in the three canons of sutras, Vinaya and Abhidharma, and Yijing is one of them who is not very famous. But at present, the founder of the Xingxiao school, Lin Lingsu, is still in the period of fame, and there is still a certain distance from the peak period of destroying Buddhism in history. In addition, the time span between the Tang and Song dynasties was not long, so Lao-su had heard of Yijing's work. Yes, then do you remember a sentence in the book? Which sentence? Au led the Aniruddha to observe the water with his divine eyes, and then he could see clearly that in the water. Before Soo-yoon finished speaking, Lao-su subconsciously continued, in the water, he saw countless living beings. Soo-yoon nodded, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Lao-su just knew this sentence. Then he organized his words and continued, Master, have you ever thought that in the world you and I live in, whether it is air, utensils, or even human blood, there are countless living beings? Or to put it simply, all the substances visible to the naked eye are actually composed of tiny particles. Lao-su was stunned at first when he heard this. He seemed a little confused. But soon, he understood what Soo-yoon meant. In an instant, Lao-su felt a tingling sensation suddenly jump from his tailbone to his head. He subconsciously lowered his head and looked at his arm. Because of the decline of blood and qi in old age, the blue veins on his hand are very conspicuous. As a great medical scientist, Lao-su is naturally very clear. The blood flowing in these blue veins is the blood of the human body. But if it is according to what Soo-yoon said, Could it be that there are also living beings in this blood? Or particles? How is this possible? This concept has already involved a cognitive problem of worldview, and Lao Tzu subconsciously wanted to refute something. But thinking of Su Yun's previous actions, he finally just opened his mouth and didn't say anything. Looking at Lao Tzu, who seemed to have countless things to say but didn't know how to start, Su Yun's heart was also full of emotion. Now it is 1100 AD, and there are still more than 500 years before the microscopic world is discovered by real scientific instruments. It is even farther away from the microscopic theory being summarized into a system, at least 700 to 800 years. Therefore, he is very clear. What a shock his words are to Lao Tzu, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is earth-shattering. Of course. With that Buddhist verse at the beginning, the impact of this topic has been reduced to the minimum. In later generations, many people often quote another Buddhist verse when talking about a microscopic world. The Buddha looked at a bowl of water and saw 84,000 insects. However, this sentence was not recorded until the Ming dynasty by the monk Du Ti in the Vinaya daily record, so for now Su Yun can only quote a book, The 101 Karmas of the Sarvastivada School. This book title can also have a few more words, which is quite good. Then Su Yun observed Lao Tzu for a while, and after seeing him gradually recover from the shock, he continued, Master, according to notes of Fengling Yuan sect, everything in the world is composed of even smaller particles. These particles are called molecules, and molecules are composed of atoms, and atoms are the smallest things in the world. Therefore, it can be said that everything in the world is composed of atoms. Lao Tzu repeated, atoms? Molecules. Su Yun nodded and pointed to the remaining crude salt solution in front of him. For example, salt water is a substance composed of sodium chloride molecules and water molecules. It contains atoms such as chlorine, sodium, oxygen, and hydrogen. Among them, chlorine atoms and hydrogen atoms combine to form hydrogen chloride gas, and hydrogen chloride dissolves in water to form the hydrochloric acid we see. Tell the truth. Su Yun's words are not rigorous from the perspective of later generations. In later generations, matter from the largest to the smallest is roughly like this. The entire universe can be decomposed into various galaxy clusters and galaxies. Galaxies can be decomposed into planets, and planets can be decomposed into molecules and atoms. Molecules can be decomposed into atoms. Atoms can be decomposed into nuclei and electrons. Nuclei can be decomposed into protons and neutrons. Protons and neutrons can, theoretically, be decomposed into quarks. Current theories and technologies are reaching the quark level. There are 62 basic particles, including quarks, leptons, gluons, etc., among which photons are more special. Therefore, Su Yun's correct statement should be sodium chloride is an ionic compound, composed of a sodium ion and a chloride ion in the form of an ionic bond. For example, when talking about chemical properties, it would be more accurate to describe sodium, chlorine, hydrogen, and oxygen as elements. However, for Lao Tzu, a beginner, the current priority is to establish microscopic cognition as soon as possible, so the subdivision of matter is not so important. It is actually meaningless for you to explain ions, protons, and atomic numbers to him. Sometimes it may be a good thing to exchange academic imprecision for easy understanding of knowledge. As he spoke, Su Yun grabbed a handful of air and said to Lao Tzu, in fact, it is not only the solution, but also the gas molecules formed by oxygen atoms and carbon atoms in our air. These are the things that cannot be seen or touched. These particles are inhaled into the human body, and some of them provide the energy needed for our body to survive. Lao Tzu also grabbed a handful of air, looked at his empty palm, and suddenly thought of something. He turned his head to look at Su Yun and recited, if you take half of a 1-foot stick every day, it will never run out. Su Yun was stunned at first, and then his eyes widened suddenly and he took a breath. Good guy. Lao Tzu's acceptance speed is so terrifying. If Lao Tzu was born in the future, he would probably be a super genius. If you take half of a 1-foot stick every day, it will never run out. This sentence comes from Zhuangzi, Xiangsha. Actually, the original meaning of this sentence is that Zhuangzi was satirizing Wei Shi, saying that he liked to make weird claims through sophistry. But the understanding of later generations gradually went astray, and they regarded it as a question to explore the origin of the world. If a 1-foot-long stick is continuously taken away in half, is it endless? It is also worth mentioning that the later generations here do not refer to the 21st century, but to the feudal dynasty period, which is roughly from the beginning of the Tang dynasty to the end of the Ming dynasty. Obviously, this sentence involves certain microscopic concepts, especially in the current environment. There is no need to say more about the meaning of Lao Tzu's quoting it. Under the premise that the two sides are separated by nearly 1,000 years or a complete scientific theoretical system, this is the most appropriate sentence Lao Tzu can find. This is like a junior high school student who has only mastered the basic algorithms and is learning Maxwell's equations across levels. The two are clearly separated by an insurmountable barrier, but the junior high school student has found a generalized solution to a linear system. Then, Lao Tzu knocked on the table where Su Yun was doing the experiment with his fingers, and the stone table made a dull clanging sound. Zio Wang, according to what you said, this stone table is also made up of molecules. Su Yun nodded and said affirmatively, yes, its constituent molecules are called calcium carbonate and silicon dioxide, which are composed of calcium atoms, carbon atoms, oxygen atoms and silicon atoms. Lao Tzu blinked, noticed a word, and asked curiously, Zio Wang, if I remember correctly, the word oxygen atom seems to be mentioned in the three examples you mentioned. Su Yun was already accustomed to Lao Tzu's sharpness, and nodded again neatly, yes. Oxygen and carbon atoms are basically one of the most common atoms in nature, so the number of appearances must be higher. Lao Tzu nodded slightly, and just when Su Yun thought he was going to ask some more questions about particle structure, he suddenly changed the subject. Zio Wang, then according to what you said, Zheng Ru's illness is also caused by molecules or atoms. Su Yun was somewhat surprised and was stunned for a few seconds. After he came back to his senses, he was silent for a moment. Although Zhonghao's disease can be said to be related to atoms, it is more accurate to say that bacteria cause the disease. Bacteria. Su Yun took a deep breath and explained, Master, do you remember the sentence I quoted before? There are also countless living things in the air. This word is not an exaggeration. In fact, there are a large number of tiny organisms in the air that are difficult to see directly with the naked eye. In the notes of Fengling Yuan sect, they are called microorganisms. Some of these microorganisms are beneficial to the human body, some are relatively neutral, and some are extremely harmful. For example, Zhonghao's disease is bacteremia and sepsis caused by Escherichia coli, saprophytic staphylococcus, and gram-positive bacteria, which is considered a serious illness. After these microorganisms entered Zhonghao's body, a large amount of toxins were brought into Zhonghao's blood. These toxins circulated from the wound to all parts of the body through the circulation, which caused him to fall into a serious coma, the same as the previous material particle structure. Su Yun's explanation of microorganisms was also a bit broad. He temporarily hid the key distinguishing point of cell structure and directly classified the properties of bacteria and viruses together. The purpose was the same, to make it easier for Lao Tzu to understand. Perhaps it was because of the previous material particles. After Su Yun said this, which was contrary to the eyes of this era, Lao Tzu's reaction was not so out of control. After all, he is also a quasi-authoritative doctor, and he has a relatively slight cognitive fit with the concept of microorganisms. After all, Chinese medicine's description of many diseases begins with the word feeling, such as the often heard evil qi yin qi turbid qi entering the body and so on. Chinese medicine believes that the human body has a normal operating state, and any factor that causes problems in this operating state is evil. Wind and cold are cold evil, and tuberculosis is epidemic evil. In fact, the word epidemic is enough to explain many things. But in order to avoid quarrels, let's be conservative. Not to mention the microscopic concept, at least it is at least a judgment of the cause of the disease. There is nothing wrong with this, right? This is a relatively primitive understanding, so Lao Tzu's statement about microorganisms is quite easy to understand. However, listening to it does not mean that he accepts this concept. Lao Tzu is obviously not the kind of person who believes everything he hears. He thought for a while and asked, atoms or microorganisms? These things cannot be seen by the naked eye. How do you know they exist? Su Yun was silent for a moment, and suddenly laughed. Master, have you heard of microscopes? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.